The demon world has long been considered an extremely dangerous territory that no one dares to set foot in because it is the lair of incredibly fierce and brutal monsters. Even if a world-class S-rank hunter encounters them, they would only have to surrender. Yet, just catching a glimpse of this young man's figure made the entire group panic and trample over each other like a powerful swallow. It turns out that a few days ago he accidentally asked for the final boss's head with just one move, thanks to his ability to turn any part of his body into a weapon. Even the immortal monsters are stripped down and turned into fur coats by him. Since then, whenever monsters meet him, they all play dead out of fear of being cut apart by this human. Although he appears human, he is the strongest chimera monster ever created. After being tortured and pushed to the limit, they finally decided to let him complete his final mission in the demon world with no return ticket. Poor number 17 is now just a disposable tool, abandoned in chains waiting for death on the battlefield. The battle in the rocky area of the demon world is extremely fierce. The flying monsters in the sky are constantly torn apart by sharp beams of light, while on the ground number 17, in the form of a strange creature with sharp claws, is frantically slaughtering, turning the battlefield into a pile of wreckage, about to break apart from all the fighting. From beneath the ground, a giant monster with a blooming flower-shaped mouth erupts, roaring to intimidate. Faced with such a huge foe, number 17 remains unshaken, gathering a surge of bright blue energy before unleashing a massive lightning bolt that engulfs the entire target. The monster only managed a cry of pain before being shattered by the devastating attack. Witnessing that terrifying power, the hunting team from afar couldn't help but be stunned. It's amazing how it wiped out all the monsters with a single strike, but worry still shows on their faces as the gate hasn't closed yet, even on the third day. Don't worry too much. No matter how many monsters come, we can handle them as long as we still have that S-rank chimera. Meanwhile, the hunters start cleaning up the remaining small monsters. Someone said, "We just need to deal with these remaining stragglers." At that moment, the gate closing signal sounded, making everyone feel relieved. Lucky break, the gates closed just as the shift ended. Let's quickly head out for drinks. As the group hurried toward the exit, a female hunter looked back at number 17 and wondered, "Wait, you're not bringing that thing along?" The colleague who was with him quickly dismissed it, confirming they had received orders not to take it. Even though the girl felt a bit of regret over the value of an S-rank chimera and was grateful that it prevented heavy casualties for the team, the hunter coldly replied, "Don't sympathize with it. Technically, it's not a living creature. Such things only follow orders, and that makes my chest feel tight." Left behind in the monster's encirclement, number 17 continued to fight fiercely even as his body reached its limit. In his mind, only a cold message appears. This mission is just to ensure the hunter's safe retreat. Facing the final giant monster, number 17 gathers all his electric power and unleashes a massive beam of light, sweeping away everything in sight. Do you understand? There is nothing else besides that. When the mission is over, you don't need to return. Number 17's body is now completely shattered, his breath fading as he stands alone in the desolate battlefield. His last consciousness is a fragmented thought about ensuring the retreat before he completely collapses onto the cold ground. The final mission is complete. The battle results are astonishing, with not a single hunter losing their life. As his body begins to vanish, the fragments of memories from the past that had been erased suddenly flood back into his mind. Before becoming a killing machine, he was an ordinary person, kidnapped at just 9 years old. Although his damaged mind couldn't fully grasp the meaning of the images replaying like a film, the number 17 still silently watched them. The story goes back 79 years to the orphanage in Zone 13, where the boy was harshly scolded by the caretaker and threw stones at a friend just because he was teased. How many times has it been now, standing before the silent child, they coldly declare, "We can't take care of you anymore." The boy is pushed out into the snow-covered street, collapsing from exhaustion and the freezing cold. Just then, mysterious strangers appeared, collecting the abandoned children from the slums like goods. It was indeed a case of crossing paths with unexpected trouble. The boy was quickly taken to the operating table, chained up tightly to prevent escape. When asked for his number, a cold reply echoed. "Number 17. The researchers began recording the experiment and then directly injected the S-level mutated silkworm cells into his body. The brutal experiment begins as the men in white coats closely observe number 17's reactions on the screen. They gasp in amazement. What? No side effects at all. Although he gained special abilities, his appearance and personality remained unchanged. Seeing that he possessed a unique physique, they decided to keep injecting anything into him until there was a reaction. 64 years ago, amidst the wreckage of the city, number 17 in the form of a teenager gathered a blazing green energy in his hand and wiped out the giant hornet monster threatening the people. The woman held her young child tightly and tearfully thanked him for saving us. Until 59 years ago, standing amidst a battlefield full of monster corpses, number 17 suddenly froze as chaotic thoughts flooded in. He wondered, wait a minute, why am I here? What am I doing right now? At that moment, the researcher appeared behind with a sinister smile, punching but frozen as he remembered the past. He chuckled uncontrollably with excitement. Finally, the side effects appeared. 44 years ago, the experimental reports were meticulously documented. The result of injecting over 500 different monster cells for 15 years is a hunter at least S rank with immeasurable power. In the dark room, number 17 is chained tightly to a chair, his body deformed with sharp claws and covered in wounds. But the researcher proudly declared that number 17 is the greatest masterpiece of our laboratory. 20 years ago, a hand gently offered him a piece of food and asked, "Number 17, you're very kind, aren't you?" See? In 17's memory, he was just a terrifying tool in the eyes of the world. I told you it would eat it. While the woman next to him could only gasp in horror, parents hurriedly covered their children's eyes, pulling them away. Don't look at that freak. 3 days ago, in the blazing battlefield, number 17 in monster form unleashed a massive surge of lightning energy. The final monster collapses and his consciousness gradually fades with a stream of thoughts. All missions are complete amid the desolate wasteland, a long road filled with monsters stretching under the sunset. A strange, intense light suddenly erupts from the remaining white bones amidst the silence covering the wreckage. That is number 17. Chimera Smith carries 527 different types of monster cells inside him. Right where death seemed inevitable, tissues and blood vessels began to grow and wrap around the spine in a miraculous way. It seems like a miracle, like something out of an action movie, as a massive energy explosion marks the final transformation of the greatest masterpiece in the laboratory. From the dust and smoke, a pair of bare feet step onto the ground. Number 17 has now regained the human form of John Dogon. Bang Huang looked at his hands and wondered, what is happening? Have I really become human again? Standing in the canyon split apart by destructive power, he realizes he has truly been reborn. However, his joy is short-lived as he notices the monster cells are still active, meaning he is not entirely human. Seeing that the laboratory hasn't been shut down yet, he bitterly realizes he has been discarded. Being thrown away is actually a blessing. Even the experiment number on his wrist has disappeared, freeing him from a life of running away. Dogon suspects that this miraculous transformation is thanks to the power of the fire demon, which can resurrect 3 times if its core remains intact. It seems that human cells have perfectly merged with phoenix cells, allowing his body not only to recover, but also to return to its most glorious era. The foggy feeling caused by the side effects of the experiment for so long has disappeared, replaced by a clarity of mind like never before. Not even the magic that blocks telepathy remains. Dogon wondered if now he could finally live as a real human. For him, the number 17 is just a soulless mark for a test subject, and now is the time to reclaim his true identity. He recalls the sarcastic words of the researcher about his twisted personality, and also someone's advice to try helping others to save thousands of lives. He faintly smiled, muttered the name Joe Dogon, then scoffed to himself. So what if he's a stray cat? How can he save anyone, dismissing his wandering thoughts? He decided just to keep living for now. When it comes to revenge, Dogon realizes that the fire of hatred within him has cooled down because too much time has passed and revenge can wait until later. He knows he can't return to his normal life, but he believes that if he keeps moving forward, sooner or later he will meet those people again. With a mindset to go wherever fate takes him, he stands on the top of a high mountain, gazing into the distant horizon. Dogon decisively chooses to try living as a human from this moment, but immediately a practical problem arises. I'm screwed, where are my clothes? I can't even remember the last time I wore any. Tran Tree walks through the desolate land, unsure where to find clothes, until suddenly he spots a river ahead. Dogon starts looking around for something to cover himself. Suddenly, he stops when he sees the color of a large creature with pure white fur lying collapsed among the bushes. After a closer look, he realizes it seems to be the result of a territorial dispute. Although this monster looks quite strong, there are no signs of external injuries. Dogon concludes it probably died from poison, but that doesn't matter at all. Just when I needed a beast to tame, Dogon needed a knife to skin it. He immediately transformed his hand into a sharp cold blade and recalled the anatomical knowledge he had learned in the laboratory. First, he planned to cut along the abdomen and then use scissors to cut through the armpit. He thought and decided to try it out, but as soon as the blade touched the hide, a thick purple smoke suddenly erupted, surprising him. This was the deadly poison from the monster's corpse, but it had no effect on Dogon's body. Even though the foul smell was overwhelming, he calmly continued his work. The burnt smell was so strong it had to be peeled off. After some fiddling, he finally finished and put the beast hide on. Done? Not bad for a first time. Seeing the river ahead, he moved closer to start the next step of washing the hide. However, when he lifted the hide out of the water, Doug was stunned. I thought it was supposed to be soft. The hide is as stiff as wood, making him realize that the monster's skin was already very hard and hadn't gone through any processing yet. A sudden idea flashes in Dogon's mind as he starts pounding the leather with his fist to soften it. He does it while questioning himself, is this the right way to break it in? Maybe that's it. After some effort, the animal hide finally became soft, making Dog very satisfied. It's soft now, fitting perfectly as soon as I put my hand in. I try it on and see that the size is quite right. While Dogon was struggling to shape and tear the hide to make armholes, the bird that seemed dead suddenly opened its eyes behind him. Looking at the result, he felt quite proud, as if it was made just for him. However, he suddenly noticed a purple stain on his shirt and muttered, the poison isn't completely gone yet, but with my somewhat careless nature, I'll just let it go. Too lazy. Just leave it be. Luckily, I'm a chimera. Regular humans would have been gone long ago. At that moment, a cry echoed from behind, making him turn to look at the small bird. You're not dead yet? Strangely, Dogon seemed to understand what it was trying to communicate. making him wonder if it was just his imagination. Seeing the still-breathing bird after being stripped, Dogon realized it must be immortal. If it had been before, as a hunter, he would have finished it off without hesitation. But now, since the opponent is too weak and no longer dangerous, he decides to hold back and not kill it right away. He gently smiles and tells the tiny creature, "You and I are lucky. This is my second chance, so live well. If fate crosses our paths, we will meet again." Having finished, he turned and walked away, leaving the little bird behind. After dealing with the clothing issue, Dogon began searching for a hiding spot. Now I need a house, so he enters a deep cave, but the silence is quickly broken by strange noises. From the darkness, a giant armored centipede with sharp fangs suddenly appears, roaring menacingly at the intruder. Facing the giant monster threatening him, Dogon calmly observes his surroundings and then casually comments, "Why is this house so dark?" With such a huge centipede, who could stand it? Facing the giant centipede, Dogon remained unfazed and swung a powerful strike, tearing through its body and splattering blue liquid everywhere. Feeling this cave is too dark and unsuitable, he coldly says he's leaving and walks away. His next stop is a snow-covered mountain area. Seeing the scene before him, Dogon sighed and thought this place would be hard to find food. He casually stepped over the corpses of the snow monsters to continue his journey in search. Dogon started to become more picky, repeatedly rejecting locations, from complaining about the foul smell in the mushroom forest to passing up damp caves and even the hot volcanic area. Only when standing on a high cliff and looking down at the majestic waterfall flowing through the lush green forest did he truly realize how breathtaking it was. Wow, this view is amazing. I never expected it to be this stunning in real life. Wanting to check more carefully, Doug leapt down, saw the clear water filled with many swimming fish, and nodded in satisfaction. The water is clear and full of fish. Even when the fierce piranhas jump up to attack, he only thinks about catching them to grill as if he were camping. An idea suddenly sparks in his mind, and he thinks that if there's already a natural fish farm here, building a house nearby would be a perfect choice. The deeper he went, Dogon was increasingly drawn to the vibrant yellow flowers and the fresh atmosphere of the forest. Standing amidst the lush greenery, he felt his soul truly at ease. He smiled softly and officially made his decision for the future. Duyet, our home will be right here. A leaf gently falls through the peaceful space, marking his new beginning in this land. But that peace is quickly shattered as blue lightning suddenly streaks across the ground. A space portal opens in the sky and a strange object crashes down at incredible speed, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire area. From the thick smoke, a small robot with glowing red eyes emerges. It scans around and then asks, "Hey, is this the demon world, guys?" Dogon strolls through the forest. The first thing he does is prepare an open space. Golden energy threads emanated from his fingertips, marking and enveloping the construction area as he swiftly wielded them to cut down ancient trees in an instant. Looking at the cleared space, he is satisfied that he has enough land. Dogon begins to use his energy to lift and sort the good logs separately. Standing on the dirt field, he thought this amount of wood was enough, but realized the ground was still a bit uneven. He used his inner strength to deliver a powerful strike to the ground, causing dust and leaves to fly everywhere to level the entire area. Standing in the spacious yard, he marvels, "Oh, this is great, soaking up the sun." Dogon is amazed to realize that he can now move his limbs entirely at will. He calmly lifts the giant tree with one hand, beginning to drive stakes into the corners to build the frame of the house. Each large pole is hammered into the ground with precision and force. The feeling of autonomy makes him wonder, is this free will? Congratulations on escaping the life of a lab experiment worker. Dogon feels really happy because this is the first house he built with his own hands. Then he quickly places the wooden planks to make the floor. Since he had no nails, he came up with the idea of using blue slime from a snail-like monster to glue the walls together. He knew this substance would harden like stone when dry, though he was still unsure if it was waterproof. After finishing and adding the protective layers around, he confidently looked at his work. Good. With this, most monsters won't come close. Looking at the newly finished house covered in slime and spider silk, Dogon felt very satisfied and cozy, really liked it. But after observing for a while, he still felt something was missing. What could be missing? He tried to recall the educational videos from the laboratory about a beautiful roof from before the gate opened. In those movies, an ordinary house always has a yard and pets. Dogon wondered if the front yard was missing something to plant or if it was missing a dog. But in this creepy place, where would he find one to raise? He crouched down looking at the empty patch of land, debating whether to plant crops or start a vegetable garden. If this garden grows, the whole forest might never sleep because of the constant shouting. But in this harsh demon world, finding something to plant is not easy. Suddenly, an idea flashes. There is a nearby snow-capped mountain, and looking towards the towering peaks emitting dark fumes, he came up with a bold plan to grow Mandreora.
Based on what he knows, the ideal environment for Mandreora is at the snowy mountain peak where the demonic aura is thickest. Walking through the white snow, Doug muttered, "Since there's so much snow here, I guess this can be called a snow mountain."
This scene inadvertently brings back painful memories of the day I was kidnapped, when the sky was also full of snow and I was so cold that I felt relieved when someone came to take me away. Watching the bare feet walk leisurely on the cold snow without any harm, he thought to himself that becoming a chimera might have its advantages. I don't have to worry about freezing to death or starving. The higher he went, the denser the demonic aura became, signaling he was very close to his goal. As the snow began to ease, lush green sprouts appeared amidst the barren land, filling him with excitement. Here it is. Luckily, it was not in vain because Mandreora is an extremely sensitive monster to stress. Just a small change in the environment is enough to wipe them all out. So he decided to choose the young trees for easier movement and to be stubborn with the little ones so they could adapt quickly. He started to lift the roots of a seedling, but didn't forget to remind himself. Maybe I should cover my ears. They screamed so loudly. But as soon as Dogon lifted a Mandragora sprout, instead of the soul-wrenching scream from legend, it only made soft, innocent sounds. Huh? What is this? He picked up a few more, but they were all silent, even nuzzling into his hand as if sleeping. Dogon couldn't help but wonder, are they dreaming? In reality, the so-called scream of the Mandragora only occurs when it hits a human like its species. In the human world, the low amount of demon energy keeps this plant in a state of extreme tension. So, if forcibly uprooted, it will scream loudly and die immediately. But this is the demon world, their natural environment, so it's understandable that they don't scream. Still, Dogon found it strange that they didn't resist or run away despite having developed this much. Suddenly, he had a hypothesis. Maybe the little ones think they're also trees, which is why they're so gentle. Then he remembered that he himself also carried Mandragora cells inside. He smiled contentedly because this helped the young plant stay relaxed, and then casually tucked them into his belt to take home. Dogon starts to imagine taking care of them carefully so that later he can ask for some easy-to-make tea or to eat with fruit. He reminds himself that he planned to transplant them as decorative plants. But with this gentle approach, he might end up making a salad instead. Lost in his gardening plans, the desperate cries suddenly echoed through the lonely snowy mountains. Dogon froze, realizing hunters were nearby. He wondered why they would come to such a dangerous place and decided to check the situation at the gate. At the scene, the two hunters were in a dire predicament. Damn it, they turned us into bait to lure them away. The other person shouted in panic as the fierce snow monsters returned to attack. The monsters with sharp teeth charged wildly, forcing him to summon all his strength to erect a blazing green energy barrier for defense. In his desperation, as he saw the defenses about to break, he shouted in regret. I should have kept doing the small jobs. Why did you volunteer to find the chimera? Someone help me! The desperate scream of the hunter echoed through the blinding snowstorm just as the monsters lunged. A surge of immense energy descended from above, causing a devastating explosion that threw everything around. Amidst the thick dust, the two hunters stared in shock, unable to believe their eyes. What is that? From within the gray smoke, a man's figure gradually appears, leaving them stunned. Is that Lo? That's Doug. He calmly walks forward, his cold gaze fixed on the growling snow rabbits threatening him. A surge of fiery black aura erupted from his body, creating an overwhelming pressure that made the previously fierce B-class monsters tremble in fear. The snow rabbits, driven by survival instinct, frantically fled in chaos, leaving the two hunters stunned. No way. A level B monster running away? After regaining their senses, they hurriedly approached to express their gratitude. Thank you for saving us. The two introduced themselves as Undu and Kim Tun, but when they heard Doug's name, they were completely clueless since they had never heard of a top hunter with that name. Dogon looked at their miserable state and straightforwardly asked why they were here. From their appearance, they seemed to be only D rank. You two should know how dangerous the snow mountain is. He bitterly admitted it was only for the money. When you're poor, you have to take risks. What else can you do now? It turns out there was a bounty on capturing a chimera with a huge reward. Hearing the word chimera, Dogon briefly tensed up with concern. But when Toon explained that it was a mechanical creature that jumped into the portal while fleeing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief knowing it wasn't him. After taking the portal crystal, Dogon realized they had nothing left on them and asked about their gear. Ongdu, clutching his bleeding wound, grits his teeth in fury as his teammate borrowed his gear and ran off. Ongdu realizes his mistake. We should have realized when a B-rank hunter was with us, but now that all our equipment has been stolen, he tremblingly asked Dogon, do you plan to go back? We're reaching our limit. You know what happens when you're infected with demon energy. In fact, how long a hunter can survive in the demon world depends on their awakening level. If they don't return to the human world to purify themselves, they will definitely perish. While Dogon was completely unaffected thanks to his special body, Dogon's eyes suddenly sharpened as he sensed a strange energy source. Here it is. He stomped to create a deep hole, then leapt into the air at incredible speed. The two hunters could only stare in shock and shout. Where are you taking him, huh? Take us along too. Their desperate calls fade away into the white snowstorm as they disappear. In another area, the small robot continues to silently observe its surroundings with glowing yellow eyes. It quietly assessed the situation. This place seems dangerous. Immediately, the traitorous hunters from behind rushed in to encircle. It's time, catch it now, finish everything up. Seeing the enemy approaching with weapons drawn, the robot immediately switches to combat mode, its eyes turning a fierce red. It coldly makes a conclusion. Feeling threatened, then wipe them all out completely. Dogon rushed to the scene but only saw a desolate sight. Seeing the equipment scattered among the blood, he wondered if he was too late. The hunters seemed to have fled in panic, leaving behind strange childlike footprints mixed with traces of monsters. He recalls the story that it was a liquid metal mechanical experiment capable of transforming unpredictably into any shape, from wolves to venomous snakes.
Although it was only as big as a child due to scarce materials, it single-handedly wiped out 5 B-rank hunters, making Dogun's smirk pretty impressive. Meanwhile, Zongdu's condition was critically severe.
He collapsed beside the tree, his breath ragged. I guess I'm done for. My body has been destroyed by demonic energy. Tahun clings to his comrades in pain, crying out in tears. Don't talk nonsense. Your child is about to be born. Remember that. In his final moments, Mr. Du's last words were a plea to his wife, leaving Taehun to cry out in desperate hope for a miracle, until a pair of bare feet stepped into the blinding light. Tahun looked up, stunned to see Doug appear like a god, but he was carrying all the luggage and gear that the hunter group had left behind. Wow, Dogan is carrying all our stuff. Tahun stammered in shock. He hurriedly knelt down and bowed his head desperately. Please, Dogan, we beg you, please save us. Dogan calmly watches the portal closing and mutters to himself. Oh right, the stones are out of power, the gate is closed. You know well that in this lawless demon world, once hope is gone, it's basically the end. Seeing Doug still hesitating, Taewon tremblingly pulls out the banknotes. This 2 million is our only life-saving ticket. Please, just one detox pill is enough. Looking at the stack of money in the hunter's hand standing on the brink of death, Dogan silently thought that although it's worthless now, it will definitely be essential when he returns to the human world. Dogan calmly hands the crystal to them and says, here. Dogan looked thoughtfully at the stack of money in his hand and asked, the front gate crystal used to cost 200,000 W, right? Tahun responded with surprise. No, now it's about 1 million watts. What's wrong? Dogan approached Zongdu, who was fading away. He reached out his hand and muttered, I just think it's a bit too much. Immediately, Dogan placed his hand on Zongdu's chest, releasing a blazing green mana that enveloped his body. Taehun shouted in panic, Chan Dogan, are you transferring mana? He knows that channeling mana is something even A-rank hunters are wary of because if their mana clashes and intertwines, the core will shatter and both will die. But suddenly a blinding flash erupted. Mr. Du's car jolted awake, clutching his chest in shock. Wow, the evil aura has disappeared. Am I really alive again? The two hunters embrace each other tightly, crying tears of joy. We're alive, Taehun, we're alive. Dogan doesn't care about luck. He turns and walks away, and I go now. Behind him, the two of them still kneel on the ground, shouting loudly, Thank you for Dogan! We will never forget your kindness. All they could think of now was utter horror at Dogan's true identity. Because without an extremely strong source of mana, purifying the aura by channeling mana is impossible. After a long journey, Dogan finally returns to his small wooden house in the deep forest. He looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Good, the house is still intact, no thieves have visited. Dogan crouched down to check the mandragora sprouts hanging by his side. You're awake now. The road must be tiring for you guys. The leaves are hanging down. He gently places the sword down on the empty ground in front of the house. Come on, get down. But the mandragora looked unhappy, emitting whining sounds full of resentment. You don't like it? Do you guys not want to be left behind? Suddenly, he had the idea that maybe they were hungry because they hadn't absorbed nutrients during the journey. He brought his finger with a drop of blue mana closer. Oh, maybe you're hungry because you couldn't absorb nutrients while moving. Then, let's try some mana. Usually you guys like this kind of thing, right? Raising monsters like taking care of pets. Having received the mana source, the small mandragoras immediately perked up, making Dogan wonder if they were really monsters. Setting that aside, he sensed a strange energy following him, and immediately guessed it was what the hunters were after. Even though he knew the robot was hiding in the bushes, he remained calm, believing that if it wanted something, it would reveal itself sooner or later. Back home, Dogan carefully stored the money he just earned for the future, and then eagerly started exploring the loot in his backpack to see what he had collected. Inside, there was a treasure trove for those living in the wild, from a mini gas stove, 8 portal stones, to spare clothes and a sleeping bag. Dogan secretly admired the hunter's thorough preparation, but what excited him the most was a packet of spicy instant noodles. Feeling starving, he decided, great, I'm hungry, time to cook some noodles. According to the recipe, it needs 500 milliliters of water, so Dogan went to the stream and estimated the amount of water to pour into the pot. Just then, a giant monster fish leapt to attack, but to him, it was just a perfect side dish. Normally people add a lot of ingredients to their noodles, so the fish should be delicious too. This topping is a bit too big for the pot, buddy. You keep searching for ingredients to replace the eggs and scallions and then discover a strange egg's nest. Are these eggs? They can be used as substitutes. Not stopping there, Dogan climbs a tree to pick some herbs to replace the scallions and quickly returns to start the fire. The ingredients are ready, let's go back. He has no idea that the little robot is still tailing him and watching with curiosity. He's cooking. Standing in front of the lit gas stove, Dogan hesitated as he looked at the giant fish, unsure when to put it into the pot. Thinking quickly, he casually dumped all the mixed ingredients into the pot and told himself it would be fine. Maybe boiling it all together is the way to go. Even though there's a reminder that mixing it like that won't taste good, he still ignores it. The pot begins to boil and bubble, emitting a thick black smoke and strange smell that makes the nearby mandragora cover their noses, their faces showing clear disgust as if about to faint. Dogon himself also started to suspect, but with this smell, how could I not? The strong smell wafts away, attracting the attention of the robot hiding nearby. It keeps sniffing. That hungry stomach makes it impossible to hold back. It smells so good, I want to eat it so badly, I have to pretend to be a pitiful dog to beg for food. Remembering what it had seen in the laboratory about humans loving dogs and often sharing food with them, the mechanical creature immediately changed shape. It transformed into a small brown curly-haired dog, pretending to limp and whimpering pitifully to approach Dogon. From afar, Dogon saw through this clumsy act long ago. He realized this was the mechanical creature that had been tailing him all along. Watching it pretend to be injured to gain sympathy, he quietly judged that it was still too young and learning. Still, Dogon couldn't help but wonder how something like this could escape the laboratory and end up in the demon world. Seeing the little dog wagging its tail happily, Doug smiled and friendly invited. "All right, want to try a bite?" Immediately, the dog barked excitedly. In front of them was a bowl of noodles with a terrifying color, containing a monstrous fish head and strange eggs. Dogon picks up a piece and puts it in his mouth, thinking to himself, "It's just a little bit creepy. Let's see if it's still hot enough to burn." Both the man and the dog enjoy the special bowl of noodles together in the peaceful setting. As soon as he tastes it, a familiar flavor suddenly explodes in Doug's mouth. A vivid memory of childhood days when he and other orphans gathered around a steaming bowl of noodles, eating and laughing happily, suddenly floods back. Dogon closes his eyes, enjoying the moment, his face showing clear satisfaction. I guess this is the right feeling. At that moment, he seemed to relive the true moments of being human.
Amid the vibrant sunset, he softly says, "It's really delicious." Meanwhile, the Mandragora behind are still writhing from the overpowering aroma of the noodle pot that has drowned out all other scents in the forest.
The meal is over, Dogon orders the guests to leave, and after eating, everyone disperses. The little dog slowly turns and walks away, still pretending to be injured by limping. But Dogon immediately noticed something was off and calmly exposed the truth. It was the left leg that the robot jerked at earlier, and its face showed clear panic when it realized it had mistaken which leg was injured, then quickly disappeared into the bushes.
After doing the dishes, Dogon decided to try washing the clothes he just collected. He told himself he couldn't keep dressing like an animal forever.
Even though I don't have any happy memories with pollen, holding the wooden stick in my hand, I remind myself
to be gentle, because washing too hard could damage the delicate fabric.
But with the strength of an S-class chimera, even though Dogon tried to hold back, his swing still created an enormous force. A loud explosion echoed as the ground by the stream was torn apart, and the wooden stick shattered in an instant, leaving him stunned. Seeing the broken wood, Doug muttered to himself to reassure, "Is the stick broken? It's okay. There's still another part to break." He glanced toward the bushes, where the mechanical creature had just transformed back into a rock to hide again. Dogon couldn't help but wonder why it had been circling around here all this time. From the moment he ate noodles and washed the dishes to when he admired the vibrant yellow marigold flowers, it kept changing shape from an underwater fish to a dry branch to get closer to him, but it never did anything. The pieces suddenly shattered as a small bee buzzes around the broken branch, and immediately the robot panics and reverts to its original form. It ran for its life, screaming in fear, buzzing, "I hate bees." Seeing that funny scene, Dogon realized that this creature's mental age was probably not even 5 years old. Its robotic and stiff way of talking is a common reaction among chimera children who are force-fed knowledge in laboratories. Ignoring the nuisance of the tailing pursuer, Dogon stood up, gazing at the blooming artichoke flowers and marveling. Wow, the artichoke flowers are so beautiful. After struggling for a while, he finally finished doing the laundry. Holding the white t-shirt in his hand, he let out a relieved sigh. Doing laundry was more tiring than he thought, but at least he managed to wash this. Although the shirt looked a bit small for his muscles, since he went through the trouble of washing it, he decided to hang it on the line in the forest, and putting it on would probably turn it into a crop top showing off his six-pack. After finishing everything, Dogon turned around and walked off, planning to check on the newly planted Mandragora. As Dogon just left, the robot stone secretly crawled out of the bushes. Watching his back, it muttered, "That man is already dressed. I should put on clothes too." Think and do it. It stretched out its mechanical arms, grabbed the white shirt from the clothesline, and put it on. Let's finalize this shirt. A strange light envelops it, and from within the white fabric, the creature transforms into a girl with long, flowing brown hair. Meanwhile, Dogon stands in front of the Mandragora sprouts with a worried expression. Why are the kids acting so strange? Seeing the leaves start to wither and the plants turn dry, he realized something was wrong. Bending down to loosen the soil, he wondered, "Strange, I pulled out all the weeds when I was gardening." Suddenly, a swarm of disgusting monster worms burst out of the ground, aiming to attack. Dogon quickly swung his hoe to wipe out the pests, blaming himself for not tilling the soil more thoroughly, almost killing them. He stood up and looked at the empty land, deciding to make a proper garden, probably about the size of his house. Lost in his new plan, Doug suddenly froze when he realized someone was watching him. From behind the ancient tree, the girl from earlier shyly peeked her head out. "Hello, Dogon. I wonder if this is finally the last time a girl intends to talk to me," he replied calmly.
"Yeah, hello there. The robot's way of acting human is pretty impressive, huh?"
The girl curiously points to the wooden house. "Is that your home?" After Doug's confirming nod, the girl asked again, So are you a local here? Seeing the naive expression on his face, Doug intended to tease. Yes, which tribe are you from? The A tribe. To hide her embarrassment, the girl started waving her hands and making up stories. I come from the other side of the waterfall, so far away that you can't find me, Dogun asked with a smirk. Really? If you're near the waterfall, could it be that the pineapple tribe found a way out? The girl quickly nodded repeatedly. That's right, I am a true girl of the pineapple tribe. Dogun glanced at the girl's outfit and added, but that outfit seems to belong to me. The girl immediately pouted and argued that whoever finds it first in the tribe gets to keep it. Now it's yours. Seeing that adorable stubbornness, Dogun just smiled softly. All right, then you can keep it. The girl brightened up, but her smile quickly faded. When Dog asked why the girl was here, Nari lowered her head and Lai Ni confessed. Actually, I was expelled from my tribe and I want to ask you for a favor, to stay here with you. Dogun was momentarily surprised and asked again. Living here? The girl started to feel confused, her hands clasped together nervously. Then Lai Ni explained that there are no insects here and there's even a house, so she feels very safe. Seeing the child's pitiful expression, Doug silently thought she really needed a place to rest. He nodded in agreement. Fine, but if she wanted to stay, she had to work. Hearing that, Nari's eyes lit up with excitement, glowing orange-yellow. Got it, I'll do any task you give. Dogun immediately gave the first task. First, he needed to till the field. Can you help? He wants to build a better new house for the Mandreora plants. Without hesitation, Nari eagerly grabbed the wooden plank. Just give it to me. I'm strong and good at using my power. Then, she dashed off like a whirlwind, tearing up the ground with incredible force, sending dust flying everywhere. Dogun watched in amazement, realizing that she didn't even bother to hide her identity, or perhaps had been in the laboratory for so long that she didn't know how a normal child would behave. He asked, What's your name? I'm John Dogon. A question made the girl pause in confusion. What's your name? Since she didn't have an official name yet, she decided to give herself a new, beautiful one. Suddenly remembering the lovely flower she saw the other day, she raised the wooden stick and confidently declared, It's a deal. My name is Kim Nari, and you're not allowed to call me Hwanghae. Dogun muttered, Hwanghae, which made the girl firmly confirm once again that her name is Kim Nari. Thanks to Nari's power, the large garden was completed faster than expected, and Dogun quickly finished building the stone wall around to protect it. Seeing the new soft land, the tiny Mandreoras are extremely excited, jumping and cheering happily. Seeing the young plants enjoying themselves, Dogun thought to himself that he should have done this sooner, but suddenly heard sniffling behind him, and turned to see Nari with tears in her eyes. He asked worriedly, What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? The girl choked back tears, looking at the mandrake plants that reminded her of her friends. Dogon briefly hesitated, knowing full well that in that hellish laboratory, there was no such thing as friends. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the peaceful air, engulfing their small garden. Don't be too shocked, it's just monsters fighting each other. Dogun calmly reassures her as he sees Nari looking panicked at the deafening screams coming from the deep forest. Nari tremblingly recounts that before coming here, she saw a chick-like monster being ruthlessly attacked by a pack. Wait, do you want to save that monster? If you like it, just move. Are you just going to watch it die? That's all it takes. Nari instantly jumps into the middle, rushing straight into the battlefield at a terrifying speed. Don't bully it! Nari shouted loudly and delivered a powerful kick, knocking away the monsters surrounding her in an instant. Her eyes burned with determination as she looked at the tiny, trembling creature beneath her feet. I will save you. This bullying accidentally rekindles painful memories in the laboratory, where other children once frantically beat a small test subject out of fear of being subjected to dangerous experiments. The screams of those monsters wanting to live again and the ruthless punches from the past are vividly replaying in Nari's mind. Her anger erupts. Nari screams through her tears, Stop it! Bullying like this is wrong. The girl unleashes all her strength into her fists, creating devastating energy blasts that wipe out the herd of fleeing monsters. Flesh and green liquid spray everywhere under her incredible power as the Chimera girl fights fiercely to protect the weak. So cool, guys. Meanwhile, Dogun is still casually at home taking care of the Mandreora plants. The piece is quickly shattered as Nari rushes back, clutching the small monster tightly in her arms, its eyes closed and face full of panic. Brother, it's not waking up anymore. What should I do now? Dogun tried to calm the girl down, but when he looked closely at the white creature with the flame on its head lying motionless in Nari's hands, he suddenly froze in shock. A thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, that monster, I think I've seen it before. Narua sobs, her orange eyes brimming with tears as she tightly holds the small creature and shouts, Dogun, please save it. Is it already gone or what? Why won't it wake up no matter how much I call? The girl trembled with fear, worried that this innocent little monster was close to death. Dogun approached calmly, observing gently, then softly said, Let's see. He channels bright blue mana into his fingertips and touches the pure white creature. After a thorough check, Dogun breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seems there are no fatal wounds. Seeing its fading color and small size, he suddenly remembered the giant bird he had encountered before. You realize this is the immortal creature, but for some reason, its healing method causes its body to shrink differently from yours. Seeing Dogun deep in thought, Neris anxiously asks, What's the matter? Is it really about to die? Dogen calmly replied. Don't worry, it's not going to die. It's just hungry because there's nothing to fill its stomach. Hearing that, Nari looked confused and repeated, malnourished. Dogen explained that just a little mana transfer and letting it recover on its own would be fine. But seeing the small bird lying limp like a thick pancake, Nari felt a pang of compassion. Memories of loneliness in the laboratory flooded back, making her hold it tightly and plead. Hey, if we leave it like this, it will die. Can I raise it? I want to take care of it. The girl promises to raise it properly and feed it well. With a hopeful look in his eyes, Doug gazed at the creature, while Dogen smiled secretly, thinking that when this being grows up, its size will be truly formidable. But he still pandered to the girl. Fine, keep it. When it grows up, it can serve as a protector in the house and save on food. Nari cheered excitedly. Really? At that moment, the little bird slowly opened its eyes, confused about where it was. But as soon as it saw Doug's face, it froze in terror. A terrifying memory floods back, causing it to tremble as it realizes that name belongs to the one who stripped its family last time. While Nari still embraces happiness, the poor bird can only sweat nervously, knowing it has just fallen into the hands of death. Nari gently lifts the small bird, her orange eyes shining with joy, as she sees it has woken up. It seems to be awake now. It's just like this dove. Unlike the girl's excitement, the bird was utterly confused when it saw a child appear in the demon world. Nari had no idea. The girl hugs it tightly and cuddles it. Finally, you're awake. Strangled to the point of suffocation, the bird cried out in despair. Let me go right now. Witnessing that scene, Dogen froze in shock. He wondered if he had just understood what the creature was saying. And after some struggle, Nari had wrapped the small bird completely in bandages like a mummy and declared proudly, treatment is complete. The poor creature now lies still, crying silently as it cannot move. Hey, I've come up with a name for it. Even though the bird is screaming to be set free, the girl calmly decides because it looks like goo. So let's call it Goo. While carrying large pieces of wood on his shoulders, Dogen nodded in agreement because he thought the name wasn't too bad, feeling offended for being given a casual name when he already had his own. Before the bird could protest, Nari poured a bucket of water over its head, thinking it was crying out of thirst. Seeing the soaked bird struggling to breathe, Nari worriedly asked, what should we do now? Dogen realizes that the girl completely doesn't understand the small creature's pleas to stop giving it water. He quietly thinks that maybe he should tell her to stop. Nari taking care of her pet like this is truly a miracle that Goo survived. Alone, Dogen looked at the growing pile of belongings and decided to build a shelf to organize everything neatly. He started measuring and using his sharp blade to carve the large pieces of wood, but a strange sound when the blade touched the grain made him stop in suspicion. What's going on, universe? I made it exactly like the table and chairs. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the wooden table. Different types of wood have different hardness. The one in front of you is softwood. Dogen asked back instinctively in surprise. Oh, so different types of wood have different hardness levels? Goo the bird casually lectures. Of course, you didn't know that either. When Doug asked out of curiosity about the hardest type of wood, G confidently replied, chicken. The redwood is the best quality. As I was speaking, it suddenly froze, sweating profusely when it realized it had just slipped and revealed its ability to communicate. Dogen stared at the small bird in shock and asked, wait, you really understand what I'm saying? Gu Huang stepped back in panic, nervously thinking it's impossible unless it's telepathy. Dogen casually asked about the redwood trees he couldn't find nearby, then wondered if Gu's home was in this area. The little bird broke out in a cold sweat when Dogen interrupted his telepathic connection. It stammered and asked, do you hear me? Dogen crossed his arms and explained that it's not exactly hearing, but more like the words automatically appearing in his mind. I've met you before, haven't I? G admits, yes, I really wanted to see you again. Doug was surprised and asked why you wanted to meet him. Gu sincerely replied, no matter the reason, you saved me. It remembers Dogen's back when he saved her from the fire years ago. Gu promised herself that if they ever meet again, she will definitely help him. It turns out that when its power was taken away, the poison in its body also disappeared, allowing the immortal core to remain intact so it could survive. Hearing this, Dogen got straight to the point. Alright, so can you help me with this now? He asked, pointing at the pile of unfinished wood when he saw Gu look surprised. The little bird quickly regains its spirits and flaps its wings excitedly. Fine, follow me. I will lead you to where the red tree is growing. In another place, amidst the raging flames, Nari in her laboratory outfit is fleeing in utter panic, crying out and dodging as she tries to escape the laboratory. The heat from the continuous explosion scorched her back, making Nari cry out in pain. It's too hot. Another huge explosion erupts behind her, knocking the girl to the ground exhausted. Nari is trapped in her worst nightmare, with memories of the laboratory and raging flames constantly haunting her mind. The girl gasped in fear, worried they had come to take her again. Amid the blazing fire, a man with long black hair approached, holding a device that confirmed the target was a shape-shifting mechanical creature. Although hesitant to attack a child, he coldly decided to prioritize his own life. He gathered his firepower, declaring he would end everything right here. Just as the flames were about to swallow Nari, Dogen suddenly appeared, calmly extinguishing the attack with one hand. With the Gu bird on his shoulder, he sighed tiredly, just wanting to finish the cabinet quickly and rest. Seeing Nari panic from the fear of fire, Dogen knew he couldn't just stand by. He looked directly at the hunter in front of him and sarcastically called him a bastard for bullying a child. What kind of man or boy goes bullying kids like that, huh? The hunter was stunned by Dogon's appearance. He wondered which group he belonged to, given his appearance like a pre-processed human. He warned Dogon to leave because his target was a mechanical creature, but all he got in response was a nonchalant remark.
Stop talking so much. I'm in a hurry to fix the cabinet and don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Enraged by being underestimated, he roared and unleashed all his firepower, creating a giant firestorm heading straight for Dogon.
Without a hint of hesitation, Dogon simply raised a finger, gathering a blazing blue light. His counterattack was so powerful it tore through the wall of fire, causing a deafening explosion that left the hunter no time to react. He only managed to gasp in shock before being thrown away by the overwhelming force. As the dust settles, Dogon turns to ask Nari, who is sobbing. He comforted the girl, saying that if she's scared, she should just punch the enemy once and it's over. Dogon approached the lying corpse. He grabbed his long hair to pull him up, planning to teach him a lesson if he fainted again. But a shocking truth revealed itself, leaving Dogon stunned. All that long black hair is actually just a wig revealing the shiny bald head of the hunter, lying helpless on the ground. Dogon stared blankly at the wig in his hand and sighed. What the hell is this? Is this guy messing around? Even though he's so young, the fear disappears upon seeing the shiny head of the one who just threatened him. The girl laughs loudly. Ha! That silly head is so funny, I'm no longer scared. Hey! Dogon realizes that this guy is actually not a formidable opponent that Nar can't beat. To help the girl understand more about the enemy's true nature, he uses G's divine connection ability to see through memories and relay them to Nar. Doug's eyes glow with a golden light, so he will understand. A wave of brutal memories flooded back, bringing them to the cold laboratory from long ago, where the sinister researcher stared intently at a trembling liquid experiment avoiding him. Knowing how to dodge me like this, it seems you already have a sense of danger. He calmly gathers a blue flame in his hand and orders the pitiful creature to come closer for a brutal durability test. Dogon gently pats Nari's head and praises her. Well done, Kim Nari. He silently thought that overcoming psychological trauma was not easy, so this was truly a big step for her. Turning to the hunter lying on the ground, Doug wondered what to do with him next. Meanwhile, the Jiu bird also curiously flew over, pecking repeatedly at the defeated opponent's head to investigate. Suddenly, Nari exclaimed excitedly, I have a really good idea. The girl's face shows a cunning expression. Nari's idea is to tie up the hunter and hang him upside down right beneath the raging waterfall. The girl proudly declares that her wish will no longer be burned, and the ugly chalk is now terrifying. The water poured straight onto his head. The hunter could only silently endure his bitter shame, thinking that even in hell he shouldn't have to suffer such humiliation. Seeing Nari still scolding the mean little bird, Dogon carried the pot of water past and didn't forget to remind her. Nari, don't laugh at that guy's stupid head, even if it looks funny. Seeing that Nari recovered her spirits faster than he expected, Dogon slowly approached the stream. The Gyu bird flew alongside, asking what he was going to do, and he simply replied that he was going to fetch water to cook noodles. Hearing about the noodles, Nari cheered excitedly. Your fish noodles are really delicious. When Dogon asked awkwardly if the pineapple tribe also ate fish noodles, the girl blushed, quickly excused herself, and jumped into the water to avoid the question. The Kin City hunter watched Dogon in horror, secretly judging that with such incredible strength, he must be at least an A-grade hunter or even a master hiding his true power. While Dogon was pondering how much water was needed to cook 3 packs of noodles, Kaisel could only silently question why he was treated so unfairly, forced to watch others eat noodles while hanging upside down. Just then, Nari shot up from the water, carrying 2 giant monster fish in her hands, and shouted proudly, Fish noodles are here! I just caught 2 huge sea monsters to use as toppings. Seeing Nari catch so many, Doug said, just 1 is enough, so release the rest. The girl happily obeyed and urged, okay, put it in quickly. Seeing that scene, Nam K, hanging upside down under the waterfall, couldn't help but be terrified. If he finds that thing, it'll be completely fishy. He became even more panicked when he saw Dogon pouring in an excessive amount of water. Why is there so much water? Watching the two happily preparing to cook a disastrous meal, Key screams inwardly, do these people really know how to cook instant noodles? I can't stand to see the noodles ruined. Let me cook it. Watching you two cook will just ruin the good pack of noodles. Immediately, the hunter was untied and stood in front of the stove like a real chef. To others, it was just an ordinary instant noodle packet. But for Kiso right now, it's a matter of risking his life. Under the intense supervision of Dogon and Nari, he told himself that the noodles are already good enough, and he would cook them the standard way. Anyway, I don't really know how to cook, so since I'm making 3 packets, I can only estimate the water by feel. Ki carefully watches the boiling water. First, he adds the noodles in soup packet, aiming to cook for exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Since there's no watch, Kiso comes up with a super professional method. No watch, just go with the spiritual vibe. 270 beats per minute means the noodles are perfectly cooked to the second, and Kiso concentrates intensely, listening to his heartbeat to time it perfectly. When it hits 270, he roars and quickly lifts the noodles with chopsticks to achieve the ideal chewiness. The most important thing for a delicious bowl of noodles is the technique of lifting the noodles high, to expose them to the air. helping them tighten and reach the perfect chewiness. Nam Kiso focused all his attention on each movement, secretly thinking that if only he had a bit of kimchi, it would be perfect. But in this demon world, that's a luxury. Seeing the steaming bowl of noodles, he smiled contentedly, having given his all and feeling no regrets. Nam Kiso's sincere masterpiece of noodles revealed flavor and nutritional scores nearly perfect. Kiso confidently invites, "Do you want to try some?" Seeing the pot of noodles, Nari was amazed and exclaimed, "Your cooking is so different from my uncle's." Even Dogen had to admit, "That's right. Cooking noodles with the rhythm of the heart really makes a difference." After Dogen took a bite to taste, the three of them started eating happily. Immediately, a burst of flavor transported them to paradise with dazzling light and angelic trumpets. Dogen was stunned, realizing this was the taste of purity. Nari was eating and shouting with excitement, "Hey, this is insanely delicious!" Even the Gyu bird couldn't help but wonder, do humans eat this every day? Seeing everyone's enthusiastic response, Dogen had to admit it too. "Just finish eating this first. In no time, the pot will be completely empty." Gu collapsed on the table from being too full. Seeing everyone was satisfied, Kisio scratched his head and asked with a smile, "So, does it suit everyone's taste?" Dogen put down his chopsticks, looked straight at Kei, and said seriously, "The noodles are too good. I don't want to steal any. Just tell me what you want." He agrees. Kei stands frozen for a moment, swallowing nervously. Suddenly, the hunter poked his head and knelt down. Bowing his head forcefully to the ground in front of Dogen's surprise, Kiso shouted loudly, "Please teach me!" The male hunter Kiso wants to be as strong as the boss. Dogen could only stand there stunned, face full of doubt, asking, "How did I become the boss already and have to give advice?" Namsi still kneeling on the ground, continuously praising, "Big brother is the strongest hunter I have ever met. I see that the boss has settled here, so I can cook more dishes to serve you. I have proper certifications, you know." He even brought up his family background to vouch for his skills. "My father owns a small chicken shop, so I'm very good at preparing chicken." "This is true, sir." Seeing that Doug seemed to be convinced, Keel added, "It's a hassle to go back and forth through the gate to get supplies or clothes, right? Let me handle it. Of course, I will also pay for your tuition. I really want to learn from the senior to achieve an A rank." Dogen pondered for a moment before asking back, "I asked first, why did you attack Kim Nari? Was it for the reward?" The question left Kiso stunned. Kim Nari is a mechanical being. Watching Nari innocently lift the pot and slurp up the noodle water in the back, Kiso could only obediently nod, tears welling up as he expressed his feelings. Due to personal reasons, it's hard to say, but he doesn't need the reward or Kim Nari. All he wants is to pass the hunter promotion exam, and he won't need anything else. Seeing his sincerity, Dogen coldly ordered, "So what? Get up. I've already had a good meal, and that's the least I can do," Dogen said, emanating a strong pressure. "Let's start with a sparring match." Last time ended too quickly. Kiso cheered happily. "Thank you, big brother." At that moment, Nari slammed the pot onto the table and declared clearly, "Uncle, I want to be your opponent." To Doug's surprise, the girl confidently declared that anything scary could be smashed. "I also want to try putting out that fire." Keel smirked and teased, "You must have forgotten big brother is just strong. I'm not weak." Dogen interrupted the debate. "Are you Nam Ki-sek? Can you break that thing?" he said, pointing to the dark black Hakthia nearby. He looked at the stone and broke out in a sweat. "That's black iron ore, right? It's a type of stone that's many times harder than diamond." When asked if I could do it, he chuckled and waved his hand. "Well, this stuff is really tough. It would take at least an A grade to break it." A loud explosion immediately erupts as Nari delivers a thunderous punch, shattering the diamond hard stone into pieces before Kiso's horrified eyes. It really runs in the family. The hunter's head is stunned. Sweat poured down his face in disbelief. How could this be? Nari now stands proudly on the chair, her eyes shining with challenge. She extends her hand, emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy, and says firmly, "Chalk lock, go ahead, let's fight." Nam Kiso is actually a naturally awakened person, once a promising hunter with a bright future, possessing superpowers at the age of 8, just like the legendary prodigies. With his hard work, he has already reached B+ rank before turning 20, and is quite handsome. Fang was surrounded, and this explosive growth brought him fame, making him always dream of becoming the strongest hunter without any flaws. But one day, while taking a bath, he suddenly froze in shock when he noticed something unusual. Except for one thing, the disaster came too early. At an age when people usually start to awaken, his hair began to fall out uncontrollably. All efforts are in vain. Despite his handsome appearance and innate talent, the one who shined brighter than anyone else quickly lost the light of his life. During a checkup, a cold announcement rang out. Number 307 Nam Kok slumps on the floor amid mocking words about his A-class ambitions as his development completely stalls. In the dim room filled with empty bottles, Nam Kiso lies motionless on the sofa with a blank expression. On the TV screen, the guest program is introducing Dr. Han from the Korean Research Institute. He begins to talk about an interesting study involving liquid metal, an extremely rare compound even in the demon world. With a triumphant smile, the 90-year-old scientist took off his hat to reveal his thick white hair, claiming that thanks to accidentally applying a bit of that compound on his head, his hair grew back miraculously. Seeing this scene, Keel sprang up like a spring. speechless in the face of this shocking truth. When he heard the doctor declare he would use all the remaining liquid metal to create a mechanical being for the safety of humanity, Kyo yelled furiously at the screen. Make robots? Make hair growth medicine instead? That's what will save the whole world. A few days later, a breaking news alert on his phone caught his eye. Handbit Institute's masterpiece had escaped into the demon world. Kaisel immediately set out, telling himself that in the demon world there are no rules. Whoever finds it first gets to keep the prize. With a fierce determination to fill his cracked head at all costs, he plunged into the search for the mechanical creature. But the harsh reality was revealed as Kiso lay sprawled on the ground, face covered in dirt and wounds. Nari stands beside him cheerfully shouting, "Another win." Kiso trembled, secretly terrified by her overwhelming power. Dogen from afar sighed in disappointment. "You're back on the floor again? What kind of fighting is this that even a kid can dodge every hit without getting hurt?" Hearing that, the hunter nudged his head and struggled to get up, shouting with determination, "I will try my best. Just watch and see." Meanwhile, Dogun has finished the red wooden cabinet according to Gu's instructions. "I'm satisfied," patting the sturdy wood. "All right, the storage cabinet is done. Redwood really is sturdy. Thanks for the guidance. This will last a long time." Watching the hunter struggling in the distance, Doug quietly admired, and he really does have courage. All day long, Nam Ki-seo has been battered and bruised, but deep down, the hunter who was poking his head out feels an unprecedented sense of freedom. Maybe it's because he's finally shed the burden of the wig he's carried for so long, and he channels all his willpower in his blazing hands, telling himself, "But why do I feel so free? Is it because I threw away the wig?" Seo roared with determination as Kim Na once again stepped forward, unleashing a powerful stream of fire surrounding her body. Watching that scene, Gu calmly comments that his fire control isn't bad, but if he can't defeat a kid, it's all pointless. Standing beside him, Dogen also admits that Naji was never an ordinary child. Determined not to give up, Kai stomped his foot to gain momentum and shot forward like a missile. "This time, I will definitely win." Facing the fiery attack, Naji remained calm and replied, "You go ahead." Just as K's punch made contact, a strange phenomenon occurred that left him in awe. This is Naja's body suddenly liquefying and melting into a mass of liquid, firmly clinging to Kiso's arm to completely neutralize his flames, showing true mastery. Taking advantage of the liquefied state, Naji dodges the attack and suddenly delivers a powerful kick, sending Ki flying far away. The powerful impact sent the hunter's body crashing into the cliff, causing large cracks and clouds of dust. Nari cheered happily. The girl cheered excitedly. "I'm not afraid of fire anymore." Thanks to that uncle. Trapped in a rocky pit, Kiso begins to fall into silence with bitter thoughts about the limits of someone stuck in rank B like himself, with no useful skills left to fight back. However, the man's will to never give up rises again. He tells himself, "These few wounds can't stop me." With his body covered in wounds, Nam Ki-seo still stands tall and shouts loudly, "One more time, Kim Na." But just as his momentum was rising, he suddenly looked bewildered as blood started to flow from his nose down his face. At that moment, Dogen stepped forward hesitantly and asked a question full of implication. "How many days have you been in the demon world?" He quickly wiped the blood and respectfully replied, "Ah, today is the 9th day." Dogen advises K to go back because at his current level, staying longer would definitely cost him his life due to the demonic aura. Although he still wanted to stay longer, the carpenter had to reluctantly agree. Seeing that, Dogen encouraged him further. "But you have the potential to reach rank A, so just keep working hard." Kiso was stunned, unable to believe his own hands. "It's her." He lowered his head and admitted that he had failed the A-rank exam for 5 consecutive years, and people said if he didn't pass within 3 years, he should give up hope. But Dogen still firmly insists don't give up. "Your mana is still full. Don't use it all up. Keep going. I believe you can do it." The sincere words of encouragement moved Kiso to tears. He choked up and called out, "Big brother." Before entering the teleportation gate, Dogen reminded him to thoroughly purify the demon energy upon arrival. The hunter bowed deeply and shouted with determination, "Thank you. I, Nam Ki-seok, will do my best, and I hope you continue to watch over me." Watching his figure disappear into the light, Dogun secretly planned to turn this guy into a top-tier worker for himself. He eagerly asked, "Do you need anything else? I think we're out of noodles." Nari happily cheered about the noodles, while Dogen said to just leave it for now. Kaisel agreed and promised to buy more next time. As they parted ways, Nari waved goodbye and said, "Be careful on your way. Practice hard. Next time you'll win." Kaisel suddenly remembered something and asked, "Big brother, where is my precious hair?" Doug casually replied, "I don't know," in a vague singing voice, while the Gyu bird on Nari's head showed a clearly cunning expression, and Kiso quietly left with his head bowed, constantly wondering where his precious hair had gone. When the gate closed, Gu nervously asked Dogon if trusting Kaisel was safe, because if he betrayed them and brought more hunters here, it would be very dangerous. Dogon turned to ask Gu's opinion, knowing it could read others' memories. "What do you think? You can read other people's memories." The little bird confirms that his memories are just tears from losing hair and craving top-tier women. Nothing malicious. It recalls Ki collapsing and crying in despair over his career and hair. Dogen smirked with an interesting smile. I think I'll be very happy to see how honestly he behaves. Seeing Nari confused and asking if he understood what Gun said, Doug then admitted that he did understand. He proudly showed off the wardrobe he just finished building with Gu's advice. How does it look? More tidy now, right? Standing in the wooden house, Nari looked around and hesitated before commenting that it seemed a bit dark. Hearing Nari say the house is a bit dark, Dogun nodded in agreement. Is that what you think? Then let's add a window. The sunlight streaming in makes Nari excitedly exclaim, "It's so bright, I love it." Seeing the girl happy, Doug smiled and praised her before making a suggestion. You're clever. If you like it bright, we just need a few more lights for when it gets dark. He explained that there is a type of stone called glowstone that can emit light on its own, and just a few pieces hung from the ceiling would keep the house always bright. Nari excitedly asked if they could make lamps. Dogan immediately turned to ask Gu, "Do you know where to find Kwang Thok?" The little bird replied that they usually appear in the volcano area, which is known as a deadly land for hunters. Gu's voice suddenly drops with a melancholic tone, and hearing the news about searching for the luminous stone, Gu's face falls. Seeing Gu's sorrowful expression, Dogan wonders why going home makes him so sad. Nari quickly sensed something was wrong. She hugged Gu tightly, worried. "Uncle, what is Gu saying?" His voice sounds strange. "I think it's upset about something." Dogun guesses that maybe Gu is just worried about the danger of the volcano area, so he decided to go alone and told you to stay home. But Nari immediately objected strongly. "No, I'm going too. I'm no longer afraid of fire. I want to go to the volcano area with you." The girl's determination surprised Doug and made him admire how quickly she had overcome her fear. When asked for Gu's opinion, the little bird also decisively said, "I'm going too. I have a few things to take care of there." So all three agree to set out together. To ensure safety, Dogan begins using his energy to create special equipment that allows the two kids to withstand the intense heat of the volcano. Meanwhile, in the Mandreora garden, the young plants are diligently clearing strange weeds. Elsewhere, at the towering volcano, blazing lava flows fiercely through the darkened sky. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the earth, accompanied by the emergence of a giant shadow with blazing eyes rising amidst the thick smoke and dust. This place emits scorching heat with thick toxic and demonic fumes that can kill anyone who inhales them, so information about it in the human world is almost non-existent. Seeing Nari happily jumping around near the burning lava flow, G couldn't help but worry. "Hey, is that girl about to jump down there to dig up eggs or what? She looks so excited." Gu wonders. Nari being a mechanical creature is fine, but why is Dogon still safe and sound even though he's not a mechanical being? When hearing Dogon admit he's a chimera hunter, Gu pondered, so chimera must have goat heads and horse faces. Why does he look like the god Beast? I used to be the same, but after rebirth, I became human again. Do you think a monster near a hunter would find it uncomfortable? The little bird nervously admitted, "Gu is not bad. Talking to others is fun. You are not bad people either." Dogan smiled happily. "Then that's lucky." Nari hurried over to interrupt the conversation and asked to join in. "Are you talking to him again? I also want to talk to Gu." Hearing Doug say that Gu is curious about both of their backgrounds, the girl cheerfully exclaimed with confidence, "He's a native of the demon world, so am I." That clever remark made Gu just stay silent and think to himself, "I am the native here." That clever girl. According to Gu's instructions, Kwang Thai usually stays near the impending eruption of the lava, so the group heads straight for the volcano's mouth. Just as Nari reached the top and cheered excitedly, Dogan also found what he was looking for. Oh, Kwang Thok. Dogan is truly lucky, but his joy is short-lived as a giant creature with rough orange skin suddenly appears through the thick smoke, making him cautious. Is that a fire toad? That huge monster seems to be crying. Tears streaming down the rough face of the fire toad leave Nari stunned. Look, there's another one ahead. Upon closer inspection, Dogan realizes that the immobile fire frog in front of him is the female, but she died during the journey. Gu explains that only females during the breeding season carry the bulging clusters of eggs on their backs. But when the female dies, all the eggs will die too because the temperature inside the volcano is too high for them. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Nerissa said, "I feel sorry for the frog. After losing its mate, it looks so gaunt." "Poor thing, isn't it?" Dogan said quietly before giving her a warning. "Kim, Nari, wait here for a moment." Then he suddenly leapt down the cliff face and charged straight at the two monsters. Nari shouted in panic, "Where are you going, uncle?" His reckless action made the Gu bird turn pale. "What's going on? Turn back quickly. Troll down." "The fire toad is very sensitive. Don't go near it." Despite the warning, Dogan continued to approach the agitated toad. Feeling the presence of an intruder approaching, the fire toad took a deep breath and unleashed a massive blast of flames that engulfed the entire surrounding area. Nari screamed in despair. Uncle Law wants to blow up the volcano, but he stands calmly amid the flames. Yet, amidst the raging fire, he gently touches the monster's head and softly says, "Just stay there." Immediately, the fire frog collapsed to the ground like a small mountain. It turns out Dogan secretly used a small amount of paralyzing venom from the Mecha Cobra to temporarily knock it out. I told myself that the fire toad, being resistant to poison, would wake up soon. Seeing Nari worried, she asked Han, and he calmly replied, "Don't worry, I have a good fire-resistant armor. This fire is just enough for a steam bath." Standing between the two monsters, Doug looked at the corpse and silently thought that although he couldn't do anything for the departed, the remaining lives still deserved to continue living. He released mana, sending golden energy threads to cover all the eggs on the dead frog's back to protect them from the heat of the Dung Nham. Dogan finished tying the eggs onto the toad's back with energy silk, hoping they would soon revive. The toad woke up, let out a croak, and gently touched the corpse as if saying a final goodbye. Immediately after, it gathers all its strength and leaps into the air, making Nari scream in shock. It's flying now. The fire toad soared high in the sky, never forgetting to glance back at Dogan's group. Seeing this, Nero was filled with delight. The fire frog just looked back this way. It seems to be thanking us. Dogan smiled as he watched. He understands that because he saw his lost partner, he decided to leave with the next generation to start a new life. Without wasting any more time, Dogan urges him on. Alright, let's go down quickly. Dao Quang Thak still has a home to return to. Hearing the words about going home, Nari excitedly rushed down, using her extraordinary strength to tear apart the glowing rocks from the ground. She cheered, "Wow, this is so beautiful." While Dogan reminded to be careful not to get hit by falling rocks, he looked at Gu the exhausted bird beside the stone bag and asked, "Are you okay? You look so tired. I wonder how easily I used to crush these things back then, but now he's struggling because his body has shrunk." Seeing that Gu looks tired, Doug tells him he doesn't need to help and should go do his own thing, because he knows he brought gifts to meet his friends again. When called out, Gu immediately bristled and argued back. What friends would a monster have anyway? "I wasn't planning to meet anyone. I just brought the gift and will go back." She denies it, but keeps clutching the fruit. Dogan secretly laughs at the shyness of this clever little bird. Although Gu insisted, he only regretted not saying goodbye before leaving. When Dogan asked if he had separated from the flock himself, Gu suddenly froze awkwardly and stammered, "Well, sometimes wisdom can be a burden." While others simply follow their instincts, like calmly swallowing a scorpion without a second thought, Gu feels completely lost. In a place where no one has thoughts or language, that loneliness drives it to leave the herd and seek its own path. Back in the present, Gu quietly thinks they are probably still busy swallowing scorpions and might not even remember what kind of bird I am. Amidst the blazing volcanoes, Nari is struggling to pull something stuck in the rock crevice. With a snap, the girl pulls out a pitch-black egg with blazing flame-like patterns. Recognizing it as a monster's egg, Nari nervously points out a small crack on the shell and wonders if it's already broken. Dogan pondered, then explained that the hatchling must break the shell itself to grow strong. Facing Nari's hesitation, he decided to take it home, or else it would end up roasted here. Despite Gu's panic and warning about the danger of what is about to hatch, Dogan was still curious to see what creature was inside. He had already chosen a perfect spot to make a nest for it near the house. Nari happily takes the egg, while Gu keeps muttering in doubt because he's never seen such a strange egg before. Gu wondered who had dropped the luminous stones here, and then turned to worry about Nari's safety. Dogan smiled reassuringly. "Keep having fun, kid. With me watching your back, even the rocks have to get out of the way." Hearing that, the little bird also felt more at ease. The group quickly dug up some more luminous stones and then hurriedly set off to return home. Soon, the familiar wooden house appeared before their eyes under the clear blue sky. As soon as he saw the group's figures, Namjok hurried out to greet them. "Boss, where have you been?" Dogon realized the hunter had returned earlier than expected. Jock eagerly tried to help carry Doug's heavy backpack, but as soon as he touched it, he was overwhelmed by its incredible weight. Seeing Jock's awkwardness, Dogan coldly ordered him to lift his head. Jock's face is now covered with bruises and bandages, making Dogan wonder what happened to him. Meanwhile, in the volcano area, the gift Gu left has started to take effect. A packet of spicy noodles lying abandoned on the ground quickly drew the attention of the firebirds. Seeing Namjok's battered face covered with bandages, Dogan couldn't help but wonder. "Namjok, what happened to your face? Did you get into a fight with someone?" Dogan added with a sarcastic remark, "I didn't expect you to be the type to get beaten up." Jock scratched his head awkwardly, defending himself by saying that he also often gets hit by Nari, so this is nothing unusual. Seeing the somewhat smug and puzzled expression on his junior's face, Dogan secretly thought this guy seemed overly proud of getting beaten up. To avoid the awkward atmosphere, Jock hurriedly ran off to prepare dinner. He must be hungry. I'll prepare the food right away. The next morning, Dogan sat at the wooden table, carefully carving another gemstone he had just found in the volcano area. Seeing Nar curious and standing beside Han, asking questions, he explained while working. "I'm carving the Tran Limited lantern. Once hung up, it'll make our house the brightest in the street." The girl looked at him with admiration and praise. "Oh, I think you're very clever. You know a lot and can explain well, too." Nari continued to praise that Dogan is not only good at roasting, but also very kind, giving her a warm feeling like a father. Hearing that, Dogan smiled and casually teased him. "So, is your father-in-law back home still as sharp and tough as ever, kid?" The pointed question startled the girl, her face changing color as she awkwardly replied that her father was still well. As the sun gradually set behind the mountains, bringing a gentle warmth to the entire space, the Gu bird lying flat on the ground enjoyed complete relaxation. It thought to itself that although the temperature wasn't as high as in the volcanic region of its homeland, the current sensation made its whole body feel like it was about to fall apart from extreme relaxation. Just as he was dozing off into a peaceful sleep, 3 small shadowy figures with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared from behind under the brilliant sunset. That's the Mandragoras. They quietly approached and suddenly performed a coordinated move called the Ultimate Embrace Formation. All 3 small monsters charged at once, and just as he was enjoying a moment of peace, a Mandragora suddenly leapt onto her. The little bird looks confused, not understanding what's happening. What's going on? What's wrong? Immediately after, the Mandragora swarm attacked, leaving Gu helpless to defend himself. Seeing the chaos, Nari shouted, "Why are they fighting?" Dogen, standing nearby, casually remarked that the trees are probably upset because Gu has invaded their territory. To relieve the tension, Nam Jok excitedly brings the new dish to the table. Now, thank you for waiting. The sweet and sour inarushi is loved by all children. It's the stuffed tofu with rice that Duroc prepared with great care and perfect nutritional value. He proudly shows off that this dish is both easy to make and visually appealing, even though it's actually just made from a pre-packaged ingredient. The advertisements make it sound amazing, but it's all just using pre-made ingredient packs. A lavish feast was laid out, and Nari didn't hold back her praise. "Yes, you're amazing." Dogen also nodded in agreement. "Not bad." Jok cheerfully invites everyone to the feast. "Ha ha, let's eat everyone." However, Dogen suddenly changed to a serious tone. He stared intently at the wounds on his subordinate's face and repeated the question. "Don't make a fuss over food. Hurry up, which kid colored your face like a map?" Dewey Siak awkwardly scratched his head and sadly admitted that when he went to register for the Hunter Association competition, he ran into some trouble. Dogen immediately guessed what was happening, being mocked for failing the exam 7 times, then fighting and getting beaten back. Dewey Siak bitterly recalled being chased and ridiculed, saying his pride was shattered along with his messy hair. Dogen examined closely and wondered because he still saw his hair was uneven and not fully shaved. Immediately, Gio launched into a long explanation about medicine and hair follicles, making Dogen just feel sorry and apologize. To change the mood, Dogen asked about the timing of the promotion exam. Hearing Jock say it would be within the next 60 days, he immediately made a decision. Then it's special training. Dewey Siak happily rejoiced as if he had found gold. "I will do my best, but his first assignment made the handyman's hair stand on end. First, from now on, you'll wash the dishes instead of Kim Nar." Seeing Nari and Gu lying exhausted from overeating, Jock stammers, "Yes, washing dishes?" And that's not all. Dogon pointed to the dusty pile of quartz near the volcano and gave the order. "Just polish this feng shui stone pile while you're at it. It looks pretty messy." Seeing Jokop's surprise at the enormous workload that didn't resemble training at all, Dogen coldly concluded that if he didn't want to do it, he could stay in Class B. Dogen told Nari to go fishing for dinner, and she eagerly agreed immediately. Meanwhile, Namgyo lingered alone with the pile of dirty dishes and his heavy backpack on his shoulders, silently telling himself he had his own plans. Joke knows well that he is not a natural genius. To reach rank B, he has had to put in countless efforts and perseverance beyond what ordinary people can imagine. With nothing but diligence, Joke is determined to go all the way despite failing 6 times and preparing for his 7th attempt. He ran desperately while carrying his belongings, responding to his teammates' call of "wait for me," as Dogen leisurely fished by the stream and Nari yawned endlessly, waiting for the fish to bite. The girl complained because all the fish kept swimming towards Dog. Just then, a monster fish suddenly leapt out and hit Jock on the head as he clumsily held the pile of dishes. It really is a case of misfortune attracting more misfortune. Because of his fire attribute, when attacked by a water-type monster, Jock screamed in pain as his elemental advantage was suppressed. Dogen quietly thought to himself that this was truly a diligent employee. Seeing Jock sitting exhausted beside the luminous stone pile, he approached and asked why he didn't use mana to surround himself like a protective shield. Hearing his junior admit that his training had no results, Dogen picked up a luminous stone, handed it to him, and told him to take it. Dewey Siak, still confused and not understanding why it was a luminous stone, suddenly saw a fierce green-black mana surge erupting from the stone. The heavy stone suddenly dropped to the ground, causing Jock to panic as he couldn't focus his energy into his hand to hold it. To use this energy source, he must use his own refined mana to push that magical flow away. Dogon pointed to Dewey Siak's chest and confirmed that the mana in his body was actually enough. The only issue is that he hasn't yet mastered controlling the flow of energy within his body. Dogon begins to unblock Namjok's mana channels. He explains that the flow is now unblocked and asks you to let the mana move naturally. Dogon Kim is always a healer who practices acupressure. Under the guidance of the senior, Dewey Siak focused all his energy to try lifting the luminous stone again. Even though his face contorted from the immense pressure, the hunter gritted his teeth and endured. And finally, a triumphant roar echoed as he managed to lift the glowing stone high into the air, surprising himself. His aura soared, even if it was just to wash the dishes clean. Jock burst into loud, triumphant laughter, realizing that even washing dishes and cleaning are part of Dogon's intricate training plan. Seeing his junior grasp the secret, Dogon calmly handed over the remaining dishes and reminded him to always circulate mana throughout the process. With his spirits high, Dewey Siak confidently declared himself a skilled housekeeper, capable of cleaning everything and determined to succeed. Night fell, and the bright moonlight enveloped the small wooden house in the quiet, deep forest. Inside, the luminous crystal hanging on the wall emits a gentle light, revealing everyone deep in sleep after a long, exhausting day of training. In his dream, Jock keeps muttering about his goal to achieve rank A. Do-gun sleeps soundly, but Gu the little bird is restless because he overslept in the evening and now can't fall asleep. While inside the strange egg, G suddenly notices something unusual when Nari quietly sits up. The girl silently slipped out of the house in the quiet midnight. Watching Nari's figure gradually disappear into the darkness, Gu couldn't help but wonder what that girl was planning to do to stay up so late. In the quiet of the late night, Nari quietly walks to the stream without realizing Gu is watching curiously from behind. The little bird wonders where the girl is still heading at this hour. Standing in the cold water, Nari carefully washed the white t-shirt, silently thinking that she had dirtied the gift Dogon gave her. The girl told herself that even though it was her older brother's old clothes, she still wanted to keep it clean, so just a little wash would be enough. Hiding behind the old tree, Doug and Gu silently watch her every move. Gu wonders why Nari has to suffer by doing laundry so late at night. Seeing Nari's small back, Doug suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Damn it, I raised her but let her wear only a cheap rag to go out into the rain. He really is a terrible uncle. I blame myself for being so careless, only thinking about my own convenience and forgetting a child's basic needs. Nari cheered happily as the stubborn stains finally disappeared. She stood up to enjoy the cool night breeze, but was startled when she saw Dogun and Gu right behind her. Dogun quickly covered his embarrassment by saying he was just taking Gu for a nighttime stroll and asked if she had the same idea. This excuse could only fool kids. Dogun, okay. Nari nervously nodded and agreed to let it go. He stepped closer, asked Nari to stay still for a moment, and gently tied a rope around her waist to make her loose t-shirt look neater. Then carefully tucked a bright yellow sunflower, Nari's favorite flower, into her belt. Seeing her new dress styled exactly like the boss's outfit, Nari couldn't help but feel moved by its simple yet warm beauty. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the bushes, causing Nari to panic and cling tightly to Dogun's hand. The girl trembled and asked what that sound was, but Dogun simply smiled, reassuring her that it was just the chirping of a B-class monster cricket hiding nearby, as he took Nari's hand and they strolled back home under the bright moonlight. On the way, Dogun kindly asked if she needed more clothes or shoes so he could ask Jock to prepare them. Nari happily smiled and replied that just the outfit the uncle gave her was already more than enough. Although Nari said she was fine, Dogun still felt uneasy about letting her keep wearing clothes that didn't fit, not to mention the Goo bird constantly chirping in his ear. Is it okay for Uncle Bon Shin to let the girl wear a sack all the time? To solve the problem, Dogun decided to return to the slum area 13. As he stepped out of the teleportation gate barefoot, he immediately drew curious glances from passersby who whispered about his strange appearance and his thin legs. What is this? Are your legs not thick? Why are you dressed like that? Dogun thought to himself. Although I want to take Nari with me to choose clothes, the human world at this moment might still be too overwhelming for her, especially since she still has the tracking device from the laboratory attached to her. It's so ironic that I had to use a precious portal stone just to come back here and look for children's clothes. This is what being a foster parent is all about, guys. Dogun looked around blankly, trying to recall the old clothing shop from his memory. I remember there was a clothing store around here. Has it been that long already? Is it no longer here? Just as he was struggling to tuck his hair behind his ear, a hand suddenly grabbed his shirt collar along with a welcoming offer. Sorry, are you looking for a clothing store? In front of you is a kid with messy brown hair. It quickly raises a finger and offers 10,000. The service fee is only 10,000. I will take you to a clothing store. The kid confidently insists he knows a place that's both cheap and good for someone like you. Dogun calmly replied that he currently had no cash and would pay after trading for items. Hearing that, the kid looked at him with a disdainful gaze, secretly judging him as just a rookie hunter and a demon world newcomer who had been beaten so badly he didn't even have 10,000 gold in his pocket, but still tried to act fancy buying clothes. Still, the kid waved his hand to signal. Seeing that the uncle was so poor, I decided to help him first and pay later. Follow me quickly. Dogun just smiled and replied, yeah, thanks. They both started introducing themselves. The boy's name is Bong Shu, and he's called John Dogon. Bong Shu casually called him John and led the way into the narrow alleys. Watching a patrol car pass by, Bong Shu commented that the security situation in the slums had improved significantly. The kid glances at Dogon and makes a guess. You just woke up recently, right? Does it look like that? Bong Shu confidently analyzes that leaving the gate without any equipment shows he has spent money on gear and then got robbed. The kid even remembers to comfort him, telling him not to be discouraged because everyone faces difficulties at the beginning. Dogon couldn't help but be surprised by the understanding of his young guide. You're so young but so knowledgeable. This comment immediately offended Bong Shu. The kid freaked out and shouted, don't call me a child. I'm 17 years old. I just look small because I'm picky about food. Dogun froze, stunned for a few seconds by the shocking truth about this teenager's age. Bong Shu, while leading the way, also warned Dogun to stay away from Zone 13, as it is known to be extremely dangerous. It turns out that a gang called Space, originally from District 11, has just expanded into this area, and since the police seem to have given up, no one dares to stand up for the residents anymore. Hearing the strange gang's name, Doug quietly wonders whether the orphanage in District 13 where he used to belong still exists amidst this chaos. Meanwhile, at a clothing store with a sale sign, the blonde shop owner sighed heavily out of frustration because of the slow business. Just as they were thinking about switching to another business, the doorbell rang loudly, and Bong Shu ran in excitedly shouting, "Mrs. P, I'm back." Walking behind Bong Shu, Dogun curiously looked around. This was the first time in his life he had actually stepped into a clothing store to buy clothes. Bong Shu quickly explained, "He said he needs to buy clothes. He's a hunter." Hearing the word hunter, the shop owner immediately changed expression and dragged Bong Shu into a corner to question him. She grits her teeth and scolds Bong Shu for bringing back those ragged hunters again, even though she's already gone into debt countless times. That uncle of hers looks more like a monster-scarred hunter than a potential customer. Bong Shu was choked but still insisted that he looked very handsome, and moreover, it was the shop owner herself who told him to bring the poor hunters because they reminded her of her late brother. The two kept arguing loudly about who owed whom until Dogon's voice interrupted. "I'm sorry, I need to buy some clothes. Here's the stack of money in front of you two, who are stunned, and I ask, this is all I have. How much can this amount buy? It's only this much, but it's worth a whole fortune to them." Both the shop owner and Bong Shu were wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes when they saw a stack of money worth tens of millions of world, yet he claimed it was only this much. Immediately, the shop owner changed her attitude 180 degrees. She clasped her hands, smiled brightly, and warmly welcomed you. "Every day here is a new surprise. Welcome to the happy world, my child." Ms. Don Da invited Doug to sit down and served him tea and cake so attentively that he could only stare in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Dogan leisurely sipped his tea as he made a specific request for clothes for a preschool-aged girl. "Please, help me pick out a few more." Hearing about the big order, the shop owner was overjoyed, her hands clasped together in excitement. "Oh my, you've come to the right place. Children's clothing is my main specialty." She started giving enthusiastic advice, suggesting starting with the latest spring-summer collection. With her extensive experience, she confidently states that girls' clothes must definitely have gender. And for active children who run around, easy-to-move clothing is the top priority. Dogan could only nod silently at her expertise, especially when she emphasized that pink and cute designs were the key to sealing the deal, the golden rule to turn Nari into a princess. The receipt printer kept running non-stop in front of the huge amount of goods Dogan had selected. The shop owner, Bach, was exhausted but still looked radiant with happiness, secretly wishing every day could be like this, with everything sold out. Looking at the pile of goods stacked high like a mountain, she was amazed and announced that she couldn't believe over 100 items had sold out completely. "Do you need me to send it back for you? Just buying a few sets and I've already grabbed over 100 items." Dogan calmly refused, saying he could carry it himself, then turned to hand a stack of money to the boy guiding the way. "Here, Bong Shu." Bong Shu froze in shock, unable to believe he was receiving such a generous reward. Dogan slung a bag of clothes over his shoulder and told Bong Shu, "I have one more favor to ask you." Walking down the slum streets, he secretly felt that shopping for new clothes had its own little pleasure. "Here it is, a stable clean room as you wanted. There's been a police station nearby recently, so the security is good and the landlord is also kind." Hearing Dogan ask again with suspicion, Bong Shu firmly called the landlord to open the door. However, seeing Doug's back as he went inside, Bong Shu suddenly felt that something was wrong. A feeling of extreme unease grew in Bong Shu's heart. He clenched the bag tightly in his hand, secretly thinking that no matter how much money he had, it was extremely unusual for a stranger to give a child like him 100,000 and even buy clothes. The rumors about bad guys using money to lure and kidnap children kept running through his mind, making the boy hesitate whether to run away immediately or not. But then the image of the kind shop owner appeared, making Bong Shu wonder if he was truly a good person. Just then, Dogon came out of the house and nodded in satisfaction. "As you said, the landlord is really kind, and the inside is also clean." Here is the translation of the target line. Doug calmly hands over the room key for room 303 and says, "Here, take it. It seems like you're just wandering the streets." He's truly a big shot, guys. Bong Shu stood frozen in shock, his eyes fixed on the key in his hand. As Dogan turned to leave, saying goodbye, the boy suddenly trembled and asked suspiciously, "If I go in, will you kidnap me?" Dogan chuckled at the boy's suspicion. What are you talking about? You're the one who introduced me." Dogan was about to leave when Bong Shu shouted loudly, "If not for that, then why are you so kind to me when we just met? With the introduction fee, clothes, and now even a place to stay." Dogan hesitated. He turned his head to look at the boy with a gentle, nostalgic smile. "You just remind me of the old days. I used to live like you too. Even though that was a long time ago, I leave my final message to say goodbye. See you again later." Dogan walks through the gate and disappears. As soon as he stepped into the wooden house in the demon world, Dogan saw Nari and Namjok rushing out to greet him anxiously. Nari pouted and scolded, "Where did you go without texting? Making me and you worry at home to the point of exhaustion. Is the boss back?" Dogan casually set down the heavy sack and said, "I bought a gift for the kid." Hearing the word gift, Nari cheered excitedly. When the bag is opened, the goo bird is also amazed and exclaims, "Wow, you bought so much?" Jock, wrapping a white cloth around himself, shyly asked, Hey boss, Nari's pile is as high as a mountain. Does this little disciple of mine have anything to cover himself with? Dogen nodded in confirmation, causing the hunter to cheer happily, while in a corner of the wooden house, the monster egg taken from the volcano suddenly began to change. The constant clicking sounds echoed as the black eggshells began to crack, revealing fiery veins flickering intensely. Since focusing on folding the newly bought clothes, Doug suddenly felt a strange sense of peace and tranquility. Lost in the pile of clothes, Nari's voice called out from behind, "Hey, look at this!" The girl appeared stunning in her wide yellow dress and elegant wide-brimmed hat, looking just like a little princess. Beauty truly comes from within. Dogen has a great eye for choosing cool outfits. Dogen doesn't hold back on praise. That looks really beautiful. You like that outfit the most, don't you? But Nari's passion for fashion was only just beginning. She looked at him with a clever glint in her eyes. I want to try on a few more outfits, so a little fashion show took place right in the underworld. How do you even wear these ridiculously long pants? She again pulls the oversized white shirt over her head to pretend to be a ghost. I am a ghost. The girl keeps changing outfits, excitedly singing because there are so many beautiful clothes to choose from. Seeing that scene, Dogen couldn't help but laugh happily. So funny and really adorable. Finally, Nari has found her true love. She steps out in her new shoes, excited to show off the print on her shirt. That chicken in the middle looks just like Goo. I love it so much. It's a white hoodie with a cute yellow chick printed on it. Goo looked at the picture on the shirt, then pouted and argued. Huh? Does it look like me? However, Goo the bird looked worried at the remaining pile of clothes. Our house is about to become a clothing store. Big brother, where are we going to put all these silks? Dogen quietly admitted that he was also considering expanding the house to create a separate changing room. Seeing the boss's plan to build, Goo asked if he needed to go chop more trees. Don't worry, I've already asked someone else to chop the trees. Hey Namjock, are you ready for the special training? Immediately, a figure swooped down from above, landing with great force. Dressed in a sleek hunter's armor, Namjock confidently declared, Sir, I, Namjock, am always ready for special training. It's a pity for this 180-centimeter body. The hunter respectfully bowed his head before Dogon, holding out a grayish object and confirming, I've also prepared the boss's training tools. Seeing how overly enthusiastic the junior was, Dogon could only ask in confusion, what training tools? Is this leather suit your training gear? It's soaked with super concentrated toxins. I just touched it and almost died. Haha, he's imagining it all with admiration. This must be a way to push oneself to the limit, even in daily life, right? That's right, big brother. I will follow your example and try my best in training. Dogen could only stay silent because he was actually just too lazy to wash it properly. But eventually, he went along with it. Then just wear it. Jock froze in shock. Seeing this as a good opportunity to train the younger ones, Dogen calmly ordered, I'm done training, so put on that outfit and go chopping wood. I'll choose the tree. Uncle Siok panicked and protested that wearing that was like committing suicide. But before he could finish, Nari's voice rang out. Uncle, what's going on with that egg? The whole group hurried inside, witnessing the monster egg shaking violently and starting to crack open. Dogen observed carefully and concluded, moving more forcefully, it's about to hatch. While Jock trembled in fear that it was a disaster-level monster, Nari was full of hope. No way, it will definitely be a cute little monster. Despite the hunter's worried attempt to poke its head, a glowing yellow eye suddenly appeared from the crack in the shell. Nari cheered excitedly. It's opening now, it's opening! Jock was so scared he screamed in terror. A sharp claw, thick scales, and a bright yellow tail suddenly emerge. Its tongue lolls out in a fierce, furious manner, making everyone hold their breath and wonder what kind of terrifying monster this is. But contrary to its fierce appearance, a tiny creature with big, round, shiny black eyes crawled out of its shell. Clearly a case of hiding the truth behind a false front. The whole group was stunned and speechless at the true look of this creature. Namjock stared in shock at the creature that just emerged from its shell. Chick, little snake. What kind of creature is this? Suddenly, the tiny creature leapt into the air and landed perfectly on Jock's head, leaving him frozen in shock, while the intense training continued with Jock carrying huge logs under Goo's strict supervision. The little bird keeps urging him to hurry up. There's still a mountain of work to do. Goo is taking the chance to get revenge on Jock, making the hunter struggle against the weight and suffocate from the thick fumes of poison from the suit he wears. Jock grit his teeth and endure, constantly questioning how Dogon can go about his daily life in such a terrifying outfit. Back at the wooden house, Dogen stretched and relaxed after organizing the new pile of clothes. Done at last. It's been a long time since I folded clothes. It's kind of fun. The peace was quickly shattered by Nari's excited call from the yard. Hey, look, it's eating this bread. Watching Nari happily feed the little creature, Dogen figures it must know that the kid is the one who saved it, which is why it's so obedient. Seeing that it somewhat resembles a snake, Nari excitedly names her new friend Sasa. But as soon as she finished speaking, Sa suddenly dashed off at a terrifying speed, forcing the girl to chase after her in a panic. Watching this lively scene, Dogen smiled to himself, thinking that Nari really liked this new member. Dogen asked Goo curiously, do you think Jasha is a rare species? The little bird admitted she had never seen anything like it but was sure it was a monster from the Volcano region. G calmly warns that we need to pay attention to the Mandreora. When Dogen asks why, G explains that most volcano monsters consider plant species a delicacy because trees are hard to grow there, so they eat whatever they find. Poor little Mandreora, guys. Just then, Nari suddenly collapsed to the ground as Jasha sped past at lightning speed. Gu continues to analyze, especially noting that plants with strong demonic energy will definitely be dug up and eaten from afar. It stands still, its sharp eyes fixed on the tiny sprouts. Gu concluded that it could be the Mandregora's natural enemy. The Mandragora group sensed the deadly aura and trembled in fear before the threatening gaze of the small creature. Seeing the tense scene, Namjoon asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Gu's prediction was completely correct. Nari anxiously urges Duke Da, "Hey, stop him before he hits." Dogen remains calm, crossing his arms, thinking that it would be better if there was no conflict, but this is the demon world, so they will have to establish their hierarchy at least once. Dogen decided to watch from a distance, thinking that Sasa was still young and not very dangerous. The Mandragora group hurriedly retreated, but Sasa had already locked onto her target and let out a piercing chirp. Its eyes blazing with ferocity, it aimed straight at the smallest Mandragora in the group. Suddenly, Sasa took a running start and darted forward like a lightning bolt. A sharp crack echoed as its deadly claw struck down with force. The confrontation between Sasa and the Mandragora pack took an unexpected turn when the first one quickly blocked the attack. Not alone, the Mandragora pack immediately forms a triangle formation, coordinating seamlessly between defense and counterattack, causing Sasa to become confused. As expected, the second one launches a deadly strike, but Jasha quickly uses her flexible tail to block it and then smirks arrogantly. However, Gu believes that it is still too soon for this small creature, as the third member of the Mandragora pack only truly steps in at this moment. A sudden surprise from the third member causes Sasa to be caught off guard and pushed back. Contrary to his fierce appearance at first, Sasa suddenly burst into tears from the shock of his first defeat, leaving Namjoon and Nari stunned in amazement. Namjoon and Gu are still stunned by the dramatic display just now, but their calm is quickly shattered when Doug coldly orders them to get back to work. Gu didn't hesitate to stab Jock in the head to force the stubborn craftsman to stand up quickly, leaving him only to curse the cruelty of his teammate Jock. Truly is a cursed soul. Meanwhile, in a distant sea area, the water suddenly roars with fierce waves as a strange creature appears. A mighty being with bulging muscles, giant wings, and the head of a predatory bird soaring bravely through the sunny sky. With sharp eyes and powerful claws, the creature is gazing toward the mysterious distant horizon, while Namjae struggles to carry heavy logs under Gu's urgent urging. "Hurry up, keep going." Over there, Nari is excitedly spreading the green slime on the wooden wall and cheering. "Spread it on thick." "That's wonderful." Meanwhile, Dogon leisurely arranges the pile of new clothes on the newly finished wooden shelf in the new room. After all their efforts, the final bundle is placed down, marking the completion of the preparation stage. Joe drops to his knees and screams in relief. He cried tears of joy, 2 days without sleep, carrying wood until his back almost broke. Finally, his life of hard labor is coming to an end. "Brothers, look at the solid wooden wall we built ourselves." Dewey Seok still feels a bit worried, wondering if he followed the big brother's instructions correctly. Standing behind, Dogen crossed his arms and smiled with satisfaction, encouraging him. He did very well, making the carpenter deeply grateful for his efforts being recognized. As soon as she entered the costume room, Nari took a deep breath with delight. The room was filled with the scent of flowers. Dewey Seok looked confused and asked again, "Flowers?" The girl firmly confirmed that it was a very pleasant lavender scent that refreshes the mind. Dogon explains that it's because Gu carefully chose a special fragrant wood to make the shelves, so the clothes hung here always smell nice. The Mandragora kids are also immersed in the scent, swaying as if they're partying in a lavender bar. From afar, it seems that Jasha also really likes this scent and has curled up to sleep peacefully. Hearing Dogen call the small creature's name, Jock wondered, "Sasa? Has Sasa already named the baby?" Dogen nodded in agreement and said that if he thought of a better name later, he could change it. Dewey Seok excitedly suggested calling it Little Snake, leaving Dogen only able to silently sigh at the terrible naming skills of his junior. "Oh right, you said you have a proper name. What's your name?" The little bird proudly flapped its wings and replied, "My real name is Rock Mountain Claw. It reflects my nature. Just hearing it makes me want to go into a trance." Dogen could only shake his head. This name was beyond saving. He looked at the small yellow creature curled up and sleeping peacefully and made up his mind. "Let's just call her Sasa." Now that the house has been expanded, Gu curiously asks about the next step. What is the plan from here? The question made Dogen ponder. When he was living alone before, he never had to worry about this. But now that I have friends by my side, everything is different. With responsibilities like this, Nari and Jock must be the happiest. He smiled to himself, but now everything has changed. Dogen suggests a new idea. What if we build a sturdy fence around the house so that even if I go out for a while, no one can enter casually? Namjoon looks at the terrifying black aura surrounding the house and mutters, "This house, I think, no one would dare to approach." Still, Dogen remains very cautious. He fears that S-rank monsters or hunters could arrive at any moment. He decides we need to use materials that are both highly magical and durable. Maybe we should go to the abandoned beach area. I heard there are stones harder than black jade and beautiful glowing yellow quartz. In Dogen's mind, he envisions a sturdy fence with glowing stones at its base, creating a warm campfire-like atmosphere. He excitedly agrees, let's go to the beach area right now. Nari is so excited she cheers happily about going to the beach. In contrast, Namjoon is so panicked that he starts bleeding from his nose. What? Are you all planning to go to the beach area? You can't go. Do you even know what that place is like? He was so scared that he knelt down, claiming he needed to return to the human world to recover his mana and avoid this dangerous trip, and Dogen calmly agreed. All right, if we get back late, remember to take care of the Mandreora. Even though I'm relieved we don't have to go, I still remind you to be extremely careful, big brother. Dogen wondered why the trembling hunter explained that it was an extremely dangerous area, forbidden to anyone below level A, and more importantly, it was ruled by 2 mysterious disaster-level monsters. Rumor has it those monsters were once hunters who were experimented on and escaped from the lab, so be careful, big brother. In the clear blue sky, a strange creature with wide wings is soaring powerfully. Although it has the face of a bird, its body clearly bears the muscular form of a human. From the top of the high cliff, the hunter group had been waiting for a long time, weapons and tracking devices in hand, and finally revealed themselves. The young hunter shouted excitedly. A blazing gold energy circle appears in the palm of the hand, signaling that the target has been locked on. Instantly, a beam of light tears through space and heads straight for the creature soaring in the air. The attack hit its target, causing a small explosion right on the creature's body. Seeing that it continued to flap its wings and fly away without fighting back, the young hunter couldn't help but look down on it. Are they running away? That disaster-level monster seems to be just a rumor after all. A young calf isn't afraid of guns. He hurriedly requests permission to pursue immediately, but the team leader with a mustache remains remarkably calm. He decided to wait for them to lead the way back to the hidden cave because the tracker device was firmly attached to the target. The team leader pondered why, after more than 60 years, these test subjects still retained their human form, instead of becoming completely deformed or succumbing to demonic energy. But then, he coldly dismissed them as failed products that should be discarded, confidently claiming that creating chimera hunters was humanity's greatest achievement and that these failures could not tarnish that reputation. Tie them up quickly. Uncle with the mustache, today we will eliminate them all. As the deadly declaration ended, the observing hunter suddenly shouted in alarm through his scope. He was horrified to realize that the creature was not fleeing but had unexpectedly changed course and was charging straight at them at terrifying speed. The team leader shouted in panic, ordering the deployment of the defensive shield immediately, but it was already too late. The bird-human creature struck with a lightning-fast blow from above, shattering the energy shield like glass, and throwing the hunters into utter shock. The team leader could only cry out in pain as he realized his defense system had been shattered by a single strike. The battle erupted as the bird-human creature descended at terrifying speed. The hunters were stunned to face the bitter truth. Have we misjudged everything? The bearded team leader collapses to the ground, his face twisted in pain, and screams in panic. What are you doing? Everyone, stop it now. Just as the creature was about to deliver the final blow, Nari suddenly rushed forward and threw a punch that sent the opponent flying away. Caught off guard, the bird-human creature froze, its sharp eyes showing surprise. Witnessing the chaos, Nari grumbled and told Dogen, "That little sparrow is attacking someone else." Seeing how fierce she looks, Dogen could only sweat and comment indifferently. Well, I think it's actually the other way around. At that moment, beeping sounds from a hunter's tracker broke the tense atmosphere. He nervously reported, "Captain, there is also a mechanical creature nearby." When questioned, he tremblingly admitted that he brought the tracker because the target's cost was too high to miss. "If you touch Nari, you're touching Dogon's chest scales." Dogon gently pats Nari's head, his eyes suddenly turning cold as he senses the presence of the tailing enemies. "This is bad, to think I ran into them." "Hey, Birdbrain, do you remember me from back then when we shared a room? What was your number?" He was stunned and couldn't believe his ears when he heard the other mention the past. "I didn't expect you to still be alive." Seeing the situation getting out of control, the hunter team leader started whispering to retreat, to save their lives. Because he sensed the extreme danger surrounding this area, he ordered his teammates to prepare for an immediate retreat, as letting these entities escape would have unpredictable consequences. The bird-human creature sneered maliciously, clearing this place first. Yes, it's him. A wave of painful memories floods back, recalling the distinctive scent of the research institute that only subjects numbered 17 and 33 can truly understand. Dogon smiled, a cunning smile, as he realized the strange combination of the chimera's scent from the research institute and their own distinctive smell. The story rewinds 66 years to a dark forest near the Ta laboratory, where a fierce chase unfolds in the night with flashlights sweeping and shouts echoing. This way, we catch them. In the darkness, a boy with half-human, half-bird features is desperately fleeing while carrying his sister. The girl trembles from the cold. The brother and sister are freezing. In his mind, he was overwhelmed with endless torment. He wondered whether to run and die from the cold or stay and die from the experiment. Both paths led to a dead end. What could he do to save his sister? Chim the boy looked at his fading sister with sorrow, wishing she could transform completely into stronger wings, instead of these weak little ones that can do nothing. Ria Thutao, breathing weakly, says, I am warm, big brother. I am fine. You go now. The boy still insists she must hold on a little longer because once they leave this forest, help will come. Just as hope was about to fade, a sudden beam of light shone directly on them. The bird boy gasped in shock as he recognized that the person in front of him was number 17. Dogun, appearing as a teenager holding a flashlight shining in the deep forest, makes the bird boy stammer. Why are you here? Just when things were at their worst, the god Dogun appeared, thinking he was here to save his lover. But instead he announced, sorry to hear, your name is on the death list. While the older brother silently thought that Dogun was truly crazy for always appearing at the worst times to help, Dogun continued warning that the explosive charm would kill him in 3 days if he didn't return. Noticing that his sister Jia hadn't yet been added to the exclusion list, Dogun advised him to stay in the laboratory to receive the anti-side effects medication so he could at least live one more day. But the little bird roared bitterly, You are the darling of the laboratory. How could you understand the pain of defective products like us? The pain from the side effects hit again, causing the older brother to clutch his head and writhe in agony as Ria held him tightly, crying and begging. Brother, let's run away. I want to live like before, even if it's just for one day. Standing at the fragile boundary, he realizes that how long you live is less important than how you live. A fierce will ignites. The little bird spreads its wings, its eyes shining with determination. I want to live freely. Even if it's just for a day, you hold your ground, ready to face any danger and roar, so stop messing around and come here. Faced with your roommate's determination, Dogun calmly pulls out a teleportation stone, and instantly, a blazing green gate opens in the middle of the forest. Yub Huang exclaimed, Where did you get that teleportation stone? Dogun didn't answer, but only coldly warned about the price to pay when crossing this gate. He explained that crossing the gate to the demon world would result in 2 possibilities. Either human cells would be corroded by demonic energy, leading to a painful death, or monster cells would absorb the demonic energy and fully awaken. Dogun's gaze piercingly examined Bell as if questioning him. If he truly believes what he just said, then this must be the better choice, right? He insists that even if Yum can't withstand the demonic aura and turns into a monster, at least he will still be free before that happens. More importantly, once he steps into the demon world, the brutal explosive talisman from the laboratory will be completely nullified. The research team certainly didn't expect this scenario. Facing a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, U-Bomb pondered whether there was any way for an ordinary person to survive in that hellish place. Dogun explains in theory that you need to accumulate enough magic power to protect your body and mind from the infiltration of demonic energy. Although with Yubelm's current abilities this is extremely difficult, Dogun still sows a glimmer of hope. But who knows what the future holds, right? At that moment, the guards' flashlights approached quickly, shouting as they discovered the gate was open. Do you know that the moment of parting has arrived? A fleeting nostalgia appears on the young boy's face. We've been in the same squad for 4 years, and don't even know each other's names. Yubelm watched that figure's back and then clearly introduced himself. I am Yubelm. What's your name? Dogun smiled softly, a rare smile on his face as he replied. My name is John Dogun. What is my name again? The hunter leader looked dazed and speechless, stammering. I don't know why I ended up here. The entire hunting team now fell into a dazed state. They trudged through the teleportation gate following Dogun's orders. It's a success. Go in. Forget everything that just happened here. Witnessing the scene, U-Bomb took a deep breath and was stunned to recognize the smell. Did he use forgetting powder to erase his memory? Dogun calmly explained that it wasn't powder, but that he had been implanted with level A forgetting herb cells into his body. Because Dogun experienced no side effects, they turned him into a storage for all kinds of monster and plant cells, and he looked at his old friend and smiled. A lot has happened since you left. You're number 33. Your name is U-Bomb, right? Yub was stunned, truly surprising. I also didn't expect you to remember. Dogun is surprisingly cold, but quite caring. Nari shyly stepped closer, gently grabbing Dogun's shirt and asked curiously, Are you really friends with that sparrow? Dogun calmly nodded in confirmation. Yeah, he's from the sparrow tribe. Hearing the strange name, the girl couldn't help but be puzzled. A sparrow? To help Nari keep her identity secret, Dogun quickly made up a story. Oh, aren't the sparrow tribe and the pineapple tribe allies? Nari was startled but quickly went along with it awkwardly. That's right, they're all allies. Watching their clumsy act, UBM could only stand frozen with a puzzled look on his face. Pineapple ally, I have no idea what they are talking about. Immediately after, Nari bowed to apologize to the old boss's old friend. Little Sparrow, I'm sorry I thought you were a bad person. But then the atmosphere was suddenly broken by the loud, mournful growling of the girl's stomach. But hey, I'm hungry. Although still full of questions, Yubel led the group to her home, a massive structure made of metal and wood that looked just like a giant nest, standing tall right by the coast. As soon as she saw Nari, she exclaimed in amazement, Wow, is this the house of the sparrow? The whole group sat down on the soft white sand. Wow, this bird's nest villa looks so cool. Yubelm really has a golden touch in construction. Yubelm carefully serves a steaming hot dish to the guests, shyly inviting them. This is grilled clam prepared by myself. Yubi also added that the top of the clam is covered with a devil's horn plant that tastes like real beef, along with a layer of red algae infused with the spicy flavor of mixed chili sauce. Seeing the giant steaming clams, Nari's excitement soared. The clams are huge. Dogen also nodded in agreement. Looks pretty good too. As soon as it tasted a bite, the Gyu bird was completely captivated, its body trembling in awe from the burst of fresh ocean flavor. Wow, just one bite makes you feel like you're swimming in the ocean. It's insanely addictive. Nari cheered excitedly while eating, each chew making her dance in her mouth, and eating with red algae makes it even more delicious. Dogen slowly uses chopsticks to enjoy the dish, secretly acknowledging the cooking skills of his old friend. That red algae is the ultimate seasoning. Yubel watched everyone enjoy their meal and felt very warm inside. I'm glad you like it. Take your time eating. But just as the atmosphere was joyful, a sudden surge of strange energy flashed through, causing Yubel's eyes to suddenly change. He froze, his body began to tremble, and he let out a painful moan. Extreme. Dogen immediately sensed something was wrong. He silently watched his old friend suddenly break out in a cold sweat and show signs of losing control. After finishing the delicious treat, Nari still craved more. The girl raised the shell excitedly and said, "Little sparrow, I want to eat this again." Yubi scratches his head with a helpless smile because they've run out of ingredients for today. Immediately, Nari's eyes sparkle like 2 stars. The girl asked if you would make it again if she went to catch the shells herself. It's true that Nari and Gu's foodie spirits have met. Although Yubel was worried that catching clams was dangerous for children, Nari was determined to do it. She put Gu on her head and led him far away to the beach, determined to catch 10 for her appetite. Gu the bird also got caught up in the eating frenzy. I tell myself I need to eat a lot to feel satisfied. Watching the kids' figures, Dogen quietly comments on Yubel's unusual life, especially since he can survive thanks to his immortal cells. Sitting on the sand, Dogen asks directly, "So are you planning to take revenge on the BM laboratory?" Tramengam admits that sometimes he really wants to, but since his current life isn't bad, he's still considering it. He asked back if Doug wanted revenge, and then revealed a cruel truth. While all the charms on Doug disappeared after his resurrection, both he and Gia still carried explosive charms inside them. As soon as they step into the human world, they will explode instantly. Dogen realizes Yubelm has gained control of his wings but wonders why his head still hasn't returned to normal. Yuel closed his eyes and softly replied that he could change back but he didn't want to because Jay's face had returned to normal. If you're like others, she would feel terrible seeing herself as different. Truly a legendary older brother. Dogen stared into your friend's eyes and asked one last question. You know too, right? That he only has at most a month left to live. Yu bowed his head bitterly, admitting that Dogon had figured it out. He recalls the difficult times when he first arrived here, struggling to absorb demon energy just to survive, until one day the demon energy and aura in his body reached a state of balance. Thanks to that balance, the 2 siblings had a rare, peaceful period. But not long ago, Gia's magic hole suddenly became disturbed, causing the mana to go berserk. Yubom tried to intervene to reopen his sister's magic hole, but accidentally damaged his own magic hole instead. Truly, misfortune never comes alone. Now, he is still trying to hold on, while Gia has to eat poisonous fruit to stay in a coma so as to slow down the outbreak of demonic energy in his body. After hearing the story, Dogen silently thought, Mandragora, if the magic hole is damaged, just make medicine for Mandragora to recover immediately. Don't you know? You damn bird brain. A half-eaten apple rolling on the ground among the wreckage. From deep within the dark basement, the frenzy of demonic energy erupts violently. Gia, in a skull mask, screams in pain, trembling as the uncontrollable power destroys him from within. Yubel is stunned. He clutches his chest and asks Dogen if the chance for him and Gia to survive is real. Dogen calmly explains that with his pharmacological knowledge gained from studying in the laboratory since he was 15, he knows how to use a purified solution from the demonic energy dispersing vein soaked with Mandragora roots to heal. In fact, Mandragora is a plant that absorbs demonic energy to grow endlessly, carrying a strong life force and an excellent ability to regenerate demonic veins. Dogen smiles to himself, thinking that taking care of the Mandragora all this time was not in vain, and he decides to go get the materials himself. Dogon activates his super speed. Yubelm worries as he sees Dogon planning to go back to the human world alone. Dogon explains that to refine the solution, he needs an alchemist, which Yubelm cannot leave here because of the curse of refuge. He asks an old friend to stay with Nari, Gu, and Sasa, who are busy playing and fighting the waves on the beach. Yubelm feels grateful for owing Dogon once again. Suddenly remembering the crafting costs, Dogon asked Yam if he had anything valuable to pay with, but the bird-headed guy could only admit he had no money. Just then, Dogen saw a heavy backpack filled with hunter gear lying on the sand. These are the items that hunters usually carry into the demon world that Dog has collected. Holding the crystal in his hand, Dogon cheerfully says goodbye and sets off. He appears in the slums looking neater, wearing sneakers and walking confidently among the dilapidated huts. Bong Shu has now become a valuable guide for Dogon on this journey. When hearing that the boss wants to find a skilled alchemist, Bong Shu confidently patted his chest, saying that the Alchemy Guild just opened a branch right in the slums last year. Dogon suddenly found it strange and asked why the boy was carrying heavy sandbags on both his hands and feet while moving. Bong Shu explained that he's trying to build his strength to become as powerful as you. Watching the eager kid train, Dogon looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Like me?" Bong Shu kept praising the boss's strength. He's the one who entered the demon world with just his physical power, so he must be a very strong hunter. The boy excitedly expressed his desire to be like Dogon, so he's been newly eating a lot and training hard every day. Seeing Bong Shu full of energy, Dogon silently evaluated. Looking closely, it seems she's grown taller. She must be going through puberty. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of an old red brick building. Bong Shu announced they had reached their destination. Recently, a new branch of the Kim impersonators has opened, and the manager named Kim here is very talented and kind. I haven't even entered the door yet, but I can already smell the trouble in the air. It seems like this Kim shop is in big trouble. Bong Shu pointed at a middle-aged man on the phone looking worried. There he is. It looks like he's being called out by the debt collector again. Dogon asked in surprise. A creditor? Bong Shu explained that borrowing money is common in this slum, but Kim's case is quite unusual. He worked at the prestigious Go City branch for 20 years, but recently was demoted and sent to this miserable place with a drastic pay cut. 20 years of dedication, and he's treated like trash. Upon Dogon's question about whether manager Kim had committed a serious mistake, Bong Shu shook his head in denial. Based on what the kid knew, the incident stemmed from hidden issues at the old branch in G City, where a superior of manager Kim secretly embezzled aid funds meant for the slum. The person behind it all is none other than Director On, a notorious figure known for stealing credit from subordinates and using every dirty trick to climb the ranks. When manager Kim Dong bravely exposed the truth, instead of being praised, he was seen as a troublemaker and punished by being sent to this remote branch. Seeing the tired back of the manager, Bong Shu called out loudly, "Kim manager is sad about debt, but when his disciple brings a guest, he's as cheerful as a flower." Kim manager warmly asked and noticed that the kid seemed taller than before. "Lately, are you doing well? Someone asked me to find an alchemist." Dogon remained silent, observing. He thinks to himself that it's usually hard to find talented people in this area, but Kim's enthusiasm gives him some hope. Seeing Bong Shu working hard lately, the manager didn't forget to pat his head and praise him, making Suang-san happy. Dogon thought to himself, I didn't expect there to be someone like this in this area. That kid Bong Shu is pretty formidable too. After saying goodbye to let Bong Shu go train, Kim manager invited Dogon inside. "Bao Trong, let's go inside now. The branch feels quiet and dull inside." "Oh my god, why did I end up in such a boring job? All the low-rank hunters come here to buy cheap potions. How can I get good results?" While Deputy Perron gloomily thinks his dream of promotion will vanish in this remote branch, Manager Kim leads Dogon inside. "Let's get straight to the point. I don't have time for formalities. You see through the young man's abilities and confirm he's a rank A, right? Make me 2 liters of Mandragora beetroot smoothie right now." The offer left Manager Kim stunned. He couldn't understand how this young man knew the rank of his subordinates and was even more incredulous that extracting Mandragora could be done here. He hesitated before explaining that he could make it, but unfortunately there were no such rare materials here. Dogon casually pulled an item from his pocket and asked, "So what about this one?" Manager Kim widened his eyes in astonishment when he saw what Dogon was holding in his hand. That is a piece of Mandragora root emitting a strong, foul, and extremely powerful evil energy. Holding the treasure in his hand, he trembled and marveled that this dense evil energy must definitely be Mandragora. And this freshness seems like it was just picked. Both alchemists are stunned because they've never seen any ingredient of such perfect quality. Dogon continues to take out other items from the backpack and suggests that for this amount of money, they should settle the debt with some sea quartz and ancient relics from the demon world. As soon as the backpack was opened, a brilliant light radiated from the rare delicacies of the demon world sea, making the room shimmer strangely. Manager Kim's amazement reached its peak when he saw the sparkling black pearls. "What? Is this really from the sea region? The headquarters haven't even seen an S-rank black pearl like this. Yet there are 3 of them," while Deputy Director Pierre was panicking, holding a giant clam still wriggling, still alive. And that's not all. They also found red algae, a super rare ingredient used for high-quality medicine that was recently discovered. Dogon calmly asked if this was enough to cover the manufacturing fee, causing Manager Kim to exclaim that all these items were worth more than this entire building combined. To ensure the quality of the valuable items, he hurriedly urged Deputy Parr to get the most precise extraction device in the laboratory. While waiting, Dogon suddenly noticed a glass jar on the shelf and wondered, "You said there's no Mandragora, so what is this?" Manager Kim looked at it and explained that the plant in the jar had died over 10 years ago, so it no longer has any healing effect. He kept it just for research purposes. But when the boss channels some high-quality mana, he immediately regains his senses. Seeing the manager still stunned and confused, Dogon picks up the jar and injects a stream of bright blue mana into it. He told him to look carefully because just a small amount of mana applied was enough to make the tiny creature inside the jar, which seemed dried out, react and start to wiggle again. This one is definitely in favor of the boss. Manager Kim was stunned to see the withered Mandragora suddenly move after Dogon's touch. He explained that it was just running out of mana to the point of soul leaving the body, but the manager still couldn't believe it because he had tried to transfer a lot of energy earlier without any effect. Just as the tension was mounting, the office door suddenly swung open. A man in a red striped suit and two twin female bodyguards entered arrogantly. "It's been a while since we last met, Kim School Branch. Your office looks just like a slum." He calmly approached, looking at the pile of black pearls and red moss on the table, admitting he had heard about the special items appearing in this office. Dong smugly boasted about his talented subordinates having twins and then asked Dogen, "So is it you who brought those things here?" Facing the scrutinizing gaze, Dogen coldly replied, "If I am, so what?" Immediately, Dong introduced himself as from the Go City branch and invited Dogen to join him with the promise of a worthy treatment. Making him feel extremely annoyed as the peaceful conversation was disrupted, he continued to use bonuses and tax incentives to persuade Dogen to sign an exclusive contract, asserting that in this remote place he would not be properly recognized for his abilities. But instead of caring about money, Dogen simply pointed at the wart on his nose and asked about his relationship with Onbok Deox. And Dong burst out laughing proudly, admitting that he is the direct grandson of the esteemed ambassador who received that prestigious gold peace prize. Showing off to the old man, and soon the boss will wipe out the entire family. Hearing this, Doug's smile suddenly faded, replaced by a cold gaze as he thought about the terrible bloodline of this family. The painful memories of beatings and insults towards monsters like you are truly deserving of death. Suddenly, they fled back from the laboratory years ago. The image of old man and cursing and wielding a whip, bitter words about Tong An going to the demon world to beg his parents for salvation vividly replay in his mind. The long suppressed anger erupts, releasing a blazing wave of blue mana that flings On D against the wall in utter shock. He groaned in pain as he felt the terrifying power enveloping the room. Dogen stepped closer and firmly declared, "You are just like your grandfather." He sees through the greed, the abuse of power to oppress others, and the theft of what doesn't belong to him of the director in front of him. A Dijong trembles, sweat pouring down, speechless. Seeing Dogen's eyes blazing with murderous intent and the mana pressure freezing the space, Dogen coldly issued a final warning, demanding he answer carefully. "Does the Chimera Laboratory still exist?" All he could do was respond with a stunned expression. "I have never heard that name before." Dogen continued to expose the truth about the illegal Chimera Laboratory, where Onbok Deox used to work as a senior researcher. These words made Manager Kim next to him feel heavy with guilt. "I can't believe the recipient of the Gold Peace Award works at such a terrible place." Adai clenched his teeth and shouted, demanding that Dogen not defame the deceased because he had dedicated his life to research and donated assets to the victims. But Dogen only coldly responded, exposing the false face of the one who caused the death of so many children in the shadows, and then pretended to be remorseful in front of the public. "I thought he would live longer because he's an awakened person, but he passed away sooner than I expected." Doug said casually, "Is it because of the fall from the window?" The statement leaves Ondi trembling as he asks outright how you knew the secret the public was unaware of. Dogen unhesitatingly admits a shocking truth: because I was the one who pushed him off. That was the punishment after that old man ruthlessly turned the kidnapped children into chimeras. In Dogen's memory, he acted first before being threatened to be thrown into the gate. Back in the present, he looked at Anjong and gave one last chance, asking him to thoroughly investigate Onbo, Deox, and the Tawa Laboratory when he got back. With a murderous gaze, Dogon finalized, "Wait and see. When I have time, I'll come visit your house." I never expected to meet Onbok Deox's granddaughter here. The darkest memories of my life start to replay like a slow-motion film. At 9 years old, people go kite flying, but Doug was chained to an operating table to become a monster. That number 17 is the most painful scar of his life. Since then, his life has been trapped in chains and torn apart by pain. By the age of 20, his body had completely transformed into a hideous monster imprisoned by thick chains. His consciousness and reason gradually become blurred, making Dogen feel like he's surviving in a savage world where all traces of civilization have been erased, only able to act on instinct and the brutal commands of the crazed white coats slaughtering everything in their path. Back in reality, Dogon stands with his arms crossed in the office, sighs softly, and realizes that so much time has passed. Maybe that laboratory has changed its name a few times already. The silence was broken by urgent knocking at the door. Manager Kim entered with a bright face, holding 2 bottles of shimmering blue liquid. "Thank you for waiting. This is a mana restoration potion made from Mandreora." Dogen couldn't help but be amazed at how quickly this alchemist worked. That's fast. An A+ alchemist takes about 30 minutes, right? A plus class really is different. Making medicine is as easy as brewing instant coffee. Manager Kim chuckled and explained that thanks to high-quality ingredients, the manufacturing process became extremely simple. While the manager was busy calculating the remaining ingredients on the computer, Doug suddenly made a proposal. "Would you sign a personal contract with me? I will provide all the remaining legal ingredients. The contract will probably last 10 years, and I will handle the ingredients. You just need to focus on compiling everything." Seeing the pile of rare black pearls and red algae on the table, Manager Kim was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Are you going to give me all of that? And the exclusive contract, too? You once said that selling just that would be enough to buy an entire building, so isn't that a great deal?" Suddenly, tears streamed down the manager's face, leaving Doug very confused. Why was he crying? Amidst sobs, Manager Kim choked out his confession. Actually, I come from the slums. Harsh childhood memories flood back to him, where his parents had to kneel and beg before ruthless debt collectors. Despite promising to pay off the debt and studying hard under flickering candlelight, his life remained trapped in a cycle of poverty. Moved by the sincerity and the chance to change his life that dog provided, Manager Kim bowed deeply, tears in his eyes, and said thank you very much. Looking toward the sunset horizon, Dogen silently vowed that he would rely on this alchemist many more times in the future. Then, he wondered silently, can I go back now? Dogen was on his way home, but he couldn't help feeling worried, hoping nothing terrible had happened. At the beach, Yubelm is paying the price for his complacency as Jay completely loses control. He blames himself for not anticipating his sister's ferocity when her demonic energy erupts. Amidst the wreckage, Yubelm desperately pleads Jia, please calm down. But all she got in response was the furious roar of the girl in the skull mask. Jia charged like a tornado, delivering a thunderous blow that tore the ground apart and caused the earth to shake violently. Thick dust and smoke cover the scene. Yubel collapses among the wreckage, breath ragged from his serious injuries. He bitterly realized he was too late to prevent the tragedy. At that moment, Nari and Gert Hai rushed over. The girl anxiously shouted, Uncle Chim, are you okay? Why did you let yourself get beaten like that? Even though her body was exhausted, Yubel forced herself to stand with a determined gaze, silently vowing to keep her promise to John Dogon at any cost. Memories of the time Dogon saved her years ago gave Yub strength. He puts all his strength into his wings and charges straight at Jia, ready to sacrifice himself to stop his sister. Deep down, he only hopes that Jia can find happiness in the next life if they both happen to perish here. Suddenly, a giant light pink creature resembling a giant jellyfish descended from the sky, enveloping Jia in an instant. Then what about that? In response to the worry, Dogon calmly held up 2 vials of shimmering blue liquid and affirmed, of course I have them. Hurry and give it to me, one for you and one for me. That night, by the flickering fire and the smell of grilled fish, the 2 brothers finally had a peaceful sleep after taking the magic restoration potion. Uncle Kim's medicine is truly worth every penny. As night still falls, a pair of glowing yellow eyes slowly open. Jia woke up, confused as she looked around and muttered, is this a dream? Sitting up in the quiet space, she gasped in surprise when she saw the backs of 2 strangers sitting by the fire. Jia tremblingly exclaimed in amazement, who is this? The noise woke Nari up. She rubbed her eyes and exclaimed happily, oh my, Sparrow sister, you're awake? Jia was still stunned by that strange sparrow name when Belm hurriedly turned back to reassure her. You're awake? Jia, the little girl Nari, quickly introduced herself as Kim Nar. While Yelm urged her to check her body again, Jia was stunned to realize that her magic core was completely normal, and her face had even recovered to its former appearance. She tearfully asked her brother about the identities of these strangers. Yubel smiled, reminding her of Jia's long-standing hope to meet the benefactor from years ago. Seeing Dogon leisurely eating grilled fish, Jia was stunned as memories of number 17 flooded back into her mind. Number 17, huh? Is he number 17? Yubel nodded respectfully in confirmation. Yes, this time as well, he saved us. While resting, Doug turned to ask Gu if there were any more pink star stones. But the little bird only replied that today there were just that many. Seeing this scene, Jia, still wearing the skull mask, quietly judged that number 17 was truly a heartless person. However, she silently reached out and removed the heavy mask. Under the starry night sky, Jia reveals her beautiful face and a bright smile. She sincerely thanks Doug for saving both of them. With such a beautiful face, it's so sad that they've made her wear a monster mask for decades. Jia explains to Nari that these are actually sea fairies. In fact, they are sea monsters called sea dragons that live deep in the ocean, but often surface at night to play. Seeing the magical creatures like golden dragons dancing on the waves, Nari's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jia added that following the traces of the sea fairies could lead them to discover precious glowing yellow crystals. Hearing this, Dogon suddenly had an idea and remembered his original goal of finding materials to build a fence. He quickly asked how much longer until sunrise. Then, with a confident smile, Dogon decided, let's go for a swim. I haven't moved in a while. Meanwhile, in a tense modern office, a white-haired professor sat pensively at a long conference table. He coldly asked about the situation of the unruly monster, and an employee reported that about 10 B-rank hunters had spotted it multiple times in the forest, but none had caught it. According to the latest information, it seems the target is currently hiding near the coast. This is going to be tough. The professor mentioned that the A-class hunters who previously went to that area all returned with complete amnesia, but the tracking device still recorded data on the exact location of the monster. At this moment, a phone on the table vibrates with a call from CEO Ann. A deep voice from the other end speaks. I have something to ask. Do you happen to know of a place called the Tai Laboratory? Professor Han insists he has never heard of the Tia Da Laboratory. When the other side mentions an illegal research facility that has existed for a long time, he dismisses it and affirms that Hanbit is not the kind of research institute like that. With a look of utmost respect, he recalls Professor Onbokdok's teachings about a scientist's honesty, a long chain of deception from his generation to his grandson and now his disciple. But as soon as he hung up, a sinister smile and a calculating look appeared on the face of this old fox. Professor Han wondered why the name of an illegal laboratory, which had no records, came from the mouth of his late professor's grandson. At that moment, a researcher from Hot High rushed in to report the success of the new experiment according to the old man's instructions, a perfect combination of liquid metal and Mandragora cells. The result inside the container is a strange creature called Mandragora, with the liquid metal constantly writhing. Observing the new masterpiece, Professor Han is extremely pleased with the strong homogeneous bonding of Mandragora. When fused with highly compatible liquid metal, this hybrid creature becomes a more effective mechanical creature seeker than any tracking device. He excitedly ordered to triple the reward to mobilize all top-tier A-class hunters for the hunt. In his heart, Nari is his greatest masterpiece that he must find at all costs. Touching anyone else means touching Dogon's chest scales. Turning to the Demon World coast, UBM touches the gemstone necklace Dogon gave him, quietly marveling at the strange similarity between the gift and his old friend's personality. As night falls by the flickering fire, Dogon sincerely invites the Bell brothers to visit his home. Dogon casually boasts that he has a very talented chef. UBM, stunned, asks, "Don't tell me you're living in the demon world." Dogon nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, living there for a long time, he gradually felt more settled. He really is a boss level. UBM wondered why he didn't return to the human world, but Dogon just silently stared into the fire. "I honestly can't say I have any good memories there, but sometimes I wonder how everything has changed now." Unexpectedly, Dogon mentioned the magic mark still on Yubel's body and claimed he could help him remove it. He mentioned Kim, a talented illusionist who could find a way to save this situation. Dogon sincerely advised, "If you want, just tell me."
The difference between not going and being unable to go is huge, but don't hope too much. Moved by the kindness of his benefactor, Yubel tearfully asked, "Why do you always help us?"
"My brother and I haven't done anything for you." Doug Hun gazed silently at the flickering flames. "Sometimes when I look at you two brothers, I wonder if there is anything in this world more important than just surviving. You believe that helping them will lead you to find the answer for yourself." The next morning at the beach, Gia soared through the air, watching the water surface before announcing that it was about to rise. She threw the rope and shouted, "Brother, catch this!" Yubelm quickly caught it, but couldn't help but be surprised. "What is this?" Gia urged them to pull, as Dogon and Yubelm both exerted their strength to pull the rope from the sea up onto the shore. The incredible weight made Yubelm exclaim, "What is this? Why is it so heavy?" A giant net filled with sparkling gold gemstones is being pulled onto the beach, leaving Yubeo stunned. Starstones? Seeing the pile of golden starstones as high as a mountain, the bird goo couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and exclaimed, "Did everyone dig up this whole area themselves?" After an exciting diving trip, Dogon and Nari surfaced from the water. He stretched happily and said, "I had so much fun, it's been a long time since I went swimming." Nari also cheerfully replied, "I also felt very happy." The fairy tale sea area appeared before them, dazzling and magnificent, like a palace filled with gold. Back on the beach, standing in front of the giant net filled with crystals, Yubel asked nervously, "How do you plan to transport all these stones to the forest?" That's indeed the worry of the wealthy. Doug quietly admits he's starting to consider that as well. Suddenly, a large shadow passed by. He looked up and wondered, "Oh, a parrot-billed bird." It is a giant creature with bright blue feathers soaring in the sky. Dogon wondered why a species that usually lives in groups appeared so solitary. Seeing Nari praise its beauty, Yubel immediately warned, "Don't judge a book by its cover. This bird is very aggressive and will peck your head if you get too close." He explained that this bird is over 4 meters long and extremely fierce. Even your hunting team has to stay away and not get involved. While Goo tries to stop him, Doug casually concludes, "I just realized I need a truck. This is perfect." Meanwhile, in the Mandragora forest, the area suddenly became noisy, with strange sounds constantly echoing. Namjo is sitting in meditation amidst a blaze of green mana, clearly feeling the immense power within him expanding rapidly. A massive whirl of energy erupts, making the hunter's head tingle with excitement. He's about to become a superhuman. With full mana like this, the A-rank card is practically in the bag. Just as I'm feeling proud and waiting for the boss to return. A loud noise startled Jock. He widened his eyes when he saw a strange creature exhausted and on the verge of collapse. What is this? The cold-blooded hunter kicks the small creature on the ground and threatens it. "Hey, drop that look or I'll melt you right now." Then suddenly he froze when he saw a familiar face standing blankly in the distance. Isn't that bald-head Jock? Seeing Jock in his rough, ragged clothes like a refugee, the hunters burst out laughing and mocked him, recognizing him instantly. "Why are you dressed like a gang leader now? Are you out of style, sis?" Duisiak gritted his teeth in fury, sweat pouring down as he realized these were the ones who had humiliated him before. Memories of being bullied, mocked for failing the A-class exam 7 times, and their threats to shave off his remaining hair flooded back bitterly. Jock nervously wondered why the A-rank monsters who had caused trouble for him during the exam were here, when suddenly 3 Mandragora sprouts appeared behind, causing the hunters to gape in shock. Could it be that these are wild Mandragora? Instead of being afraid, they are showing greed as they calculate the huge amount of money they can make from these 3 rare monsters, with one calmly approaching, pretending to be friendly to lure them in. Are you angry because we trespassed on your territory? Come on, calm down, come here. Witnessing the scene, Dewey Siok gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No, Big Brother cares for them a lot. I have to protect them. But just as the Mandragora growled and prepared to fight back, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. A deafening explosion with a powerful shockwave sent the hunters flying like straw dolls. Amidst the thick dust, two mysterious figures suddenly appeared. That's Gia and Yubel. They are curiously looking around, searching for their benefactor's hideout. Hey, brother, is this the place? There aren't many houses in this forest. Meanwhile, high in the sky, a giant lush green bird with exhausted wings and a lolling tongue, dripping with sweat, was soaring. Sitting on its back, Nari couldn't help but complain. Is this old model, sir? With this sluggish flying, when will we get to the dining hall? Dogan, sitting in the back, just chuckled and admitted, yeah, maybe he was a bit too rough when taming it. Now he feels a little guilty. Under the ground, the tiny mandrag creatures finally breathe a sigh of relief as their master returns. Namjok, clutching his head in panic, can't believe his eyes at the appearance of the two terrifying beings. He trembled and wondered, wow, are these sea monsters going on a trip to the forest or something? Because they're so crowded? According to what he knew, these are clearly disaster-level monsters that only live along the coast, so it's strange they suddenly appeared here. Thinking that Dogon and Nari are in that direction, Duisio swallowed hard, worried, and planned to go find them immediately to help. Suddenly, Gia leaned in close and asked, are you Johandagon's chef? She examined his shiny head and was sure that with this hairstyle, he was definitely someone she knew. Jock shouted in fear when he saw the monster speak human language, but then he hesitated suspiciously when he heard his boss's name mentioned. Yubel confirmed. Chogon, he's our friend. Jock was stunned and couldn't believe that his big brother could be associated with such catastrophic entities. Seeing Yubel inspecting the strange hunters kneeling behind, Jock had a sinister idea. He grinned maliciously and loudly accused. They are thieves planning to steal Dogon's older brother's Mandragora. The hunters only pale and tremble in fear at the malicious accusation from that troublemaker. A loud bang shook the sky as a giant shadow descended at incredible speed, creating a cloud of dust when the enormous parrot-like bird landed with great force. Nari happily jumps down, followed by Dogon strolling out calmly with a net full of shimmering gold crystals. Seeing the familiar scene before him, he breathes a sigh of relief. There's no place like home. The giant parrot crashes to the ground, panting, as if it just went through an exhausting ordeal. Dogon gently pats its head, just a little overwhelmed. Why lie there like a piece of noodles? Come on, you can do it. You couldn't help but be amazed to see that Dogon had truly tamed this fierce monster bird. Meanwhile, the bird is also struggling with the height, staggering with dizzying swirls in its eyes. At that moment, they suddenly noticed the three hunters tied tightly to the tree with thick vines, causing Nari to be amazed. Dogon looked at the three A-rank hunters being restrained and wondered what exactly had happened. Yubel suspected they were the thieves planning to sneak in and steal the Mandragora, but Dogon sensed something more suspicious. To keep Nari from worrying, Gia quickly decided to go sightseeing in the valley since she heard the scenery there was very beautiful. Nari happily agreed. The girl excitedly promised to teach everyone how to catch fish at the beautiful waterfall near her house. When only the two of them were left, Yubel revealed that these people came from the H-Bit Research Institute, and their true goal has always been to find Kim Nari plot twist, Kendet. Dogon realizes that Hambit is where Namjok took the tracking device and secretly suspects that these hunters will definitely come looking for them, especially since Kim Nari is being fitted with a special tracking device that can operate across dimensions. However, he still wondered how they could track their trail all the way to the remote coastal area. Doug's gaze suddenly stopped at the tiny silver creature squirming in his palm and realized that everything started from this little one. It turns out they cruelly combined Mandragora cells with liquid metal to create a new tracking device. Because liquid metal always tends to attract itself, this creature was drawn to its kind and ended up at their home, accidentally leading the hunters to their target. EU warns that their next plan is to attack the coastal area, making Dogon realize he needs a new strategy. At that moment, the Mandragora swarm suddenly appeared with determined looks, signaling Dogon to hand over the hybrid creature for them to deal with. Dogon calmly takes the hybrid creature out of his pocket and hands it over to the Mandragora gang. This stray, you guys take care of my new pet for me. The first master crossed his arms with a scowl, impatiently urging his followers to accept this new member. Dogon suddenly remembered he still had another kid hidden on him. He wondered how the Mandragora group could sense the presence of that one so quickly. Seeing Dogon pull a gaunt, pale creature out of his pocket, Yubel couldn't help but be curious. Where did you get that skinny one from? Dogon explained that it was a gift from a Kim family elder. I only agreed to take care of it. I remember the moment when Manager Kim was tearful, trembling as he held the tray with the withered Mandragora seedling and begged me to adopt it because he believed it was the best way to save this tiny life. Before saying goodbye, the kind manager still reminded Dogon to take good care of it. In response to that expectation, Dogon just nodded and assured him, don't worry, in my hands even a withered plant will bloom brilliantly. Returning to the garden, the healthy Mandragora swarm quickly began digging holes and escaping. The two new members, the metal creature and the withered seedling, could only stand and watch, exhausted and sad. They quickly jumped into the hole, signaling their two new friends to join in. Seeing this display of unity, their bond with their kind was truly remarkable, and Dogen also felt relieved that there was no territorial dispute. I believe they'll adapt to this new home soon. Noticing someone is missing, he turned to Yelm and asked, "Hey, have you seen Namjok?" Dogen silently thought that the hunter should have returned a long time ago. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from above.
Help me, big brother. I'm about to become fish food. Dogen was startled, looked up, and was stunned by the scene before his eyes.
Jia is soaring through the sky, one arm holding Nari, the other dragging a battered and torn jock by the collar, who is crying loudly upon seeing the boss. "I'm back now. I was so worried I was going to die." Dogen anxiously asked about the pathetic state of his junior. Jia calmly explained that she saw him being torn apart by fish underwater alone. So she stepped in to help. Jock shyly explained that he risked himself to hunt monsters because he wanted to prepare a lavish feast for the boss's friends. But in the end, they fought back fiercely. Nari also excitedly boasted that the sparrow had an incredibly cool rescue scene. Even though he's still in pain, Dewey Siak forces himself to get up and promises that soon I will cook something really delicious. In the midst of his enthusiasm, a strange noise made him turn around. Dewey Siak widened his eyes, mouth agape, when he saw the giant parrot standing right in front of him, and he shouted in horror, "Ah, a cockatoo? Why is it here like this?" Dogen calmly told everyone to eat first and leave the explanation for later. Jock finally snapped out of it and stammered, "Yes, let's eat first. The bird and feast can wait. The stomach is the most important, big brother." Nari excitedly asked about today's menu. Meanwhile, the liquid metal mandragora creature quietly burrows into the ground under the curious gaze of the girl. When her finger gently touches it, she remains silent, and a look of sadness appears on her face. As the sunset falls, Jock joyfully announces that dinner is ready, surprising Yubel and Jia. It's a special kimchi rice dish simmered like a bone broth, served with a 10-point dedication. Jock feels proud and moved by his dedication. Even though he only used instant rice and pre-made kimchi, he carefully chopped the pork and various vegetables generously, then patiently stirred the pot for an entire hour to ensure the perfect flavor without burning. The aroma of the dish makes everyone eager to taste it. Jock nervously watches, secretly hoping the dish will be to their liking. As soon as they tasted it, Jia and Yu Belm were completely captivated by the explosive flavor. Jia was amazed and wondered, wow, just one bite and it feels like the entire culinary world is coming together. While Yu Belm enjoyed the exhilarating spiciness, seeing their excited reactions, Dogen could only think to himself that the whole group looked like they were performing in a comedy show. However, Dogen suddenly noticed that Nari was still sitting idly without touching her food. When he asked about it, she simply stood up quietly and sadly replied that she didn't feel like eating and wanted to go to bed early. Seeing Nari's back as she leaves, Dogen guesses that the appearance of the liquid metal creature made her uncomfortable. He wonders whether he should find something for Nari to do to help her feel better. The night is enveloped in darkness with a full moon. In the quiet sunset, the mandragora sprouts and the new metallic creatures also seem to be lost in their own thoughts. After the sumptuous dinner, Yubelm and Jia kept praising Jock's skill. Yubelm marveled. A real professional chef indeed. The flavor is truly unique. While Jia also gratefully admits, "It's been a long time since I ate until I was full like this. I feel like I'm no longer a bird but a pig instead." Seeing that everyone is full, Dogen stands up to suggest, "Then I'll build a fence to help digest it." The two brothers enthusiastically agree. "Just leave the cutting of the spirit stones to us." However, Dogen suddenly sensed a strange energy. He was stunned as a portal with a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted inside the wooden house. Nari stands before the deep black hole, her small shoulders trembling with a painful decision. She silently thinks, "I don't want Uncle to be involved, so I'll go back to Old Han's den to keep him safe." At that moment, Dogen rushed forward with a terrified expression, shouting in despair, him Nari inside the gate, clutching Shasha tightly and crying. She looked back one last time with tears in her eyes. "Goodbye, Uncle. If I stay here, you'll be in danger too, so we will return to where we belong." Holding Shasha tightly, Nari sobbed and softly said her final farewell. "Take care, Uncle." Just as Nari was about to step into the deep black hole, a strong hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "Where do you think you're going?" In front of Nari's shock, he looked straight into her eyes and firmly confirmed this is her home, saying that kids can disappear in the blink of an eye. Now I can't take my eyes off the kid anymore. The storm has passed, and warm air returns to the late-night table with a steaming bowl of ramen. Nari ate happily, slurping loudly, and cheered with satisfaction. "Uncle, this dish is even better than last time." Luckily, Nari's stomach is working again. Everyone. Namjok stands proudly beside her, claiming that ramen is the best midnight snack. Sitting across, Jia, still wearing her skull mask, reminds her firmly. "Think about it. A little kid like that has already run away from home. If he does it again, I'll scold him." Nari just finished slurping the soup and quietly apologized, saying she knows her mistake. The spiciness of the noodles makes Nari stick out her tongue and gasp for air. "Poo-ha! It's too spicy!" Seeing that, Namjok quickly took out some yogurt bottles and kindly said, "If it's too spicy, just drink this. Your mom said this is the best thing to eat when spicy." Seeing the yogurt bottle, UBM suddenly remembered the days in the laboratory, where they also often drank this kind of drink. Jock enthusiastically shares a bottle with everyone to ease the heat. The meal ends, and the group resumes their work while the empty yogurt bottles remain on the table. Under the quiet moonlight, Nari sits facing Dogen at the wooden table, bowing her head in apology. Uncle, I'm sorry for making you worry. Seeing her sad face, Dogen gently comforts her. It's not your fault. Those crazy doctor guys are the ones to blame. Leave them to me. I'll deal with them later. So, can you tell me about your friends from the Pineapple Tribe? My friend? Deep down, Dogen silently resolved to clean up Hambit's laboratory. He wouldn't let her friends get hurt, but he kept that thought to himself. He smiled and repeated, I remember you mentioned them before. Nari began to recall, shyly replying, I am close with 3 of them. Watching the girl excitedly talk about her old friends, Doug silently thought that he no longer needed to bother asking about the laboratory's location because Namjoon definitely knew where it was. He looked into the distance, wondering if our worker was doing okay. At this moment, in a hidden corner, Namjoon stands before the captured hunters with a smug smile. In desperation, he pleads, Wait, Namjoon, let's make a deal. Seeing that Joke seems interested, he quickly offers a tempting bait. Let us go. We have plenty of money, enough for you to buy a mansion and change your life, kid. He also promised not to say a word about what happened, but Jock coldly replied that an agreement must come from both sides being on equal footing. He smirked and declared he was not the kind of person who could be bought with loose change, then suddenly pulled out a powerful black card that made the hunter gasp in horror. Is this the black card only given to the super elite? The hunter stammered, asking how Dewey Seok got that treasure, but he casually brushed it off, feeling proud that he finally had the chance to take revenge for the humiliation at the promotion exam in such a spectacular way. Despite their attempts to justify it as a momentary mistake, Dewey Seok coldly exposes the true nature of those who bully the weak and deceive just because they have some power. He calmly pulls out the brightly colored yellow pills and introduces them, saying, This is a special concoction made from the dust of the forgetfulness tree that my older brother gave me. The medicine Dogon gave only has one outcome, complete failure. Dewey Seok revealed that he had compressed it very tightly, so its effect would be incredibly powerful, enough to erase all their memories instantly. Open your mouth and eat the candy to instantly become a good person. The hunter could only scream in despair before being forced to swallow the forgetfulness pill, erasing all guilty memories. The next morning, the peaceful atmosphere returned as Nari, full of energy, ran and played happily in the lush green field. Seeing the lively scene, Gu the bird quietly followed behind, constantly complaining that babysitting was truly a torture, making Nari exclaim in amazement. Yubelm asked about Dogen's upcoming plans. Are you planning to clean out that Hanbit laboratory? Dogen nodded in confirmation. He plans to take Namjoon and Gu with him and also ask Yel to reopen the house and guard Nari. At that moment, Namjoon appears with an unprecedentedly excited expression. He cheered, Brother, everything is ready. Yubum couldn't help but find it funny seeing the beaming hunter's face. You realized early on that Jock was dreaming of meeting an A-grade alchemist to finally solve his hair problem. So, are you just going to go like that? You should at least wear a disguise. Dogun also agreed, thinking it would avoid unnecessary trouble. While Namjoon was still confused about why he needed to disguise himself to meet the alchemist, Jia quietly removed her skull mask and handed it to her brother, warning him not to reveal their identities.
Jia still couldn't resist teasing. Your face is small, but your head is surprisingly big. A compliment with a deadly sting from that dye.
Try saying that again. A strange sensation takes over my body. Jock clenched his chest tightly, stunned to realize his heart was pounding so fiercely it felt like it might jump out. Seeing Jia's radiant smile and sparkling eyes in the sunlight, the teasing hunter was completely stunned, his mind confused by why he was having such a strange reaction to this girl. Could it be that love at first sight feels like this? Meanwhile, Jia is still busy kicking and hitting Yubel and shouting, I will kill you. Despite the tense atmosphere, Duisio suddenly knelt down and sincerely apologized for his rudeness, and with a hopeful face amidst the enchanting roses, the head-poking hunter daringly asked a decisive question. Hey sis, what's your style? So I know how to tear down and rebuild this interface to suit your taste. Witnessing this lightning-fast confession, Dogun and Yu-Bomb could only stand silently, watching feathers fly everywhere in shock. Jay, confused, reminded them, My ideal type, Jock, get ready to handle a double shock. Jock still kneels on the ground, trembling as he waits for the answer like awaiting fate's judgment. In the distance, Dogun and Yu-Bomb leisurely sip water while watching a good show. Yu-Bomb quietly sighs in relief that something fun has happened after a long time, and mentions that her younger sister is very serious and always responds immediately when asked. After some deep thinking, Jia begins to list her standards. First, it has to be really flashy, and if you can dance well, even better. In her mind, she pictures a dazzling peacock dancing wildly, making Jock feel devastated and only able to utter in confusion. Dance ha. Jia's standards are not yet complete, she adds a deadly blow. And I think the more feathers there are, the better. Hearing this, Namjo was completely stunned, hopelessly looking at his bald head with no hair at all. But the pain quickly turned into extraordinary motivation. Jio unleashed his firepower, shouting with determination, Hey, let's go. I need to see that alchemist right now. Although Dogun said there were errands to run along the way, Jock no longer cared about anything else. His only focus now was growing his hair. A giant teleportation gate suddenly opens in the bustling city of the human world, causing panic among the nearby residents due to its unusual size, and then a colossal entity begins to emerge. The terrified villagers screamed when they saw the fierce beak emerge from the Black Lake. Isn't that the giant poisonous parrot? This is crazy. We need to report it to the guild now. The whole neighborhood is in chaos. Everyone is fleeing in terror at the appearance of the disaster monster right in the city. Standing on the back of the giant bird spreading its wings to cover the sky, Namjock anxiously looked down at the panicked crowd and asked his senior why they had to bring this huge creature along. Dogen still kept a calm face and replied indifferently, "Why walk when we already have transportation?" Truly, the mindset of someone with strength. Namjock fidgets on the giant bird's back, then wonders where are we headed. Dogen, now wearing a skull mask, smiled mysteriously and replied, "You're the one who told me?" "What do you mean?" Watching the blue bird fluttering in midair, Dogen silently thought about naming it Brew. While Jock was still confused about their destination, a shocking report was being presented at Hanbit Research Institute. The director says that all the hunters we sent this time have returned with amnesia. Dogon's forgetfulness powder has taken effect. The director immediately asked about the chimera locator they brought, and the researcher tremblingly reported that the device had been lost, causing the director to angrily slam down the document. The old man gritted his teeth and threatened that if they couldn't find the machine mechanism, not only would the government budget be damaged, but all the huge investments would also vanish into thin air. He knew well that the forces behind them would never sit still if this failed. At that moment, the researcher hurriedly produced an item found in the hunter's shirt pocket. It was a small crystal shard along with a tiny piece of paper with the words, "See you again." The director was stunned. What does "see you again" mean? "Who dare send a new card saying you're going far away like this?" the crazy old man shouted in anger. "Order an immediate investigation. Anyone daring to play such a prank must be dealt with before it's too late." But before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion rang out, shattering the office window, and the giant blue bird suddenly crashed into the meeting room, causing a mess of debris and throwing the staff into chaos. Dogen stepped down from the bird's back, realizing that the rough landing was due to damage to its left tail feather. He thought to himself that he would deal with this after finishing his work here. Namjock was sprawled on the floor, whimpering and asking, "Oh my god, if the boss hates me, just say so. Why did you make me land face down like this?" Standing amidst the wreckage with eyes blazing with deadly intent behind his mask, Dogen coldly asked the decisive question, "Who is the director of this laboratory?" Just before the raid on the lab, Dogen and Namjock were riding on the back of the giant blue bird soaring through the sky. Jock nervously explains that Hanbit Research Institute is located on the slopes of Mount Hebong, somewhere between the slums and Vang City, and he wonders if everything is really okay, because Hanbit is not an ordinary laboratory. That place has succeeded in creating mechanical life like Kim Nari and even received widespread media coverage. Duesi scratched his head guiltily, telling himself he's a righteous man but now involved in this criminal act. Dogen calmly replied, "So what? Just go there and figure it out." Jock reluctantly trusts that the boss must have thought it through, but suddenly he notices that Blue's tail feathers look very strange and wonders about it. Dogen explained that the left feather will never grow back. It has been like that since the first time he saw it. It turns out that because of the defect in Blue's tail feathers, he was attacked by his peers and had to run for his life until Dogen saved him. Hearing this, Jock finally understood why this fierce monster was so friendly and obedient to the boss. Geo still wondered why the birds attacked their own kind just because their tails didn't grow back. Dogen explained that the Perorake species is extremely obsessed with their magnificent tails. It was because of that flaw that Blue was ostracized and shunned by the entire flock. Painful memories flood back as Blue was relentlessly attacked by its peers, targeting its tail with brutal precision. Geo silently felt a deep empathy for the unfortunate creature with this resilient heart, thinking that after this, he would definitely share his hair-growing secret with Blue. Far away, the Hanbit Research Institute building appeared amidst the lush mountains. Down smirked confidently. "All right, Blue charges straight ahead." The parrot-billed bird chirped excitedly before launching forward like an arrow. Jock shouted in panic as he realized the elder was heading straight for the target, but it was already too late as both the person and the bird streaked across the sky at incredible speed, leaving a bright trail behind. "Hold on tight. Its landing skill is a bit poor because it's missing its tail feathers." Dogen shouted into the howling wind. Namjock could only scream in despair as both he and the bird crashed straight into the Hanbit Research Institute building. An explosion erupts, and a cloud of dust engulfs the office. The staff inside are still panicking, coughing uncontrollably, and clueless about what is happening. Some even think a war has broken out right in the middle of the city. A researcher squints through the gray smoke. His hand accidentally touches the lush green feathers. Suddenly, a blue bird pokes its head out and chirps innocently, causing him to scream in terror. As expected, like owner like pet, completely unfazed. He collapsed to the floor, unable to understand how a parrot rake could appear here. Before he could recover, blazing golden monothreads suddenly shot out from the smoke, entangling everyone in the room like a giant spiderweb, rendering them completely helpless. Dogon's boots crunch on broken glass as he casually remarks that most of them have already been caught. Namjock wondered why the boss skipped the front door and charged in here. Dogen explained that the director is usually on the top floor and might be plotting something, so they had to strike first. He stepped in front of the two chained men and asked calmly, Is this the Hanbit slaughterhouse that bullies children? When asked about his identity, Dogen simply replied through his mask, "I am Kim Nari's protector." The researcher trembled in confusion, seemingly unaware of who Kim Nari was that he mentioned. A dark, ominous aura radiates from Dogen, making the space feel suffocating. The opponent can only sense an incredibly strange and terrifying presence enveloping him. Meanwhile, in an office at the Golden City Hunter Association Tower, Chairman Lai Un-soo sternly warned his grandson that if he failed this exam again and couldn't reach B rank, he would be kicked out of the house. But BCH Ho, a C rank hunter lounging on the sofa, was unfazed and casually retorted that even his grandfather was only C rank and still sitting as chairman. Is it true that a tiger cub's offspring will be a tiger? No, every grandfather has his own grandson. He is smug, thinking that reaching rank C at his age is already too fast, and even shamelessly asking for pocket money since it's been a while since he visited the office. Seeing his only grandson casually blowing bubblegum, Mr. Lai could only sigh and blame himself for spoiling him too much, even though he's now 84 years old. Mr. Lai gazed silently out the window, feeling it was time for someone to take his place, which made Beach Ho feel disappointed as she had to hear the same old story again. He reminisced about his youth when he saw awakened individuals risking everything to save others, which was also the reason he founded the Hunter Association. He wants to contribute a little to protect the world, but the harsh reality of today's awakened people makes him disappointed. They no longer undertake truly dangerous missions, but are only obsessed with pursuing high-profit jobs. He didn't say they should be thrown into danger just because they have the ability, but this pragmatism is suffocating the original ideals. He painfully realizes that chimera research, which once aimed to protect people, has now become a ruthless business tool. To hire chimera hunters, huge sums of money are paid to research laboratories, inevitably leaving impoverished, underfunded areas exposed to monster dangers without any protection. Although many hunters work just for a livelihood, and I can't entirely blame them, for someone like Mr. Lai, who still cannot forget the heroes of the old days, leaving human lives entirely in the hands of money is a serious mistake. He believes that now, more than ever, the Hunter Association must stand firm against temptation. But in reality, everyone around is only craving this chair of president because of the huge profits it brings. To them, it's a goldmine in plain sight. He fears that if a money-hungry person sits in this chair, they will form a tighter alliance of interests, manipulating the entire hunter system to enrich themselves. Chairman Lai Un-soo sighs helplessly. I woke up too late and am still just a powerless chairman because my rank is too low. He looked at B, who had been awakened since a young age with hopeful eyes. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Assistant Kim Hot Hai rushed in, shouting, "Chairman, a prod rake has appeared in the slums!" Both were stunned because no natural gate signals had been detected before. Assistant Kim anxiously reported that no hunters were willing to intervene because it was a slum, and support was arriving very slowly. Hearing this, Mr. Lai slammed his hand down on the table in anger. Contact all nearby chimera laboratories immediately. He decided to act immediately. I will go myself. Seeing him slam the table, you can tell he's still full of fighting spirit. Beach Ho also gets up from his chair and shouts, "Grandpa, I'll go with you too." In Hambit Laboratory, Dogen in a mask is using mana threads to tightly bind the kneeling director. As fiery orange energy beams sweep through, his body is torn apart but then turns into pools of molten metal, astonishing both of them. Jock realizes something is off and thinks to himself that he can't be an ordinary person. He is stunned and exclaims, "He's a chimera." The pool of liquid metal began to shrink and contort into a bizarre shape right before everyone's eyes, and the researchers couldn't help but be terrified as they realized the horrifying truth. Is the director a chimera? The final boss has appeared, guys. The director, in the form of a liquid metal monster, roars wildly. "How dare you! Did you turn my laboratory into this?" He swung his mutated tentacles in a fierce attack, vowing to kill everyone present. Dogen quickly dodges and quietly observes, realizing this is the same liquid metal ability as Nars. But the sensation is completely different from a mechanical entity. Dogen is stunned to realize that this director has gone so mad that he performed biological experiments on his own body to gain power, claiming in his frenzy that he has achieved perfect metal synthesis. He once dreamed of surpassing Ambok's achievements and was willing to commit the most heinous acts to reach his grand goal. Back in the battle, the monster relentlessly launched heavy attacks, causing the ground to shatter. But Doug remains steady with his blazing eyes full of murderous intent behind his mask, and he asks one final question in a low, tense voice. "You kidnapped the children and experimented on them, didn't you?" The villain with the deformed face said sarcastically, showing no remorse. "Huh, kids? Are you talking about the homeless kids in the slums? They should be grateful that I gave them a chance. Innocent children, they were born disadvantaged and are now being abused by these bastards. So that mouth can also speak after all. You will have to go through regret in the space of suffering and time as an overwhelming surge of mana engulfs the scene, causing the butcher to scream in agony. I've never felt such an overwhelming surge of mana before. It hurts so much. Stop right now. Stop it. No, my body." Amidst the screams, his entire body was compressed, shrinking until it became a small blue sphere resting on the ground. Seeing this horrifying scene, the surrounding minions trembled and froze in fear. Has he been turned into a flesh sphere? Dogun casually picks up the sphere and looks at them with a threatening gaze.
Now, I just need a few pieces of information. What do you all think?
Do you want me to turn you into green orbs like these? The next step in the journey to uncover the truth. Dogun walked on, piecing together the scattered information, and realized that Professor Han and Anbok had once been teacher and student. Everything started when Professor Han's research was seized by Anbok Doc, leading him to steal biological experiment data and run away. Dogun couldn't help but marvel at human greed, as they are willing to become chimera monsters just to regain youth. However, a suspicion arose in his mind. There was no information about previous experiments in Professor Han's memories. Does he really know nothing? It's truly hard to understand. Could there be another secret? Putting that thought aside, he quickly disabled Kim Nari's tracking device. Because it is just a software from Hambit, disabling it is very simple. Before leaving, he left the name of the henchman tied up for Namjook and Lam to handle. As he ventures further into the base, Dogun realizes that the only remaining evidence of Professor Han's legacy are the illegal experiments. Stopping in front of a large door, he senses that this is the place. Without hesitation, Dogun delivered a powerful kick that shattered the door. In front of him was a horrifying scene. Rows of glass cages filled with blue liquid. Inside were creatures and children being held captive. It's so sad how the innocent children who should be protected are subjected to such torture and fear. That bastard really kept records of the missing kids. In that dark space, memories of Subject 17 flash back like a painful film, as the experimenters once saw that child as a golden goose for his ability to mimic, to become an awakened person naturally, bringing enormous profits. They even argued fiercely about dissecting it immediately to find out the cause of the lack of side effects. Looking at the innocent creatures being transformed, Doug silently reached out and touched the glass, letting it rest in peace once and for all. At this moment, a small creature resembling a fox with glowing red eyes peeks out from behind the experiment containers, and Dogun is surprised. Huh? That is when he sensed a very familiar scent emanating from this creature. While Dogun wondered if it could talk, since Nari had never mentioned this ability, his small companion teased him. It's probably just your scent. Do you shower every day? Putting aside the teasing, Dogun approached and asked the small creature. Knowing that he was feeling nervous and probing the opponent, he took the initiative to ask, "Do you know the mechanical creature you created?" The creature immediately trembled. "Did you really see him, the mechanical creature?" Dogun nodded to reassure the little creature. He's living very well with us in the demon world." Hearing this news, the little creature wagged its tail rapidly, eyes brimming with tears of joy. "Really, I've been waiting for a long time just to hear that you're still alive." Doug's gaze softened. He asked, "Are there others like me here?" Immediately, it shouted loudly, "Yes, come out!" From the darkness, a tree-shaped creature and a tiny ant cautiously step out, surprising Doug. A tree and an ant? And then a series of strange creatures like ground squirrels and cacti also began to emerge from hiding. Dogun observed them all and asked, "So are you the only remaining chimera monsters?" A trembling creature responded, "Yes. The ones that tend to attack out of rebellion have either died or been sold. Only we remain." "Then there would be no problem if I take you to the demon world, right?" The little ones looked confused and asked again, "The demon world?" As a brilliant blue light began to envelop them, outside, Hambit Laboratory was engulfed in a sky-high sea of flames and thick black smoke. Witnessing this terrifying scene, those on the ground couldn't help but be stunned. Does the Hambit Laboratory have any connection to the slums? Why are they attacking the laboratory? At this moment, Dogun is calmly sitting on the back of a giant parrot flying through the sky illuminated by the sunset. "Sir, look up there. There's a parrot with someone riding on its back." Seeing such a strange phenomenon, the old man didn't explain anything to his grandson. Up above, Dogun asked, "Have you ensured the researchers' safe evacuation?" "Yes, everything has been safely brought to the designated location, as per the boss's orders, and I have also checked thoroughly to ensure no one remains inside the building." Although Hambit is a legitimate laboratory, the researchers there are completely unaware of Professor Han's dark secrets. Namjook wondered, shouldn't we give them the forgetfulness pills? "Anyway, they are witnesses to what happened," Dogun replied coldly. "That's why we decided not to do that." Seeing Jock still confused and not understanding, Dogun looked down and asked, "Do you recognize who those people are?" Namjook looked in the direction his boss pointed. Jock immediately recognized and exclaimed, "Those people are the leader of the Hunter Association, Liu, and his grandson." Meanwhile, on the ground, the nephew looked up with a skeptical expression. "Is he really riding a parrot? How could they do such a strange thing? It seems they arrived right after the report of the attack on the laboratory. Their information was updated so quickly, right?" The name Liu just came up and made Doug pause for a moment. I muttered, "Liu and Su, that name sounds familiar." Then a flash of light crossed my mind, and I exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now." A knowing smile appears behind the mask. Dogun looks at the manosphere in his hand before suddenly throwing it straight down. This sudden action made Namjook panic and shout, "Big brother, what are you doing?" That person is a high-level hunter. The sphere hit Liunu's position, surprising his nephew. "Oh, sir, what is this?" He pondered silently, never imagining that he would meet it again after that day. This must definitely be some kind of monoceal. The shimmering blue mana flow reminded him of a past warning that this seal could only be broken by a mana source more powerful than its creator. He wondered which individual with greater strength than Han Myongdu could have transformed him into this form. At that moment, members of the association rushed in to report. Chairman, luckily no one was injured, but they also mentioned that the researchers' testimonies were very strange.
They confirmed that Professor Han, the director, has turned into a chimera monster, and the attacker was the person who helped them evacuate from the fire. Lai Ununshu stared at the sphere, sweat beading on his forehead as a shocking suspicion arose.
Could that person still be alive? Meanwhile, on the back of the giant parrot, Dogon ordered Namjok, "Let's head back to the slum area." Dogon explains that although he intended to exchange a few things in the human world, it would be troublesome if the association tailed him. Namjok worries about the next plan, but Dogon doesn't answer and tells him to rest assured he has his own plan. As night falls at the Kim Thwat Guild branch in the slums, Guildmaster Kim, deep in sleep, is awakened by a loud noise from the guard room and hurriedly sits up in alarm. Huh? What was that noise? Is someone coming? Who else could it be at this hour? A clumsy masked figure crashes into the room, causing Director Kim to scream in fear. Then a tall, dark thief appears at the door. "That's dog," he sighed in exasperation as he looked at his partner. "I told you to be careful, you're so clumsy." Dogon just took off his mask and reassured the trembling man. "Calm down. It's me, Department Head Kim." Seeing his true face, Manager Kim stammered in disbelief. "X is completely crazy. What are you doing here at this hour? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Dogon smiled with determination and made an irresistible offer. This is an important matter. Come with me to the demon world now." There, the Birdman is carefully showing how to make a fence from spirit stones and glowing gems. He explained that first you need to drill a hole into the carefully cut gemstone, then insert the polished luminous stone into that hole. Seeing the sparkling finished product emerge, Nari couldn't help but feel excited. The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. "Little Sparrow, this is so beautiful." Even the woman accompanying her had to admit she had never thought of this creative method before. While she was lost in thought about how many more fences the garden might need, an unusual disturbance occurred. A brightly glowing portal opens right beneath their feet, making her gasp in amazement. "A portal?" Nari shouts, believing that Dogon has returned. But from the portal, a swarm of tiny creatures tumble to the ground, recognizing them as chimera monsters. The woman wondered if Dogon sent them here. Are they weak? They were dumped into this area, like a pile of starving children. Suddenly, Nari showed strange behavior, causing the woman to worry and ask her about it. "Kim Nari, what's wrong?" The girl just remained silent, clutching her shirt with a hesitant expression. At the same time, the small dragon suddenly stood in front of the new members with a very cautious attitude. Seeing that, the woman asked, "What's wrong, Jasha?" From afar, strange sounds are coming, making the bird wonder if it's surprised by the strangers, but the woman seems to realize that it's actually trying to establish order with the new soldiers. But a plant-shaped creature completely ignored the distance and calmly walked past everyone in surprise. It moved toward the distant land, radiating a brilliant glow as if it had found its own paradise. The woman smiled and thought, "It seems like it has claimed this lush garden as its own, determined to stay rooted there forever." But suddenly a loud noise erupted in the garden, accompanied by thick dust. It turned out this garden already had an owner, 5 small creatures that looked like white radishes with cautious expressions. At the same time, Dogon gently patted the giant parrot. "You've worked hard, Blue. You can rest here." Namjok, standing nearby, also sighed in relief, marveling that there's no place like home. He shouted excitedly, "Are you really building a house in the demon world? This must be an extremely valuable academic achievement." While Director Kim was lost in his rambling about architecture and the number of rooms, Dogon silently looked at Nari standing alone in the distance. He wondered to himself, has Nari not made up with her friends yet? Then he turned to tell Namjok and the 2 others to wait here with Manager Kim and not to move.
Dogon walks toward the garden and removes his skull mask. When the woman asks if everything has been settled, he nods in confirmation.
Well, this is quite convenient and comfortable, but the surrounding atmosphere doesn't seem very peaceful. Why are these little creatures so angry? The Birdman explains that because the new sapling is targeting the garden, both sides have been glaring at each other for a while with no one willing to back down, and the tension is escalating as neither side is willing to yield. Suddenly, a small ant with a bright red tail joined the fight. Seeing its tail glowing, Dogon suspected, look, its tail is shining. Does it feel like it's sensing its teammate is in danger? The ant sped off at an incredible speed, making Dogon exclaim, "Don't tell me this incredible scene happening right before everyone's eyes isn't real." The plant-like creature hurls the ant like a firework, using its vine. The ant soared through the wind on an unpredictable trajectory and collided forcefully with the head of a radish creature, but unfortunately the target was protected by a metal armor, and after the impact, the ant was knocked out. After the intense encounter between the new and old residents, the Birdman nodded in approval, saying the Mandragora's teamwork has improved. Dogon also quietly acknowledges the efforts of the new members. The sapling and the ant have also made quite a decent effort. At this quiet, hidden corner of the garden, the small fox-like creature was actively sniffing around, muttering to itself in suspicion. This scent is unmistakable. Following the familiar trail, it finds Nari trembling and hiding behind a large tree. Is that you? The mechanical creature. In response to the call, it was only Nari's sobs of grief. The girl burst into tears, overwhelmed with late regret. I'm sorry, but until you accept my apology, I'll wait here. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, bringing back memories of the dark days in the laboratory of the cruel ones. What do you mean? Refusing the ranked match, another person holding a report with a puzzled look, clearly having the best training results but still refusing the command. Maybe there's something wrong with the spell on it, but another researcher had a different opinion. I believe it's because of its personality. When asked again about its character, he explained that it is a fighter by nature, but unfortunately was born with a gentle personality. Gentleness is a good trait, but in this hell on Earth, it becomes a thorn in the side of the experimenters. They created a clone called Nari and coldly watched as she was surrounded and attacked by other test subjects. She was humiliated so badly. If it weren't for you, even when attacked from behind, the girl would just grit her teeth and endure without any intention to fight back, making even observers admire her. That's why it only knew how to take the hits, even when attacked from behind by multiple opponents. This kind of situation could be deadly. It hurts so much, you idiot. Seeing the deadlock, Anne smirked cunningly. If the issue is personality, we just need to reprogram it. The old man begins to outline a cruel psychological plan to break her will. Give that mechanical creature a roommate. A few weak ones can get along with it, but will still obey our orders. So small creatures like foxes and saplings were brought in to share the captivity with Nari. Wait until they become truly close and trust each other, then the old man will deliver the most deadly blow. Order the roommate to betray it. Immediately, the gentle fox suddenly turned into a savage beast, attacking Nari furiously right in front of the malicious observer's surveillance screen. So cruel, they first made Nari trust, then cut off that friendship. That's so disgusting because nothing hurts more than being betrayed by the very friend you trust completely. In a frenzy, the little fox lunged at Nari while the cold-hearted experimenters planted extreme thoughts into her mind. Do you understand now? There's no such thing as friends in this world. Next time they will kill you. So if you don't want to die, you have to kill them first. Without letting hatred take over, Nari chooses to run away to protect her friends. Despite the researchers shouting orders to arrest her, she uses her remaining strength to dash through the bright space gate. In her mind at that moment, there was only one thought. No, we are friends. So to avoid hurting my friends, I just need to leave. This girl, if judged by human feelings, is truly great, willing to sacrifice everything to not lose the friendship they built with sincerity. Back in the present, tears of regret stream down Nari's robot face behind the tree. The little fox approaches, tearfully looking at her old friend. I was the one who bit you. Why are you the one crying? Nari suddenly rushes to embrace her friend, her sobs echoing throughout the forest. I miss you so much. Under the shimmering light of the demon world, the two friends hold each other tightly after many years apart. Their genuine feelings have overcome everything. Witnessing this touching scene, Dogun and his companions quietly smile and decide to leave silently, giving them some private space. He thought to himself, so that was Nari's original form. For now, he would pretend he hadn't seen anything. I'm glad they made peace so quickly. At this moment, Nam Jock and Manager Kim are still standing frozen outside, looking extremely distressed. Seeing Dogun return, Jock pouted and asked, how much longer do we have to stand here? Dogun finally allowed them to move and introduced Manager Kim to the Demon World residents as an A-level alchemist who would help lift the curse, but contrary to his shy appearance in pajamas, Manager Kim made a request that shocked everyone. May I pluck a few feathers from you two? Both of them gasped in shock. Longvu, seeing the strong reaction, Manager Kim asked in confusion, is there a problem with that? Although their faces showed clear signs of embarrassment and awkwardness, they stammered, no, that's not it. But at the same time, in the human world, the atmosphere was somewhat calmer. Bong Shu excitedly recounts the recent incident to the shop owner, telling her about a giant blue monster bird suddenly rushing through the gate. The Hunters Association members rushed in, and everything was chaotic. Is that so? I've been indoors the whole time, so I didn't know anything. Looking outside, she comments that the weather has been getting colder and winter is probably coming soon. Then she gives Bong Shu a small gift, which is a steaming bowl of roasted sweet potatoes. The perfect gift to warm up the cold. The landlady reminded him to eat with kimchi so he wouldn't choke. Bong Shu happily exclaimed, I will eat very well. Even though the sweet potato was still very hot, making him blow on it constantly and almost burn his tongue, the sweet flavor made him feel completely satisfied. So warm, eating roasted sweet potato in winter is truly unmatched. Seeing him enjoy his meal, the landlady smiled and encouraged him to eat more since there was still plenty. When Bong Shu wondered why he was the only one eating, she gently replied that she had already eaten earlier. Carefully observing Bong Shu's face, the landlady asked anxiously, you don't look well, Bong. Shu, are you coming down with a cold? Bong Shu scratched his head and chuckled, saying, I think it's just body aches. Maybe I've been training a bit too hard lately. However, he also admitted one strange thing, that even after taking medicine, he still couldn't shake the chills. Hearing this, the landlady suddenly became serious. Isn't that a sign of pre-awakening? Fever, dizziness, and aches can last up to 10 days. She reminds you that you are already 17 this year. Teenage years are usually when Hunter's powers begin to awaken. Even though Bong Shu is still insecure about his background, the lady boss scolds him sharply. Oh, what's wrong with this kid? You think Awakening still cares about your background, right? A truly meaningful piece of encouragement, everyone. Bong Shu still appears pessimistic and fearful. Don't give me false hope. Even if you do awaken, if your rank is low, it's useless. I won't let you say more. The shop owner suddenly pulled out a stack of money and threw it onto the table, surprising him.
This is her explanation that because she knows you have no money for the bus, she wants you to use this money to go to the Hunter Association branch in Silver City to check if you've truly awakened. Looking at the old photo of the two of them on the table, the lady quietly thinks that no one can predict the future.
The shop owner smiled encouragingly. You might become a great hunter someday. Hearing that, Bong Shu scratched his head and smiled happily. Thank you, Auntie. This immediately made the landlady furious. She shouted loudly, I'm not your auntie, you know. Oh my god. If you don't know how to properly ask for a loan, don't go around calling me auntie. Does it sound like a tearjerker or what? Despite the furious anger of the lady, Bong Shu still eats while sniffling with deep emotion. I will definitely succeed and repay the lady boss many times over. Thank you so much, auntie. Is that you deliberately shouting, boss? Meanwhile, the night has fallen over the demon world. Its tiny inhabitants, from white foxes and tree-like creatures to mice, are busily transporting and installing the spirit stones along the path. Are you working overnight? Well, we're not exactly easy to tire out either. Dogen saw that and immediately reminded him, I told you to leave. Why are you still hanging around there? Jock, dodging blows and tearfully explaining, I'm not training, I'm just helping. The B-rank hunter, despite being bullied, still tries to stay loyal to the boss. Without the boss sitting there, those little birds might have been plucked clean too. Dogen gathered everyone and announced, so while Manager Kim is treating Boo's tail feathers, should we finish what we're doing now? Dewey Co., now back to his optimistic self, smiled with squinted eyes, enjoying the moment. Dogen looked at the new creatures and said if they wanted to live here, they would have to contribute, whether little or a lot. Do you understand? Nari and the little bird on his head led the others to reply enthusiastically, yes, understood. Leave it to us. Everyone here feels grateful to the man who saved them and gave them a new place to live. The Birdman watches Dogen's back and quietly remarks, well, having something to do wherever you go is a good thing. Dogen, carrying glowing shards on his shoulder, walks through the field as Nari Launton runs after him and asks, where are you going, sir? He gently replied, I think there are still some fences left, so I plan to install them along the path. The girl cheered happily. Hee hee, it will probably look really nice. Dogen looked at Nari. Did you softly ask to confirm that you have completely made peace with your friends? Nari hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I've made peace. But the girl's eyes suddenly looked sad. Her hands clenched tightly together in worry. But uncle, have you really come to the tribe now? Dogen calmly confirms. Yes, I have arrived. The brief reply stunned Nari. The girl was worried that her true identity was no longer a secret to him. The truth is, I am not from the coconut tribe. Amidst the glowing columns of crystal shining with golden light, Dogen softly calls out, Kim Nari no longer needs to worry because I've taken care of everything. He suggests unexpectedly, maybe we should become a coconut tribe. Nari looked confused and asked, so what do you mean, uncle? Our family has grown bigger, so now we need a name. So anyway, we have to choose one. I think we should just call it the coconut tribe. Hearing that, Nari's eyes lit up brightly. Is the tribe washing? Thank you very much, sir. Seeing Nari cry with happiness, Dogen gently said, okay, let's go home. Everyone must be waiting. All the suffering the girl endured before is now being repaid by Dogen, and she feels very happy. We're back. From now on, we are the coconut tribe. The Birdman saw the cheerful expressions of the two and smiled, seeming to have a smooth conversation. Meanwhile, Namgyo, with a battered and exhausted face, approached to report, Boss, you're back. We just finished building the fence. Wow, our house looks even more beautiful now. Where did you go without saying anything? Watching the lively scene from afar, Dogen silently marvels children really are children. They bounce back quickly and don't stay angry as long as adults. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong and whispered. Immediately, the giant parrot blue swooped down from above, wrapping himself around him passionately. Dogen was pushed aside by it, only able to smile wryly in response to its enthusiasm. All right, I've missed you too. He realizes that despite Blue's enormous size and formidable strength, deep inside, he is just a playful and affectionate child. Blue's tail fur regrew miraculously, leaving Doug in awe. Manager Kim proudly stepped forward, explaining that the faster-than-expected healing was thanks to the red spirit stones Dog had given him earlier, a rare ingredient used in the most premium medicines, whose effectiveness was multiplied when directly transmuted onto the wound by an A-rank alchemist. Seeing the miraculous regrowth of feather, Jock could only stand there in shock. Noticing Kim's exceptional talent, Jock cautiously approached and whispered to ask if he was researching any medicine for hair loss or baldness. Growing old and going bald, everyone is afraid of losing their hair, Manager Kim exclaimed in surprise. Huh? How do you know? It turns out he has secretly been developing this medicine for 10 years, a field that even top alchemists long to conquer. Hearing the promise of receiving the medicine upon completion, Jock was so moved that he knelt down on the ground. so he will serve wholeheartedly, making those around him feel uneasy about his excessive enthusiasm. Manager Kim thoughtfully said he had carefully examined both of their feathers. He believes that the magic circles are an ancient and extremely complex type that are not easy to break. According to his calculations, if they can obtain a large amount of Mandragora, they might find a way to neutralize them. Hearing this, Dogen casually asked, "Are those red ones?" This question left Manager Kim stunned. "Do you know what Mandragora is?" Dogen casually admits he's eaten it many times, so of course he knows well. He even predicted that they would be ripe soon. Manager Kim was so stunned to see a whole Mandragora garden right in front of him that he couldn't speak, having been too busy treating Brew all this time. "The rare fruit you mentioned is actually so abundant here." Dogen explained that he fed them the best magic to help them grow. Mandragora are monsters capable of filtering energy. They absorb essence to bear fruit and continue growing by eating their own fruits. The problem is that if you forcefully harvest them, the pure energy inside will become corrupted and turn into deadly poison for humans. In other words, to obtain intact Mandragora fruits, hunters must wait until they willingly give them up. Dogen quietly suggests that placing a few stones in the garden might be a good idea, because when they bear fruit, Mandragora often hide in caves or between rocks to avoid predators. There are many of these fruits, but harvesting them is a real challenge. Seeing this thorough understanding, Director Kim couldn't help but be amazed, continuously jotting notes and stammering, "How do you know all this valuable information?" Dogen gently turned away, his eyes distant as if searching for old memories. "Actually, I just remembered that not long ago. I have some past connection to Mandragora." The memories take him back to when experiment number 17 was deployed to the remote mountain region, stepping through the glowing space gate to begin a 10-day solitary survival training in the demon world. Dogen at that time appeared to be very calm. He thought to himself that this mission was nothing difficult, even more like a trip to breathe some fresh air. While on the snowy mountain, he decided to climb to the very top to explore, approaching the mission with the spirit like going on a trip. As he stepped through the white snow, Doug suddenly halted when he heard strange noises coming from the bushes. He looked around cautiously. What was that sound? Following the sound, he pushed aside the dry branches and froze at the sight before him. Just beneath the thin layer of snow, a tiny creature lay motionless. Is this Mandragora? Did it get attacked or something? The tiny monster, trying to look fierce, jumping and growling, made Dogen can't help but laugh. It's so tiny but pretty fierce. But then suddenly, it collapsed onto the snow, trembling all over and sweating profusely from exhaustion. Seeing that tragic scene, he silently watched it look so pitiful, as if it was about to breathe its last. A strange emotion arose in Dogen that made him question himself. Wait a minute, am I actually feeling sorry for it? Even though I remind myself that this is clearly just a monster, my hands instinctively emit a gentle blue mana to heal it. My compassion no longer knows boundaries. He can save anyone as long as they can't resist and have no bad intentions. Recharged with energy, the little creature quickly falls into a deep sleep. Dogen sat down in the snow, looked at it, and thought to himself, "It's too weak, so just a little mana is enough to make it fall asleep immediately." Feeling unable to leave this poor creature in the freezing winter, he decided to take it along for a few days and see how it goes. That night, Dogen continued his journey through the snowy forest with a new companion tucked safely in his backpack. Seeing a stone archway ahead, he exclaimed, "Oh, there's a cave! We'll stay here tonight!" Inside the cave, the red fire dispelled the cold of the night. Chabantaz! After being fully charged with magic, the tiny Mandragora became incredibly excited and ran around the fire non-stop. Dogen watched and asked, "Have you felt a bit better after being recharged with magic?" It runs around wildly, full of energy. Inside the cave, he and it are happily together by the warm campfire. Feeling his throat dry, he took a long sip from the water bottle. His action immediately caught the attention of the small creature. It stares intently at the water bottle with sparkling eyes, clearly eager. Realizing his mistake, Doug quickly tries to soothe it. "Oh, you must be really thirsty too. Be careful and pour each drop of cold water for it." The small creature opened its mouth eagerly to gulp down the water. Trembling all over with delight, Dogen gently reminded, "Hey, don't shake so much. It'll be hard to drink and you might choke on the water." He silently thought that if someone saw this scene, they might think it's dancing with joy. Suddenly, the tiny creature froze with a look of amazement, as if realizing something very important. Seeing that the creature was acting strangely, Dogen looked blankly at the small creature in front of him and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Suddenly, a blinding light burst out, making him exclaim in amazement. A bright red berry appears on the Mandragora's leaf, and it seems proud of itself. Dogen can't help but wonder, a berry? Where did you get that from? When he saw it bring the berry towards him, he hesitated for a moment. You want me to eat it? I should be cautious when eating fruit offered by a plant-based monster. But looking into the sincere eyes of the little creature, Dogen decided to dismiss his doubts. Well, anyway, my body can resist most toxins anyway. Moreover, seeing its sincere heart, he decided to try its taste. As soon as the berry dissolved in his mouth, an explosive sensation overwhelmed Doug, with a sweet, fragrant, and incredibly refreshing flavor spreading throughout his body. I am amazed to feel the abundant energy, as if magic power is filling my magic core. Could it be that this berry contains magical energy? Dogen couldn't help but wonder what secret was hidden inside that tiny body. What on earth is going on inside it? Con Mandragora begins to tremble, exerting all its strength to produce more new berries. Seeing the continuous appearance of the ripe red berries on the leaves, Dogen is stunned. This little kid can keep producing berries nonstop? He's so small but makes such a fuss with the berries. A continuous blue light flashes, the number of berries increasing from 5 to 6 in his utmost excitement. Despite looking exhausted and worn out, the Mandragora happily offers all the berries to Dogon. He wondered why the number kept increasing, but it kept offering everything to him. Is it trying to repay him for saving its life? Seeing its pitiful effort, Dogen felt torn, but it looked exhausted already. I truly appreciate your kindness, but if I accept more, I will feel very torn. He waved his hand to refuse. That's enough. I'm full. Seeing that Dogen wouldn't accept anymore, the Mandragora looked confused for a moment, then calmly ate all the remaining fruits itself. If you're not giving, then I'll eat them myself. This scene makes Dogen can't help but laugh. Now you're eating your own fruit? A tree is eating its own fruit again. Oh, right. They don't have seeds. Seeing the Mandragora calmly nibbling on its own berries, Dogon suddenly realized that this species absorbs its own fruit to grow. He felt a bit guilty for unintentionally taking away the energy it needed to develop. I thought it was repaying a favor. I must make it up to it someday. When night fell, even though it found a safe hiding spot in the rock crevice, this tiny creature still tried to crawl into my arms to seek warmth. Looking at the sleeping little one, Doug smiles gently. Truly a fascinating creature. Good night, little one. With someone keeping you company here, I definitely won't feel bored anymore. I was about to sleep with the little plant when suddenly deep growls echoed from the cave entrance. Seeing the large shadows approaching, Dogen realized they were fierce snow monsters. He was sure they came here to steal the pure energy-filled berries of little Mandragora. No fear in his eyes, he gently tucked the small creature into his shirt pocket and reassured it. All right, as long as you're by my side. Dogen stood up, his gaze turning cold. I promise to protect you with all I have. Immediately, he charged into battle with overwhelming strength. Even while fighting and protecting his little friend in the backpack, Dogen easily defeated the massive monsters, rendering them unable to resist. After clearing the threat, he sat down on a fallen tree in the white snow, watching the little one busy making berries to thank him, knowing that after the battle he needed to recharge. Seeing the happy expression of the small creature, Dogen gently smiles contentedly. However, the training time is up, and he stands at the mountain's peak looking toward the glowing horizon at sunset. It's time for me to go back. I need to reach the exact location to match the teleportation coordinates upgraded by the laboratory. Seeing the small companion cling so dearly, Doug silently wondered, is this what they call saying goodbye? Now he understands why he feels compassion for this tiny creature. Because seeing it abandoned alone in the endless snowfield reminded him of himself in the past. He knew that once he left, it probably wouldn't survive. But Dogen had to leave because his body was bearing a curse. If he didn't return in time, he would lose his life. It only took a short time for it to see him as family, and it doesn't want to be apart from him. Dogen quietly explained that if he took it to the human world, it would just become a test subject like him. There isn't much I can do to make up for it. He took out a safety device woven from silk, specially designed to protect it from attacks during transport. He gently puts the bracelet on the little creature and carefully advises him to wear it properly and not lose it. Receiving the gift, the small being joyfully exclaims with happy sounds. Dogen softly said, I'm leaving now, and then decisively stepped into the teleportation beam. Behind him, Mandragora cried out in longing. Hung, a place that seemed like its home, protected it, but that was only its fleeting moment of happiness. Dogen didn't turn back, only leaving a final warning to take care, kid. Deep inside, he still felt guilty for not being able to protect him until the end. Dogen scratched his head and remembered that I returned 2 weeks later, but the scene before him was just a pile of debris. The old cave had completely disappeared after a landslide. Dogen searched everywhere but found no trace of his little friend. He could only stand silently, filled with regret. I'm sorry, maybe it was buried under the snow or eaten by something. Seeing Doug sad, the entity with him comforted him, saying that with the protective silk thread, maybe it's still alive. Dogen smiled decisively and said, all right, let's take some time to go back and check that snowy mountain. If it's still alive, that would be great. In his heart, he still wants to find that little tree and also to know what it has been through, to remember the friend who abandoned it. At the same time, on the icy snow mountain, a breathtaking scene is unfolding. Amidst the white snow, thousands of Mandragora creatures are marching fiercely like a real army, led by the young boy from before, still wearing Doug's silk cord, with a commanding gaze that roars loudly across the mountains. Looking towards the horizon, Doug gazes pensively, thinking about the past. It would be so good if that thing were still alive. How could a kid like him possibly keep his little life safe in this land while lost in his memories? He was suddenly interrupted by Manager Kim's call. I never expected he would have a house with a garden right beneath the demon world. You seem to be quite fond of the Mandragora. Manager Kim rubs his hands together, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Speaking of this, I wonder if it's okay to try channeling some magic into them. I do have a fondness for Mandragora after all. Seeing the small creatures looking dejected, he judged that they must be starving because their magic source was cut off during the barrier setup. Dogan quietly warned that the Mandreora here could be very different from the usual ones found in the human world. But Manager Kim remained very confident. Haha, that's why I become even more curious. Alright, let me try and see. Come on, be good. Can you handle it? It's up to you whether you can handle it or not, Manager. As soon as Manager Kim reached out, Dogon thought to himself that even an experienced alchemist must be very careful. Because the true power of a healthy Mandreora is a machine that devours mana. They possess a different kind of madness and their only diet is mana. Even more terrifying, these kids are already familiar with the enormous and pure mana that Dogon used to supply. Manager Kim suddenly turned pale, shouting in horror, "What is this?" The flow of magic from his body was ruthlessly drained, causing Manager Kim to weaken rapidly. "No, I can't take this anymore." He collapsed to the ground unconscious. Namjook hurried over holding his partner and crying desperately. "Please, Manager Kim, open your eyes." Dogon watched in disbelief. An A-rank alchemist losing so badly? Oh, how humiliating, Doctor. Hee hee. However, a strange scene unfolded immediately afterward. The tiny creatures are constantly vomiting out bright blue smoke with miserable expressions. Do they prioritize the quality of the magic power they absorb over the quantity? It really is a picky fish. It seems Manager Kim's magic isn't to their taste at all. It's lost all its magic and even got spit out by them as not tasty anymore. The level of humiliation is through the roof, isn't it, everyone? Meanwhile, in Counselor Park Yu-Dung's office in Gold City, a tense meeting was underway, and Jessica, the CEO of the Gold Auction House with her elegant white hair, broke the silence. "I heard that the Hambit Research Lab was just attacked, right?" She looked coldly at the person opposite and continued. "After hearing your report, I conclude that all the investment capital in the Mechanical Creature Project vanished overnight." Sitting beside her, Violet, the vice president of the Red City Association, clasped her hands together and pressed with a cold question. "How do you plan to handle this huge loss?" Jung Ki-bong, the president of the Golden City Traders Association, is sweating nervously. The old man stammered, "Not only that, I also heard that the head of the Lunu Hunter Association has already started an investigation. He's afraid that if this gets out to the media, their reputation will be ruined." On the contrary, Go Dung Hyuk, the president of the Freelance Hunters Association, appeared extremely disdainful, sneering with a mocking smile. "Lee Un-su, are you really afraid of an old man nearing the end of his life? That's hard to believe. I'm so angry at that attitude." "Chairman Go, your words are a bit too much." But Go Dung Hyuk still calmly replied, "I didn't say anything wrong. A meeting with people causing disruptions like this is truly maddening." At this point, North Udon Counselor finally spoke up to mediate. "Do my words all make sense?" "Honorable Counselor," he told them not to worry about that and assured that I would put an end to this scandal within my authority. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he mentioned a strange rural guy who appeared and disturbed our business. According to him, projects involving the government often encounter these kinds of troubles and occasional accidents, but everything will soon settle down. Baek Yu-dung snapped his fingers confidently. "Don't worry, I have secured a new source of funding." He unfurled an intelligence map showing a massive Mandreora colony residing on the mountain peak. This information shocks both Jessica and Go Dung Hyu. Mandreora is indeed a large herd? They were wary because even A-rank hunters avoided that snowy peak no matter how high the reward, but Baek Yu-dung reassured them that there was no need to climb all the way to the top. They would deploy the A-rank hunters along the mountain slope to carry out the plan. Jang Ki-bong still didn't understand his intention and asked, "So, you said that herd is way up on the mountaintop? Are you planning to wait for them to slip and roll down the mountain to catch them?" Baek Yu-dung smiled cunningly, revealing that a teleportation mage had appeared to assist them, an unprecedented case. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association branch, young Bong Shu timidly approached an employee and said, "I came to check my awakening status. When asked my name, I began the process to confirm that I am a rare awakened fake. My name is Bong Shu." The young boy nervously scratched his head as he introduced himself at the guild. And immediately after, the scene shifted to a snow-covered mountain where a group of A-rank hunters was on a patrol. One of them casually remarked that even though they were all A-rank hunters on this plateau, it felt more like a leisurely walk. "We've only climbed halfway, and all the monsters have already fled. You're underestimating your opponent. Be careful. It's never a bad idea. However, their main target isn't the monsters but that fake awakened kid." He wondered, but where did that kid go? His companions explained that his teleportation range was extremely large, so it was very hard to find him. Right now, the captain is keeping him close because he's the most important link in this mission. Another hunter is suspicious. "But you said he only recently awakened, so he's just an enforcer. How can he withstand this bone-chilling cold?" "At least only the Naya class can survive. The harsh truth gradually reveals itself when another person reveals that the captain is someone with amplification abilities." Hearing this, he was stunned. What? A blow to the head will cause the forced rank to break their veins and die. And that kid also nodded. Turns out the coin was controlled and hypnotized with energy to make him obey. "You're just an orphan picked up from the slums, brought here to be a test subject to measure your awakening level. With that background, if he dies, no one would care. So this really is an undercover mission from above. No wonder the reward is so generous." "So who is the woman encouraging him to go is? Does she know about this?" At a suitable spot, the ASE expedition leader raises his hand to give the order. The front line stops. This distance should be enough. He is the one with the ability to amplify adventurers. Without hesitation, ASE orders an immediate advance. Standing right behind Bong Shu is One, the one with the puppet control ability. One places a hand on the boy's shoulder, his eyes turning vacant as he is completely controlled. Those around eagerly wait. Oh, he's starting to act now. Let's keep our eyes open and see how this rare situation unfolds. Everyone's curious about what he can do, not whether he's in danger. A massive green energy burst erupts from his body, sweeping over the snowy peaks at an incredible speed. That intense mana rushes straight toward the valley where the Mandreora are living. The tiny creatures looked in awe at the rushing light, making surprise sounds, while the hunters were left speechless by the incredible distance of the teleportation. Wow, you can teleport such a long distance? The accomplice standing nearby concluded that this was thanks to the powerful resonance with the rare ability of the little boy Bong Shu, a truly terrifying strength. After exerting all his energy on the teleportation, Bong Shu collapsed onto the cold snow. Once he had exploited and achieved what he wanted, he showed no mercy to the boy. The hunter, wearing a headband, shouted loudly, "What are you all standing there for?" Whoever catches it first gets to keep the prey. Immediately, a bright orange magic net was thrown directly at the bewildered Mandreora. The small creatures could only cry out strange sounds before being caught under the giant net, pinning one to the ground. Seeing the prey under control, the hunters cheered in victory. We succeeded, get the net ready to catch it quickly, but our joy won't last long. From behind, a Mandreora with sharp eyes and a commanding presence suddenly appears, stomping fiercely on a stone. It radiates a blue aura of mana, as if commanding the entire herd. Seeing this scene, one of the hunters looked shocked and suspicious. Wait a minute, is that one in the middle the one giving orders? Is that the king of the entire herd? After the leader's command, the Mandreora swarm didn't run away but charged straight into the magic net. They didn't leave a single one behind, determined to save the captured one. The hunters initially felt proud as they watched the prey lead itself to its death. The Mandreora swarm rushes straight into the net, but their smiles quickly fade as they see it being torn apart. A hunter panics. Are they tearing the net apart? But the hunter controlling the net screams in unbearable pain. It's not eating, it's draining all my magic power. The flow of magic from his body is being pulled out through the linking threads, leaving him exhausted. If this continues, the magic net will disappear. At this moment, an A-rank hunter with a muscular build and a great sword on his back rushes forward, voice full of anger. We're all A-rank, yet we're made a joke by these guys. He realizes that because they are natural creatures, their ability to absorb magic is truly terrifying. Moving forward with absolute confidence, the burly hunter declares, I am a pseudo-physical awakening, not using magic, so their magic absorption ability is useless against me. As he said, the Mandreora could only absorb magic and couldn't affect him. With a single powerful swing of his hand, he knocked the tiny Mandreora clinging to the net, causing them to tumble across the snow. So you're the king of this bunch. Looking at the tiny creature before him, he growled threateningly, I want to crush you right here. But you're too valuable to kill. The fierce hunter swung his great sword, snarling with deadly intent. So I will beat you to death or leave you barely alive. Only a breath away from death. At that critical moment, Dogen suddenly appears to intervene. He coldly remarks, you're really doing something despicable. A powerful collision occurs, causing a terrifying shockwave that throws back those in the way through the thick dust and smoke. The small tree that was saved once again by you. This time meeting again just like the first time. Both times saving its life. Witnessing the overwhelming power, the hunters nervously ask each other, who is that guy? I don't know. I've never seen his face before. Are they starting to suspect that the information has been leaked to another guild? However, the leader firmly insisted that this was a top-secret order, directly from above, so there was no way the information could be leaked to another guild. Facing the greedy ones, Dogen just thought to himself that they were making too much noise. A surge of thick black aura erupts from Doug, crushing the space around him, causing the A-rank hunters to cry out in pain before collapsing completely under the terrifying pressure. In the midst of the chaos, he quietly withdraws his power, leaving a silent void atop the snowy mountain. In front of him now stands a tiny creature frozen in shock. Looking closely at the creature, Dogen recognizes the star-shaped scar on its forehead and the old silk thread still hanging from its body. Wong, Mandreora hasn't forgotten its old friend, who also saved it last time. It's definitely you. I recognize the silk thread spun by the caterpillar that I personally tied for it over 10 years ago when I was still a teenager. Maybe 13 or 15. Although its appearance has changed and it has grown taller, he recognizes that this tiny creature still remembers its unique magical aura. And now, overwhelmed with joy, the young Mandreora jumps up and rushes straight toward him. After more than a decade, they reunite, and it bursts into happiness. Dogen quickly catches his small friend, gently ruffling its head as the creature keeps rubbing its face against his hand affectionately. Seeing how clingy it is, he smiles and comments that its eyebrows look just like a puppy's, but a strange noise makes Dogen pay attention. He is surprised to see a series of small Mandreora creatures peeking out, observing curiously. Are those guys its friends? Little Mandreora jumps up proudly. It stands proudly in front of its herd like a true leader. making Dogen unable to hide his surprise. Could it really have become the leader of the entire group? Watching it try to tiptoe to show it has grown up, it boasted to him that it had matured and was even the king of the herd. Dogen silently admired its expressive face. This little kid really hasn't changed at all. Just then, the members of the tribe descended and confirmed, "See? I told you I would find it." Seeing the thread still wrapped around the small creature, they acknowledged its miraculous survival. When asked if he planned to take it home and raise it in his garden, Dogen hesitantly scratched his head and said, "Dad, I don't mind, but you realize that if it has found its place to belong, leaving now would be very difficult, so maybe it's better to give up now rather than let it be disappointed later." The companion reminds them about the hunters targeting the Mandreora, and Dogen casually says just chase them away and it's over. But his eyes suddenly froze in shock as he saw a familiar figure lying motionless in the white snow. Fluffy hair. Dogen hurriedly rushes to catch the boy, surprising everyone around him. Why is that boy here? They wondered why a child appeared in the demon world, a place not meant for humans. Dogen explained that Bong Shu was the one who guided him through the slums not long ago. He was stunned to realize the boy had awakened his power, but his current condition was dire with blood dripping from his mouth. The bird tribe woman identified that aura as belonging to someone with teleportation abilities. She said that the boy has only just awakened a few days ago, and the bright purple marks on his hand are evidence that he was forced to absorb excessive power, each line representing a day. So at this rate, Bong Shu won't be able to hold out for more than 3 days. Dogen silently looked at the boy lying motionless on the snow, wondering what kind of strange thing had really happened. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, furious glare when he realized these bastards had cruelly exploited the boy. I understand. Moving towards the trembling figures, Dogen exposes their roles, looking at the amount of magic power within Bong Shu. "You must be an enhancer type, and the one beside you is your puppet," he said coldly, questioning the self-proclaimed A-rank hunters. "You need Mandreora, but lack the courage to climb the snowy mountain. So you kidnapped a recently awakened child as a substitute, right?" Facing Dogen's overwhelming aura, the hunter captain, drenched in sweat, horrified to realize he is no match for him. He trembled because he couldn't even gauge the level of the opponent in front of him. In his desperation, he stammered a plea, unable to hear any more of those damn words. Dogen unleashes a lightning-fast strike that shatters the ground, causing the hunter to scream in agony. Amidst the wreckage with gaping wounds, Dogen coldly looks at the fallen hunters and grits his teeth. "You're about the same level too. But let me ask you this. A 17-year-old child has already stepped through the gate. What were you thinking when you saw that scene?" He exposed their cruelty when they only saw that kid as an orphan in the slums, draining his strength without a second thought and discarding him without mercy. Dogen sarcastically remarks that they are probably busy calculating what to do with the money from this job. "That's right, the strong prey on the weak, and you can justify that you haven't committed a deadly sin." His eyes suddenly became hollow but filled with murderous intent. He declared he would apply that same brutal rule to them, but if I did the same to you, it wouldn't be against the law, right? "First, I'll make you wish you were dead instead of alive. I'll use the same trick of hitting with a stick to make you feel what that boy had to endure." The Mandreora gang looked on in confusion as Dogen sat silently beside the unconscious Bong Shu on the rock, and seeing the boy, he couldn't help but whisper with sorrow. Bong Shu's memories of their first meeting come back when he sees the boy carrying heavy sandbags, and Dogen curiously asks, "Why are you carrying sandbags on your hands and feet?" The boy, full of enthusiasm, replies, "I am training my strength. I want to become as strong as you." Dogen simply asked in surprise, "Like us?" Bong Shu once looked at him with admiration and trust, saying, "You are the one who dares to enter the demon world unarmed. You must be an incredibly brave hunter. I also want to be like that. So I am trying to eat a lot and train hard." He has a strong will and pure admiration, yet without connections or support, he was exploited and trampled on mercilessly. Returning to the cruel reality, Dogen looked at the struggling boy's body with a heart full of pain and whispered to himself, "The kid said he wants to become a strong hunter. Hang in there a little longer. I will find a way to save him." Suddenly, the sound of a bird ringing out shattered the cold atmosphere. He looked up quietly. They have arrived. From above, Blue drops the metal manager, causing him to tumble onto the snow. As he struggles to get up, he is stunned to see the boy's condition. Bong Shu, why is this boy in the demon world like this?" Dogen coldly interrupted that shock. "Details can wait. The first thing to do is check if it can be treated." Manager Kim immediately calmed down and activated a blue magic circle around Bong Shu to begin examining his injuries. However, after finishing the examination, he collapsed. His face quickly turned grim and desperate. This isn't something that can be fixed with normal treatment. The boy's life force has been drained too much, so even pouring high-grade restorative medicine won't help now. Dogen pondered and recalled, life force? Maybe there's still a way. Seeing Manager Kim still looking confused, Dogen bowed down, pointed to an ancient magic circle on the ground, and firmly confirmed this is it. "I've seen it before. It extracts mana and converts it into life force." Manager Kim shows clear concern. He warned that extracting artificial mana is an extremely dangerous technique that has been strictly banned by the government. To perform it, a huge amount of mana is required, possibly even draining the energy of all the hunters present here. He added a cruel warning that if he failed, there was no guarantee the boy would survive. Amidst the hesitation, Dogun calmly interrupted. It's not about extracting my mana. Manager Kim was so stunned he froze, but Dogun simply smiled confidently to reassure him. It's okay, I've done this before. To save Bong Du, you are determined to test it on yourself once again. Dark memories from the past flood back, and Dogun silently thinks that thanks to those bastards, he's still alive today. Back then, the researchers were amazed to find that the magical energy of Subject 17 was beyond all standards, almost impossible to measure. With that nearly infinite energy, they frantically planned to develop the first life-extending transformation array on his body. Sitting in the experiment chair with a battered body, Dogun simply chuckled coldly. Don't joke anymore before destroying the entire research building with devastating explosions out of hatred for their cruelty. Although he didn't like those people, Dogun had to admit that the transformation array they created was incredibly reliable, and it was thanks to that map that he now had the chance to save a life. He decisively takes off his shirt, revealing a muscular and powerful body, and prepares for the risky rescue process. He looks steadily at Manager Kim and then asks, All right, shall we start now? Manager Kim stands behind, his hands beginning to emit a magical glow as he prepares for the dangerous extraction process. I am ready to perform the mana extraction. Sitting in the circle of ancient magic, Dogun is ready to face the pain to save his brother. Manager Kim looks at him and the struggling Bong Shu with a pang of sorrow. It's so unfortunate for Bong Shu and for Jahandagon too. He told himself he would do whatever it takes. I must succeed in this task. After Manager Kim's magic movement, a bright blue light erupts, illuminating the snowy sky. On Dog's back, the magic symbols start to move violently. Manager Kim, amazed, realizes that the source of vitality is gradually taking on a physical form, and he eagerly prepares for the next step. Now, I just need to transfer it to Bong Shu. But an unexpected incident occurred when the Mandreora, worried about their benefactor, suddenly attacked Manager Kim. He was panicked. Why did these little ones suddenly do that? Watching the scene, Dogun softly smiled, realizing they probably misunderstood that Kim the manager was attacking him. The little Mandreora with a star-shaped scar on its forehead growled like an angry puppy to protect Dogun, as Manager Kim dodged the charging attacks while desperately explaining, You're misunderstanding, please stay calm. Dogun looked at the loyal little ones and thought to himself, It seems they care about me, but maybe I should tell them to go home. Fortunately, the final energy transfer process went smoothly. The black streaks indicating energy overload on Bong Shu's arm are gradually fading away and disappearing completely. The boy falls into a deep sleep. His breathing has also stabilized. Manager Kim is overjoyed. He shouted with overwhelming happiness, We truly succeeded. Our bonds have managed to save their lives. He didn't forget to sincerely thank the hero. Everything went smoothly thanks to you. John Dogun stands beside his bird tribe friend, Doug, quietly watching the boy who has survived the danger, a complex emotion rising in his heart. But for some reason, I feel a little strange. I never thought I could save someone's life using the experiments I went through in the tower. He used his own pain to save others and bring a life back to life. Looking down at Bong Shu lying peacefully, Dogun gently smiles, quietly thinking that life is truly full of surprises. Standing beside him, Manager Kim believes the boy still needs nourishing medicine and more time to recover fully. He promised that as soon as he wakes up, I will take him home for direct care. Man asked nervously about how to get the boy through the teleportation gate now that the chaos effect has disappeared. Dogun calmly replied, I just need to set up a magic shield, and that's all. I will do that right now. Deep down, he still worries about this forbidden alchemical trap formation because it can be easily exploited for illegal longevity extension. Bad people who know how to use this formation can cause unimaginable consequences. Dogun makes his next decision. So after draining the hunter's magic, I will erase your related memories. Manager Kim. Mr. Kim nodded in agreement to avoid remembering the terrible event, but then he was stunned and blurted out, Wait a moment. Are you saying you will drain all the energy from the hunters? Dogun confirmed that he would deplete their power, so they would pay the price for tolerating evil. He plans to downgrade them to level D so he can still move through the gate and destroy the excess magic. While he appreciates Dogun's decisive style, he advises erasing their memories. However, Dogun wants them to keep their memories because human nature is hard to change, and he wants them to carry those shameful memories so they will learn to control themselves and avoid making more mistakes in the future. They took it as a painful lesson to never bully others again. Dogun plans to ask him to set up a curse that forces them to stay silent. But then a new idea suddenly came to his mind. On second thought, letting them go like that would seem a bit wasteful. Dogun turned to ask, maybe we should have that hunting group build a research station here. Calm down. A laboratory right on top of this snowy mountain? Dogun insists that even as a D-rank hunter, they can stay here and work for a few days. He believes having a dedicated research facility for Manager Kim would be perfect. Hearing that, Kim Manager was overjoyed and shouted out in extreme excitement. A private research room right here in the demon world? I'll start preparing immediately. Finally, Mr. Kim's small dream has come true. Watching him eagerly run off, Dogun quietly calculated that this would help push him to work more efficiently, saving the hassle of traveling between two worlds. Less man, they definitely won't sit still and let their magic power be taken away. Please watch over them for me. Bossed Man nodded. Well, that's an easy thing to do. But where are you planning to go? Dogen gently holds Mandragora in his hand, his eyes softening with affection. It's time to take this little one back home. Immediately after, he and the giant parrot Blue spread their wings and flew over the vast snowy mountains. Blue descended from a low altitude, his strong legs landing steadily on the thick snow. Getting off Blue's back, Doug said, "Blue, wait here for a moment." After hearing Blue's response, he bent down and opened the bag he was carrying. All right, immediately, the little Mandragora creatures happily peek out and jump down onto the snow. Seeing the cheerful leader perched on his shoulder, Doug smiles and says, "You seem very excited." He thought to himself that whether human or monster, home is always the best place. He brought them back to the familiar and safe place they needed. However, the final moment has arrived. Dogun gently places his little friend on the ground and softly says, "It's time for us to say goodbye. I told myself I couldn't imprison a creature that has rightfully become its clan's ruler for my own benefit." Seeing the surprised little one, Dogun knelt down and reassured him, "This won't be our last meeting. I also live in the demon world, so I will visit you often." But instead of returning to your kind, Mandragora jumps off in a different direction. Dogun asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Seeing it make strange noises and keep looking back, he realized it was signaling him to follow. So Dogun quietly followed the small creature through the icy snow forest, even though he knew this direction was completely opposite to its usual habitat. Stopping before a dark and deep path, the little one let out a sound as if signaling something, making Dogun curious. This is the cave where Dogun entered and was very surprised to find it was the place where he and the little tree once stayed. He was surprised to see everything so clean, not at all like an abandoned cave. From the worn path on the ground, Dogun guessed that Mandragora often came here. Seeing the space crack it once used to create fruit, he softly asked, "Have you found this hiding spot again?" The little one jumped up excitedly. It's a confirmation. Suddenly, Dogun heard a strange noise and exclaimed, "Huh?" From the shadows, a group of small Mandragoras quietly emerge, making him wonder if the monsters are here because their king suddenly disappeared, as an old Mandragora with a long beard begins to tear up. Standing before the tribe, the young Mandragora with a star-shaped scar looks very serious and contemplative. It approaches and places its hand on the old man's shoulder as if performing a decisive throne transfer ritual. Seeing that scene, Dogun couldn't help but be amazed. That little kid, did he just give up his throne? It seems like it has decided to take a different path instead of staying to lead its kind. People are so happy like a king. But he doesn't want anything, huh? A sudden thought struck Doug, leaving him stunned. Don't tell me it did all this for me. He looked straight into its eyes and asked if it was sure about this decision. In response to his concern, the little one smiled brightly and exclaimed happily. That night, by the warm red fire inside the cave, Doug sat quietly with his sleeping little friend beside him. He gently smiled at the kid and thought to himself, "It's fine. Every individual has the right to choose where they want to belong. If you are satisfied, I will respect that. So in the end, you have another adorable tale following you." Meanwhile, in another snowy mountain area, Bong Shu begins to stir and gradually wakes up from a deep coma. As he opens his eyes, Bong Shu looks around in confusion and asks himself, "Huh?" This is where the boy nearly fainted upon seeing a giant bird with a muscular body standing right in front of him. Overcome with fear, Bong Shu stepped back and screamed desperately. What, a monster? At that moment, a mysterious woman wearing a skull mask appeared and spoke. "Your name is Bong Shu, right? Welcome to the demon realm." Hearing the words demon world, Bong Shu trembled, unable to believe his ears. "The demon world? So I really am going to die?" Seeing your dazed expression, the woman added, "Your face has been blankly staring all this time, and the bird guy also speaks up in your defense. Wow, this is the first time the kid has come to the demon world and almost died. So he's probably really shocked." In his unconsciousness, memories of his first awakening suddenly flood back into Bong Shu's mind. At the reception desk of the association, the staff member exclaimed in surprise, "Are you the awakened one?" "Yes, that's right," as soon as she received confirmation. "Congratulations." Bong Shu excitedly runs off to share the good news. Mr. Park was right. I need to tell him the news right away. But suddenly, a mysterious figure hiding in the dark corner blocks your path and asks if you're the one who just awakened. Bong Shu startles and stops, timidly replying, "Yes, who are you?" Once he clearly identified his target, he smiled maliciously and confidently confirmed that he was the one shifting, congratulating you on becoming a potential hunter. He even kindly told him to call him senior and handed over a can of water. Bong Shu accepted it in confusion. This stranger explained it as tea. "Welcome. Go ahead and drink. It's very good for your magic core." Without any hesitation, Bong Shu happily exclaimed, "Thank you, senior." Then he finished the drink without realizing the dark energy beginning to surge inside him. A naive boy just stepping into the world and life already slaps him so hard he can't even learn a lesson? This kind of thing is bound to happen. Bong Shu gritted his teeth in bitterness, collapsing into the white snow, sobbing as he whispered to himself, "An orphan in the slums trying to become a hunter? It's too late now." In despair, he could only say, "Uncle P, I'm sorry." Above, Dogen calmly sits on the back of the giant bird blue as it soars over the snow-covered mountains. Little Mandragora on Doug's shoulder cheerfully calls out. Dogen suddenly stopped, looked down below, and wondered if they had already started building the laboratory. He descended to the ground and ran quickly ahead. Seeing your figure, the bird-headed warrior greeted you. Oh, you're here already? Dogon observes the situation and concludes that they have probably finished extracting the magic energy. The bird-headed warrior quickly responds. That was fast. I didn't want them to just sit around, so I had them work as laborers instead. Not letting them rest is a bit of exploitation, officer. The scene in front of me is incredibly busy, with one side preparing materials and the other leveling the ground and building frames. Watching the hunters working hard, Doug smiles, glad they also know how to behave and listen. The bird-headed warrior revealed the truth. Gia just gave them a little lesson. Over there, Gia was sitting casually on a hunter's back with a threatening look on his face. Amidst the snowy valley, the hunters kneel trembling in fear. One mutters bitterly, draining all our magic just because a street kid almost died. Someone else screams in pain as they see years of effort turn to dust and then fall into the riverbed. I spent a full 20 years reaching A rank. I'm here to make money. What the hell is this? You never complain when you bully others. Now that you're being bullied, you're all bitter. The cold-blooded bird-headed warrior steps forward to a fallen foe and gives an order, while the next group of hunters can only whisper in despair. Are we just going to endure this? The guy next to him replied with helplessness. There's nothing more we can do. There are even 2 disaster-level monsters here. The hunters are still planning. At least that cursed flower-faced bastard isn't here. We're all A rank, if we work together. But Yuji appeared coldly with her wings spread wide and asked disdainfully, so what if we team up again? Listen carefully. I may not know many other things, but I will never forgive those who harm children. So don't mess around and just tell me right away. Do you want to obediently surrender your magic power, or do you want to die? In the face of absolute dominance, the hunters could only cry and beg. We will offer our power without stopping there. Yuji kept shouting and urging them to work. Hey, who allowed you to stop? If we keep going like this, it won't be finished until tomorrow. Seeing that scene, even Dogon has to admit, Yuji is really intimidating. Watching the progress of the wooden laboratory, the Birdman suggested, at this rate, it'll be finished soon, so why don't you just let us take over the laboratory? Dogon smiled and agreed. That's right, you two are really good at building houses. All right, I'm counting on both of you. Oh right, birds are usually very good at building nests. At this moment, Manager Kim Hot High rushes over to report. He's back. According to your orders, the magic of all the hunters has been dealt with. Dogon nodded. He's had a tough time too. Manager Kim, how is Bong Shu? Mr. Kim replied that he just woke up not long ago and is recovering quickly. However, it seems like he's still a bit shocked. Do you want to see the kid? If you're alive, claiming you're in the demon world must be a shock, right everyone? Dogon approached Bong Shu, who was sitting quietly alone on a stone in the snowy sky. Seeing him arrive, the boy quickly stood up. Hey, it's you, Troll Dogon. Dogon waved his hand to reassure, just call him an older brother. But when he looked closely at the boy, Doug couldn't help but feel puzzled. But this boy's bangs have already turned white. Is it because of a near-death experience? And when I look deeper inside, I'm amazed to see the boy's magic core spinning wildly. Is the core of magic power also much bigger? Is it because of my own magic energy? I need to look into this more carefully. Seeing Bong Shu sitting listlessly on the stone slab, Dogon asked, why do you look so downcast? Did I put in all that effort to save you? Why does he look like he's about to die? The boy bowed his head and sobbed, saying he felt so useless. Bong Shu feels hurt about trusting Uncle Park, but he was foolish enough to be deceived by a stranger. It's understandable for a young boy inexperienced in the world to be tricked. Tears rolled down on the snow. I am hopeless. I don't know how to live from now on. Dogon quietly looked at the boy for a moment before standing up and telling him to follow. He then led Bong Shu to the hunter who used puppet control magic. This is the one, right? Immediately, Dogon delivered a lightning-fast strike that knocked the bastard unconscious and unable to fight back. Seeing the villain lying helpless on the ground, Dogon coldly explained that he was the one who used the puppet technique and lies to approach him. He offers a deadly choice. If the kid wants, he can kill him for him. What does the kid want to do? Bong Shu stood silently, watching the one who harmed him. After a moment of thought, he clenched his fists, then loosened them, decisively replying, no, I don't want that. Anyway, I am alive now, and this person has lost their power. But Bong Shu's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He firmly believes that these kinds of people will appear again. It's a hard lesson learned that has made him more cautious than before. With unwavering determination, Bong Shu declares that she will become stronger so that no one can be deceived by people like this again. Doug faintly smiles in satisfaction at her response. He turned to grab the hunter lying on the ground and ordered him to get up. And you, go back to your work. Bong Shu is the one who saved your life. The trembling hunter crawled up and stammered his thanks in fear. That's right, Bong Shu. I also come from the slums. I will help the kid. Gia also spoke up in support, asserting that being from the slums doesn't matter, because she also came from there. Seeing Dog's expression, she teased that with that face of his words of comfort are truly genuine. Bong Shu couldn't hold back his tears of emotion at everyone's kindness. Dogon quietly walked away, secretly thinking that if raised well, Bong Shu might even be better than Namjook. The tiny mandragora suddenly poked its head out of his shirt and called Hung. Seeing that, the bird-headed warrior asked if he had finally decided to bring it home. Dogon explained that this little creature had transferred its crown to another mandragora to give up the throne, which is why he decided to take it with him. As he petted the small creature's head, Dogen listened to Jia marvel that even monsters can pass on the throne. For the first time, she saw that they also live like humans do. Dogen announced he would go to the forest area so the Mandragora kid could see our home. The Birdman told him not to worry about things here and sent his regards to Nari and the workers helping him. Dogen leapt forward with complete trust in his teammate, watching his figure from afar, while Bong Shu wondered what kind of person he really was, suddenly appearing one day to help and now saving his life. In response to that curiosity, the bird-headed warrior simply said a short sentence, "A crazy person." Bong Shu looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Jia smiled and explained that with nothing in hand, there's nothing to lose and therefore nothing to fear, as she soared on Blue the eagle's back through the sky. Dogen appears as someone who has been exploited his whole life, but now he is just a crazy man wanting to build a house in the demon world and live a peaceful life. With such unusual thoughts, it's likely he's truly insane. Haha. Dogen just arrived at the garden, and a tense atmosphere had enveloped everyone. Namjok shouted in panic. Nari from afar runs over crying and blaming. "Uncle, why are you so late?" When Dogen asked, "What's going on? Did something happen?" "Is everyone okay?" the girl sobbed as she delivered shocking news. Gu and Sasa are gone. Dogen, stunned, asked again, "What?" Nari, wiping her tears, explained that both of them had been missing since early morning. Despite her and Uncle Jock searching everywhere from the waterfall to deep in the forest, they still couldn't find any trace of them. Faced with Nari's extreme anxiety, Dogen pondered deeply and immediately activated his sensing ability to scan the entire surrounding area. Dogen concluded there are no signs of intruders, and he cannot sense any foreign energy being infiltrated from outside. So what about internally? To find more clues, he turned to Jock and asked if anything unusual had happened, and the guy scratched his head nervously and replied, "Well, it sounds like you're gossiping, but Jaja keeps causing trouble with the Mandragora gang and keeps losing." Dogen asked in surprise. "So he lost all 4 matches?" Jay also likes to add that whenever Dogen is not around, the little snake goes around causing trouble everywhere, even challenging young saplings and then suffering humiliating defeats. Maybe because of the heavy blow, Jaja just ends up sleeping all day. Nari also agrees. That's right, lately whenever he has a chance, Jaja just sleeps. Whenever there's an opportunity, he falls asleep again. Observing the situation, Dogen suddenly realizes a possibility and quietly concludes, "Don't tell me it's already beginning to shed its skin." Do you know what happens when a snake sheds its skin? A few hours earlier, in the peaceful space, little Gu the bird suddenly heard familiar sounds. This sneaky, suspicious step is unmistakably Jaja preparing to cause trouble again. Honestly, Sasa's target this time is still the Mandragora group, and it even aims directly at the smallest one. Bay. Sasa gently approaches to tease, causing the little Mandragora to sneeze loudly. A sudden noise startles Jasha into a frightened jump as the surrounding Mandragora begin to wake up, looking at the troublemaker with puzzled expressions. Zasa's bravery is truly impressive, but this little one forgets that the enemy possesses power far beyond his own capabilities. Giant black shadows with fierce red eyes immediately appear and surround him. Before he could regain his composure, Jasha was struck and thrown far away, crashing onto the grass and lying there in pain and distress, tears streaming down his face with his head swollen. Seeing this, Gu approached and scolded, "Why insist on provoking them when there are so many around? Why do you keep hitting and then crying and throwing a tantrum?" Gu gently offers a flower filled with strong demonic energy and says, "Here, eat this." I picked a flower with relatively strong demonic energy. Having tasted the wonderful flavor, Jasha immediately forgot all the pain and jumped up with joy. Seeing the bright expression of his little friend, Gu wondered silently if this was the feeling of a chef when cooking for others. Yu was alarmed when he saw Jasha's skin becoming unusually dry. He exclaimed in shock, "What? Why are you like this? Are you planning to shed your skin?" Shedding is extremely difficult for snakes, just like breaking out of a cocoon to become a butterfly. If the temperature and humidity are not right, the process can fail and lead to death. Even more frightening, this is the stage where no one can directly help, and any wrong contact from outside could cause unexpected mutations in the body. Turns out the shedding process is more arduous and dangerous than I thought. Seeing that the shedding process is about to begin, Gu anxiously looks into the distance and says, "You are still too young, you won't be able to shed on your own. I need to take you to a suitable place." "Hurry up." Gu quickly flies off to find someone to help. He shouted, "Is anyone there?" Where is everyone? But Jock is busy working and Nari is happily playing with the Mandragora far away, unaware of anything. I can't wait any longer. Gu decides to take Sasha to a warm and damp place immediately, muttering helplessly because he doesn't know how to explain this to Nari or the people working here. He silently laments, "When will Trun finally come back here?" Seeing Jacha's innocent face, Gu made up his mind and said, "I have no choice but to take you myself," and immediately grabbed Jasha and soared into the sky to find a hiding spot. Returning to the present, Gu struggles to fly through a dark, dangerous cave. Although it's just a small cave on the mountain behind the house, he nearly lost his life several times due to the glowing red eyes lurking in the darkness. Gu, exhausted, thought to himself, if this keeps up, he'll die before saving you. Finally, when he found a seemingly safe spot, he let out a small sigh of relief and said, This place looks okay. Thinking he found a safe place for you to transform, a sudden piercing scream and the appearance of sharp eyes made Gu terrified. When did these blue-eyed, red-eyed creatures suddenly rush out of the darkness of the cave, causing Gu to scream in terror? Immediately, a blinding light erupts to dispel the darkness. Through the dust, Doug calmly appears and says, "I knew you would be here." Finally, the hero arrived just in time. Surprised by the timely rescue, Gu asked El, "How did you know to come here?" He calmly explained that he used a mana detection method. Although this forest is very vast, for Dogen, the energy signatures of Gu and Sasa are still within his control. Dogen approaches to observe and confirms that its eyes can see it clearly. Yes, it's about to molt. He gently asks if Xia wants to find a suitable place to carry out the process. Seeing the small creature seem pleased with the rocky crevice, Dogen checks the moisture and then decides to raise the temperature to suit it. He touches the stone, making it emit warm heat like a volcano. Gu wonders why a small creature that hasn't yet changed size can molt so early. Dogen suspects this might be a form of rapid evolution. He explains that in the demon world, where all creatures must fight fiercely to survive, repeated failures against Mandreora have triggered Sasa's instincts. It realized it couldn't stay weak, so its body reacted to become stronger after shedding its skin. Having taken too many hits, the stubborn tree grew quickly to fight back. According to Dog, since Xia is a rare species, no one knows exactly how it will change, which makes him very eager to see. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light emanating from the distant cocoon makes both of them squint in amazement. Amidst the rubble, a vibrant flower unexpectedly blooms. The transformation is complete, and a new appearance emerges from afar. Now, it has sturdy bird legs and a large flower blooming right on its head. The tiny creature excitedly cheered, enjoying its new fascinating form. Dogon stared in amazement at this strange transformation. He reminded himself to pay more attention to it, but first the group had to return home. Later, at Dog's place, the atmosphere became chaotic as Nari angrily chased after Gu the bird. The girls shouted loudly, "Where have you been running around all this time? If you want to go out and play, you should at least let me know." Despite Gu trying to fly away, Nari kept chasing and shouting, "We need to communicate with words, not violence. Stand still right there for me." Little Naj now knows how to confidently chase after her friends. Seeing that the elder brother has brought the two kids back, Joe anxiously asks about Sasa and wonders about the strange flower on its head. Dogon reassures his younger brothers to stay calm because everything will soon become clear. Sa is currently exhausted after shedding her skin and needs to rest. Watching her sleep peacefully on the grass from afar, Dewey Siak plans to prepare some snacks to nourish her once she wakes up. Dogen suddenly smiled as if remembering something important and headed towards the Mandreora garden, where the little ones were excitedly cheering and welcoming. Noticing that I've been a bit inattentive lately, Dogon kneels down and channels his magic into the ground, saying, "Maybe I should feed you some magic food to boost your strength. I think this is also a good chance to welcome our new member to the tribe." From Dogen's pocket, little Mandreora with a star-shaped scar from the past peeks out curiously at the new world. And luckily, the Mandreora here are very friendly and fond of their new friend. Seeing the peaceful scene, Dogon sighed in relief because he was worried they might fight for his attention. He gently set the little Mandreora down and asked, "How do you feel?" "This is where you will live from now on. Do you agree?" Seeing the youngest among them jumping around excitedly, Dogon couldn't help but smile. So, the entire Mandreora group was happy to accept a new member. But the little one, with the star-shaped scar, suddenly rushed over and clung tightly to his arm, acting cute. Seeing it cling to him constantly, Doug was momentarily confused and then came up with the idea of buying a special bag to carry it around. "So, I've told you before that the Mandreora plant is the new member, right? That is the child I lost a long time ago. Coincidentally, I met it again during a trip to the Snowy Mountain. Witnessing this reunion, Dewey Sock silently marvels that it took so many events to reunite them. Truly a strange fate." Nari, standing nearby, observes and then says, "Uncle, I think this little one is very attached to you, so you probably need to always keep it with you and take good care of it. It's just like a newborn baby, so remember to soothe it gently." What does it mean to soothe gently? You don't even have children, so how would you know how to care for and soothe a newborn, right? Seeing Doug's cluelessness, Nari shouted, "Oh my god, sir, you don't know what soothing really is, do you?" To demonstrate, the girl immediately grabbed the burgoo and gently patted its head with her hand. This is how you do it. Like when Dew is sleeping, people often gently pat with their hand, pat pat, as if using it as a test subject. Gu angrily shouted, "Stop! Get your hand off my head!" Dogon looked on, then gently patted Mandreora, smiling. "Thump thump, that sound is quite pleasant to hear. Little one, I think I'll name you Doc Dak." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Is everyone safe and sound?" Nari cheered with joy as Lady Sparrow Gia appeared in her majestic tribal attire. She got straight to the point. "Has the laboratory been completed yet?" As soon as he saw Krat's figure, Nam Jock hurriedly ran over and bowed in greeting. "Miss Gia, have you been well lately?" "Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it, Chef?" The words chef flashed through Jock's mind like an electric shock, making his face flush with emotion. He clenched his fists and shouted with fiery eyes, "I am Nam Jock! I swear I will pass the cooking exam at all costs to become your personal chef." Gia ignored their excessive enthusiasm and turned to inform the group that the research area was ready, so she was here to pick everyone up. This good news made Jock and Nari extremely excited. Both cheered together, eager to see the laboratory designed and built by Gia with their own eyes. However, Dogun quickly made a decision to ensure safety, so let's all go together. However, having just undergone a transformation, I need to keep an eye on its condition. It's already getting dark, so maybe we should wait until tomorrow. Let's agree on that. In response to the reasonable suggestion from the boss, Jock excitedly declared he would prepare a grand dinner, while Nari hurriedly went to choose warm clothes. Everyone is quickly preparing for a new journey tomorrow. Under the faint moonlight of the demon world, Gia quietly sits on a high branch, watching over the garden below. Her attention was caught by a strange figure lurking among the soil beds, which was the small snake she had just shed its skin, trying to blend in with the Mandragora crowd with its vibrant flower on its head. The Mandragora group looked around confused, not understanding where this unfamiliar creature had come from. Zasa keeps swaying the flower as if trying to make friends, but a nearby Mandragora kid clearly looks down on it, comparing the flower to a withered tree. The group starts moving lively around the garden, creating a very bustling scene in the night. They playfully chase each other like a cat and mouse. To heighten the drama, Zsa quickly dives into a hole, only revealing the flower on top of her head to deceive the eye. The curious Mandragoras approach, repeatedly poking the strange object protruding from the ground. Hidden in the deep hole, Zsa's eyes suddenly glow with mischief. It grinned mischievously before suddenly rushing up to scare the little ones. But an unexpected incident caused Zsa to freeze with a look of confusion and fear. Stuck in an awkward situation, Zsa could only whimper and call for help with tearful eyes. Watching the clumsy scene from afar, Doug pondered silently. I keep wondering what it's planning to do to change its shape like that. Nari, standing nearby, can't help but feel confused and asks, Sir, why did Zsa turn into a flower pot like that? Dogun calmly explains, as if it's trying to disguise itself as a tree to get closer to the Mandragora. Zsa seems to want to play with or take revenge on these plants. Seeing the scene before her, Nari comments that those Mandragora plants are actually taking very good care of Zsa. The little one from afar, after transforming, suddenly becomes irritable and starts crying loudly, forcing Dogon to step in. It seems like it's feeling abandoned, huh? Hurry up and separate it so we can get inside and go to sleep. As soon as they calmed the small creature, the group headed toward the new structure in the snowy mountains. Seeing the imposing building before them, Nari exclaimed excitedly, Wow, this is really amazing. Namjock, standing nearby, can't help but be stunned. Did she design all of this herself? It is a sturdy multi-story wooden tower, the result of Dogen and Gia's serious investment. Nari excitedly runs to check every detail. Look, the door even has a handle. Seeing the girl excited about her achievement, Gia happily smiled and asked, Do you want to go inside and explore? Dogen proudly declares to everyone that he and Gia are experts in construction. Looking at the new structure, he quietly calculates that now he can lift the curse for the Nari brothers and start implementing other plans systematically. Just then, Manager Kim Hot High ran over to report, You're already back? I'm on my way back with essential materials and equipment from the human world. Dogun immediately asked about Bong Shu's condition, and Manager Kim happily said that the boy was adapting very well, and because of his impressive recovery speed, they had already started training his magic skills. Watching Bong Shu focus intensely amidst the blazing blue mana, Doug smiled with satisfaction. Very well, then his gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked at the hunters kneeling in the snow. The only thing left now is to send those guys away, right? Keeping them here just wastes food and resources. He orders Manager Kim to impose a gag order on all of them to prevent leaks, while he will handle the rest himself. According to the plan, if any of them attempt to reveal the secret of this place, magic will be immediately activated to punish. Seeing that, Namjiok worriedly tried to stop him. Big brother, isn't that trick a bit too old-fashioned? These days, there are many ways to break those things apart. Facing the doubts of his subordinates, Dogun radiated an overwhelming aura of magic, his eyes shining with confidence. Don't worry too much. I will make it completely impossible to be solved. The incident quickly caused a shock in the human world. Inside a luxurious office, the atmosphere becomes extremely tense as news spreads that dozens of A-level hunters, after returning from a mission, mysteriously all drop to D-level. Confronted with this unbelievable event, a powerful man can only stand in shock and ask, What exactly happened? Chairman Go Senator Park Yu-dung couldn't hide his anger upon hearing the report. He questioned sharply, Are they saying they can't break a simple silence ban? Chairman Go Dung-hoo also found this situation too unreasonable. He quietly recalled the case of the silence spell from 57 years ago. The current situation is exactly like what happened back then. Someone used magic to seal the spell, making it invulnerable. And now this situation is happening again. Could the one using that magic be someone else? Go Dung-hyuk believes this incident is directly connected to Chairman Lai Unu. The technique used perfectly matches the one that sealed Professor Han into a sphere. According to internal sources, it seems Lee Unu is also acquainted with the person who set fire to the Han Bit Research Institute. Senator Park quietly dismisses this, considering it a mistaken assumption. However, he realized this was a good opportunity to remove Lunu from his current position. He decided to carry out the slum clearing project. This bold decision left Go Dung-hyuk feeling stunned. Bae Yu-dung smirked maliciously, her eyes shining with greed as she clenched her glowing gloves. He coldly ordered to start implementing it earlier than planned. He was determined to ensure the slum wouldn't exist for another day. After finishing everything, Dogun coldly saw the hunters off through the teleportation gate with a stern warning. When you return, live honestly and don't involve children in your games anymore. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Jock was still in shock. He trembled as he whispered to himself that he had never heard of sealing a spell with magic before. Suddenly, a memory of the forbidden spell event from 50 years ago flooded into his mind. Jock recalled reading a document about an alchemist who researched illegal chimera and surrendered to the Hunter Association. However, because he was bound by a silent spell sealed with magic, he couldn't reveal any information about the research institute where he worked. Even dozens of S-rank pseudo-awakeners tried to break the seal, but all failed miserably. In the end, the association could only conclude that it was an abnormal phenomenon occurring during the passage through the gate. Seeing the swirling magic on Doug's hand, Dewey Siak was horrified to realize that the sealing spell of the boss was truly very similar to what was described in that legendary event. And does that event have anything to do with the boss? Meanwhile, at the base, the Birdman is innocently enjoying a delicious piece of cake. But suddenly the atmosphere turned cold as a sinister shadow enveloped him. Gia stood tall behind with blazing red eyes full of threat. She asked sharply, "Did you just eat my cake?" The question froze the bird boy in shock. "Help me, please." Watching Dogon deep in thought over a cup of tea, Namgyo quietly concluded that if the boss has been friends with those guys since childhood, then he is indeed a hunter of the old generation. Maybe even a chimera hunter. Joke can't imagine how much hardship he's been through, yet still chooses to accept me. I must promise to serve the boss faithfully from now on. Lost in his thoughts about promises and loyalty, Dogon suddenly broke the silence. "Namgyo, do you want to go to the cave area?" "Kim Nari said she wants to go," Joke asked back in surprise. "Yes, you can't help but feel uneasy because the cave area is one of the 3 forbidden zones. I don't understand why the boss wants to go there." Dogon explained that in the forest area, you never know when snow will fall, so the whole team needs to prepare for the approaching winter. Seeing Nari excitedly playing with the snow, Dewey Siak suddenly realized he had never thought about that. The snow in the forest area is known as a silent invader. Although it looks just like snow on the high mountains, in reality, touching plants causes a very dangerous corrosion phenomenon. When winter arrives, the trees in the forest will melt the snow and disappear completely, only to grow back rapidly when spring comes. Suddenly remembering something terrifying, he shouted, "So our house will also be destroyed? Do I really have to rebuild everything from scratch while you're worried about having to do that exhausting task again?" Manager Kim slowly stepped forward to reassure them. "Haha, the house will be fine." He explained that there is a special type of fungus in the cave area that prevents corrosion, which is why Doug planned to go there. As he placed the plate of cookies on the table, Director Kim asked, "Would you like some more cookies?" Dwight Siak secretly admired his knowledge. That glowing green fungus just needs to be applied to the outside wall and it will be fine. Thinking about the terrifying neon blue house, Jock suddenly started bleeding from his nose nonstop. He's crying blood. "Is it already time for your nosebleed?" Dogun comments that your timing is perfect, just like the time you went to the seaside before. Seeing Jock Thon complain unjustly, he ordered Nam Jock to return to the human world and rest. "Manager Kim, can you take a look at this?" Manager Kim quickly responded. "Yes, what is it this time?" Manager Kim looked worriedly at the 2 Mandragora children whimpering in the pot, judging that their condition was not very good. Although they have improved since the beginning, their recovery rate and mana absorption ability are still very slow compared to the other 3, so he suggested taking them to the Research Institute for a thorough check. Dogon nodded in agreement. "Leave it to me." Immediately after, Director Kim took out a box to give to Dogon and enthusiastically introduced it. "An essential item for a magician. Here's your moisturizer." He explained that because he often works with raw materials, his hands tend to crack and dry out, and this cream was made by him using the best ingredients. It can be used for Nari or to apply to plants. Director Kim is not only very skilled, but also very meticulous and attentive to every detail. He even prepared moisturizer for them because the upcoming cave area will be very dry, so this moisturizer will definitely be very useful. Dogon takes the gift and smiles. "I will use it carefully." Little Mandragora Dodok also peeked out of his shirt pocket to see the new item, and Dogon silently thought that the moisturizer wasn't so bad. As Dodok continued to stare at the jar of cream in wonder, it was time to leave. Dogon turned to Kim Nar and asked, "So shall we go now?" The girl excitedly cheered, loving the adventure into the cave. The group began to walk, crossing bushes covered in white snow. Seeing Dogon get ready to leave, the bird guy and Gia also came over to say goodbye. They decided to take the opportunity to go home for a visit, fearing that if they stayed away too long, someone else might take over their territory. Then, they all rode on Blue, the eagle's back soaring into the sky. As they traveled, Nari curiously asked, "Where is the cave area located?" Dogon explained that just heading east from the forest area would get you there, and the group was almost there now. Nari wondered why caves are usually very damp, but Director Kim warned that this place is dry. Dogon explained that it looks like a cave, but this place is not an ordinary cave. As they approached the giant canyon, a majestic scene unfolded that left Nari in awe. "Wow, is this a cave area? It looks just like a canyon in the desert." Walking alongside Dogu, the girl happily explored the world without a worry. Dogun smiled knowingly and gently suggested, "Let's go inside." Entering the dark cave area, Nari wondered if it was really dangerous since it looked nothing special. Dogun explained that although the spirit energy density was low enough for an 8th level hunter to enter, the real problem lay in the maze-like structure with endless twists and turns that could easily cause disorientation. When Nari suggested climbing up to the exit above, Dogun warned that those 50-meter-high stone pillars are extremely slippery and much harder to climb than they look. Not only that, he also revealed a frightening truth. Here, the awakened energy is so limited that it's hard to unleash even 10% of its power. Opening the teleportation gate is just as difficult with a very low success rate, making this place a black spot for disappearances. After hearing that, Nari trembled in fear but then boldly demanded to smash everything to find a way out. However, when she threw a confident punch, the stone didn't shatter but instead felt strangely soft and squishy. She said something but didn't listen, still wanting to show off. Now she's just weak and in pain. Nari was confused, wondering why she had become so much weaker. But Dogun quickly explained that the stones here absorb energy like a sponge, and even ordinary stones brought in would undergo similar changes. Nari looked very excited about the strange nature of this place. When she saw Dogun deep in thought about his previous visits, she curiously asked if he had ever been here before. Dogun nodded softly, confirming he had been here long ago as he recounted to the girl, memories flooding back of the time when he was still number 17 receiving special orders from a researcher.
He asked him to enter the cave area to find and capture Kim and Huan, his dedicated researcher who was planning to sell information to the outside. Although he believed the traitor would die in the cave on his own, the organization feared that the guild might find him first and cause a big problem.
The order from the organization came through coldly. If capturing him alive was too difficult, killing him was also an option. Facing Dogun in the cave area, researcher Kim and Huan sat in despair, wondering if he was crazy for daring to come in here alone. He bitterly realized that the presence of number 17 was his death sentence after a lifetime of dedication to the organization. Dogun cut in coldly. "Are you still denying?" In despair, and Huan reveals that his wife is suffering from a terrible illness, and he has just found the final ingredient to save her. If these are his true feelings, is it too cruel to act now, everyone? He kneels down and begs, "Can you forgive me? If you can bring me back to the human world, that would be even better." Although Dogun insists he only follows orders and spells, and Hoa immediately counters that he knows very well that orders are useless to him. This truth leaves Dogun stunned, and Huan kneels and pleads, "Please forgive him just this once, pretend you didn't find him, and report that he is dead." He sobs and begs Dogun to wait until he finishes the medicine to save his wife, then he can do whatever he wants. Dogun looked at the person kneeling before him with a mocking gaze and calmly repeated the brutal truth that more than 100 children had lost their lives because of his experiments. Dogun pressed him on why those children had to die but his wife had to live. Before that question, and Huan shouted through her tears, "Because she is my family. My wife is my family. Oh my God, just because of one person. So many lives are taken and then blamed on the word family. Aren't those children without families?" And Huan continued urgently, "Please, if you have a family, you will understand my feelings." Dog quietly turns away, leaving behind the desperate figure, lost in vague thoughts about the meaning of family. Suddenly, a giant creature with sharp teeth appeared out of the darkness right behind him, and Huan shouted in panic, "Number 17, behind you!" Despite the danger looming nearby, Dogun calmly wondered, what exactly makes family so important? A burst of brilliant blue mana suddenly exploded, creating a powerful collision to repel the monster. Amidst the wreckage, Huan tremblingly kneels down, sobbing and begging for help. "Save my life." Ignoring his pleas, Dogun coldly approaches, his eyes fixed on the bag he clutches tightly. "Is that the offspring of the creature? Is it also a medicine to cure your wife?" He hurriedly explained that he only happened to pick it up when he couldn't find its mother. Even though it's not the medicine he needs to save his wife, he still smugly considers it valuable. But if he sells it on the black market, it would surely fetch a high price. Human greed knows no bounds, ignoring countless lives for the sake of selfishness. At that moment, the monster mother was frantically rushing to find her child, and Huan was in utter panic. "How can I possibly return it?" Dogun looked at him with a mocking expression. "Didn't you say that family is something sacred?" he shouted contemptuously. "What family are you talking about? They're clearly a bunch of monsters." Dogun looked straight into his eyes and coldly questioned, "Do you then have anything different from that creature?" In front of the old man's shock, he continued, "No, maybe that monster was even kinder than him, because at least it protected its loved ones." That statement left Huan stunned, only able to stammer in despair. "What does that mean?" Dogun looked silently at the person kneeling before him, feeling strange that someone like him would risk his life for the so-called family. "I used to think the weak only had death ahead, but it turns out that with help, they can still survive." Dogun coldly turned away and declared he would not intervene to end the old man's life, telling him to handle everything himself from now on. And Huan shouted in panic, unable to believe he would be left alone to face that giant monster. He must pay for what he did when he destroyed someone else's family. The sound of desperate screams echoes throughout the cave. The mad scientist desperately ordered number 17 to return, but then quickly switched to pleading pitifully. Dogen paused, silently looking behind. Back in the present, Nari curiously asked if that evil man had finally died. Dogen gently shook his head and confirmed that he was the one who saved him. He explained that since Inhuan said the family was unaware of the crimes he committed, he had demanded that he confess everything to his loved ones before turning himself in. Sometimes death is so simple, just to pay for the sins he committed. He also used sealing magic to ensure he couldn't reveal any more secrets. Dogen wondered silently how the old man's family would feel when they learned the brutal truth. Suddenly, Mandreora Dodd peeked out of the bag with a worried, tearful face. Nari noticed that Doug looked very gloomy when recounting old stories. She gently said she also wanted to share her sadness with him, and surely little Dodd is feeling the same way. Seeing the two children always caring for him, Dogen couldn't help but be surprised. He gently closed his eyes, feeling the warmth spreading, and smiled, realizing this feeling wasn't so bad after all. The feeling we all want to experience is something words can't describe, isn't it? Nari paused, her eyes shining as she discovered the vibrant mushrooms in the dark cave. "Oh, I think we found it," Nari exclaimed excitedly. "Hey sir, this looks so cool. These are indeed vibrant mushrooms." You found it faster than I expected." However, Nari quickly wondered about the dryness of this place. Like mushrooms usually grow in damp places. Dogon praised the girl's sharpness and explained that this cave area is quite unique. He pointed to the shimmering cracks and confirmed that this place isn't entirely arid. Dogon observed that something seems to be rapidly drawing out the moisture, making the environment feel completely dry. But occasionally, a few damp spots appear for a moment, and that's when the dormant spores of the mushrooms burst into life. Seeing that the mushrooms are ripe, he suggests that we start harvesting now. Nari excitedly accepts the task. "Leave it to me." As she finishes speaking, she quickly starts harvesting the mushrooms. In just a moment, the bag was filled with lush green mushroom caps. Nari happily showed off her harvest. "Sir, our bag is already full. I'm the mushroom expert." Dogen nodded in satisfaction. This should be enough for now. Suddenly, Nari froze with a worried look as she looked at little Mandreora Dodak. She gasped in horror. "What? Is this one sick, sir? It looks all shriveled up." Indeed, Dodak's body is curled up and looks very miserable. Dogon realizes that the dry air may have caused the tiny creature to become dehydrated. He suddenly remembered the gift from Manager Kim. "Oh, right, I have that. That is a special moisturizing cream made specifically for plant monsters from the demon world." Immediately, Dogon and Nari carefully applied the cool cream all over Dodd's body. After being coated with the moisturizer, Dodak seemed to be instantly revived as his wrinkled skin gradually became plump and full of life, and Dogon chuckled in satisfaction. Ha, this one really works well. We're done now." Dogen thought to himself that applying it like this for the first time should be fine. But just as he was about to put the jar away, little Dodd suddenly sat up. It kept gently tapping Dogen with its hand, accompanied by coaxing, pleading sounds. Dogen asked back in surprise, Little Dodic in Doug's arms looked around curiously for any danger and suddenly jumped down, startling him. It hopped excitedly as almost falling out of his grasp. Nari nervously warned, "You need to be careful because the little one is about to fall out." Dogon smiled as he caught the small creature, secretly thinking that when they return, he should ask Director Kim to make more moisturizer because he never expected it to like it so much. After using up the entire jar of moisturizer, little Dodak finally falls into a peaceful sleep in Doug's arms. He suggests the group head back, but Nari worries because this place is basically a complicated maze. Dogen stomped on the ground, reassuring the girl that he had secretly left magical traces along the entire path. The glowing magical footprints in the darkness became clearly visible, astonishing Nari as she could see her own footprints perfectly. Dogen even considered destroying the cave to go up if the traces disappeared, but perhaps that wouldn't be necessary. Seeing Dogen walk calmly, Nari wondered why he didn't seem weakened in this cave. Dogen admitted he didn't feel much different. Nari quietly remarked that this cave is truly strange. It both weakens power and is a confusing maze. It's as if someone is deliberately preventing any intrusion but cannot stop his magic power, indicating that the barrier might not be strong enough. Dogen silently agrees with Nari's assessment and vows to prepare thoroughly next time to uncover the secrets of this place. Meanwhile, at his house, Namjok was amazed to see a brilliant green energy surrounding his body, and in just half a day, the evil aura had been completely purified. He realizes that this miraculous effect is thanks to the training outfit given by the big brother. With eyes shining with determination, Jock begins to prepare for the next move. Jock hurriedly packed his belongings to go back, muttering to himself as he worked. "I need to prepare quickly to get home. I wonder if everyone there has eaten properly." Not long ago, he wanted to return to the Ghost World house. The considerate guy went to the supermarket to buy fast food and cute decorations like sunflower photo frames to brighten up the gloomy ghost house. After finishing his preparations, Jock confidently stepped through the teleportation gate. "All right, time to set off now." As he walked, Dewey Siok thought about the slime traces from snails at home and planned to cover them with a picture frame to make it look better. He cheerfully called out, "Hey boss, I'm back." But the scene before him left him stunned. The house suddenly looked strange with patches of dead fungus all over. Nari shouted from afar, "Uncle Gio, come here quickly. We have to crush all these mushrooms and smear them on the wall right away." Only then will the house not collapse. Still confused, Dewey Siok reluctantly helped out. Two tribe members are struggling to stick the mushrooms on the wall, but are still being scrutinized by Nar, who acts like an old lady giving instructions and constantly criticizing. Didn't you say you should thin it out before spreading it for a better look? Is this the best way to do it? Everyone, say something, uncle. Meanwhile, Dogun seems quite pleased with this manual work. It's nothing special, but it's pretty fun too. Unexpectedly, manager Kim Hot High ran over with an excited look on his face. Chogun, I just made a huge discovery. Oh my god. Mr. Kim was amazed by the amount of green mushrooms Dogun collected, claiming they are top quality with a very rich color. Seeing Doug curious about the new discovery, Mr. Kim excitedly revealed, during the examination of the Mandreora with liquid metal, I realized this. Its easy part naturally secretes itself according to a waste elimination process. However, the key point is that the Mandreora component has completely disappeared, leaving only pure liquid metal. Dogun deduces that this creature might be able to produce liquid metal on its own. It used to be seen eating its own produced fruit as well. Manager Kim confirmed and added a shocking update about the curse that caused the explosion, which Dogun had asked for help with earlier. He tried incorporating the liquid metal into the counter curse formula and achieved very promising results. Although they haven't completely eliminated it, they can now contain the activation of the curse for a certain period. In front of everyone's amazement, Dogun asked specifically how long, and Kim raised his hand to confirm 72 hours a week. In other words, 3 days a week. This good news means that the two of them can stay in the human world during that time without facing any danger. This shocking news leaves the bird boy stunned, unable to believe his ears, as tears of happiness streamed down his face. He choked back tears and asked himself, do we really get to return to the human world? They never thought there would be a day they could go back to the human realm. Nari asked Han nervously, but he could only sob and reply that he was overwhelmed with joy. Dogun, looking dapper in his human form, immediately suggested the group finish their work and set out right away. Although Jia was a bit surprised by the quick decision, Dogun calmly believed there was no reason to hesitate and that they should go see how the world outside had changed. The idea of an outdoor adventure truly excited Nari, who cheered loudly. Manager Kim decided to stay and watch over the remaining tasks while Jiang Do stayed behind, and he also gave the group Bong Shu's address since Nar was no longer being tracked by the device. However, Jia started to worry as she looked at her tribal outfit. Is it okay for me to go like this? I don't have any clothes. If I go out dressed like this, they'll run away in fear. The bird guy immediately told her to take off that skull helmet first. Dogun then teased them, saying they might as well leave it on since no one would care. Seeing his teammates' awkwardness, Dogun quietly decided to buy the two brothers some new clothes as soon as they arrived, suddenly recalling the clothing store Bong Shu mentioned and hoping it was still open. Arriving in the city, Dugo walks beside Bong Shu and kindly asks about his health. Bong Shu happily confirms he's much better thanks to everyone's attentive care. Behind them, the two siblings in strange clothes stare in amazement at the rapid changes of the modern world, drawing all eyes with their striking appearance as a handsome young man and a beautiful girl. Standing among the tall buildings, both of them couldn't help but marvel. Wow, everything has really changed. I'm not joking. Is this what people call going to school to learn the basics? Nari curiously looked at the hat on Nam Jock's head and asked, Sir, why are you wearing that on your head? Jock irritably replied, I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. Or are you teasing me? Watching the lively scene, Bong Shu quietly felt strange seeing the group strolling together like a real family. Dogun turned to ask the Yu brothers, how does it feel to be back after all this time? My brother smiled happily. I don't know. It's been so long I can't put it into words, but it feels really good. Maybe because this is my hometown, I feel very warm. But I quickly realized the sad reality as it looks much dirtier than before. He sighed and confirmed that it's always been a bit miserable. But not to this extent, as Jay reminisced about the old days when seeing the trash pile suddenly drained all emotion. Bong Shu walked through the rat-infested trash, explaining that not long ago, the authorities withdrew the sanitation team from the area due to budget cuts. Although some people tried to clean up on their own, limited manpower made the situation worse over time. We just announced we're almost there. Bong Shu was stunned to see Ms. Park surrounded by a group of women right outside the shop. The leader, fully tattooed, calmly declares that they will only leave if she pays the protection fee. Disregarding Ms. Park's protests, he sneers at Bong Shu. Who's this kid? Bong Shu harshly questions about bank space encroaching on Area 12, but the thug just smirked, dismissing it as old news and claiming this place now belongs to them. Seeing you fiercely protect that woman, he freaked out and clenched his fist in a threat. But this guy still dares to argue. What right does he have to talk back? Just as he was about to strike Bong Shu, Dogun appeared in time, grabbing his arm and coldly declaring, Enough already, the bastard shouted, but a surge of blue electricity from Dogon's hand exploded fiercely, causing him to scream in unbearable pain. The boss collapses to the ground, crying out in pain as his tattooed arm is completely broken. Seeing this, two crazed henchmen rushed forward with weapons, shouting and demanding, Who are you? But before Dogon could act, a muscular figure stepped into the path, and with a simple move, the hunter's companion shattered the thug's wooden stick like breaking a dry branch. Splintered pieces of wood fly everywhere in front of the terrified henchman as he calmly remarks that this neighborhood is still as noisy as ever. Seeing the boss in trouble, the cowardly henchmen immediately turned and ran, shouting as they went, "Hurry back and tell the boss. We thought we were protecting the elder brother, but it turns out they used the 36 strategies." Haha. Seeing them run away, the companion turned to ask Dogon if they should pursue, but he simply replied coldly, "Let them go for now." He gritted his teeth in pain and desperately asked, "I've never seen you guys hanging around here. Which family do you belong to? Now that you've crossed me, war is unavoidable." Nari looked at him with contempt and declared firmly, "Coconut, we are the Coconut Clan, and I think you need a lesson." "Uncle," the name Coconut family made the thug stare blankly in shock, only able to picture strange coconuts in his mind. Indeed, it broadens the knowledge. That family name has been etched into their memory. After calming the chaos, the whole group entered the newly reopened Happy World store. Ms. Park took Dogon on a tour and explained that the store had undergone many changes to adapt to the harsh life in the slums. Instead of just selling children's clothes like before, she also imported basic gear for hunters such as daggers, gloves, and daily necessities. She shared emotionally that all of this was thanks to the support from you all back then. See, the atmosphere inside is bustling. Even Jock is busy helping in the kitchen with a rag on his head. Bong Shu excitedly exclaims, "Wow, everything is here, except for what's missing." His exclamation left everyone speechless, and just as Bong Shu returned, Park scolded him loudly. "Hey, if you've come back, you should contact me first. Sorry, I have my own reasons." Noticing the unusual change, Ms. P asked thoughtfully, "Ahem, so you've awakened now?" "Yep, that's right, I am a teleportation user." Ms. Park was overjoyed and immediately hugged him tightly, exclaiming, "Hey, you did a great job!" Oh, Bong Shu is number one. The boy feels very warm and silently thanks her for her care, like a mother for her well-behaved child. Meanwhile, Nam Jock stood frozen as he watched his teammate's remarkable transformation. Yujia stepped out in an elegant white dress. She shyly admits, "It's been so long that I feel a bit embarrassed." Nari excitedly exclaims, "That little sparrow is so beautiful. Even Ms. Park has to praise her." Nam Jock blushed deeply and shouted excitedly, "You look beautiful, sis." "Hey, sis." This time your heart skipped a beat again. Ms. Park is very proud of her taste and wishes good luck to the whole group. While Jock is still stunned, Gia's brother also appears with a completely new look in a stylish suit. He awkwardly adjusts his sleeve. How do I wear this? Not bad. His handsome celebrity-like appearance leaves Ms. Park stunned, and Doug wondered why someone so handsome would like to wear a bird hat everywhere. Seeing Gia in a dress, her brother teased her. "Yuya, are you planning to go on a picnic or something?" The joke made her angry, and she shouted, "Do you want to die?" Immediately after, Dogon and Nari also changed into bright, vacation-style outfits. Park excitedly suggested they pick a few more because they looked great, but Dogon felt uncomfortable. "Whatever, I'll only wear it for a little while when we're outside. It's not comfortable at all." Gia also felt shy wearing this beautiful dress. She agreed since they would change back into their old clothes when they return anyway. Dogon approached to ask about the bill. "All right, how much is all this?" Miss Pak firmly waved her hand to refuse. "This time I will give them as a gift to everyone. After everyone helped me today and took good care of Bong Shu, seeing her insist like that, Dogon also had to agree. Now it's time to clean up the trash." The leader of the gang of girls earlier is now kneeling on the ground in a miserable state. Looking at the trembling person, Doug questions coldly.
"But what right do they have to extort protection money?" he sneered. "These damn trashy thugs just bully and rob people trying to make a living because they're too lazy to work."
Rumors that Ghost City is about to demolish the slums for redevelopment are causing unrest among the residents, and there are reports that they will be forced out without any compensation. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Space Gang started forcing local businesses to pay money to fight back against Ghost City in the name of protection. Ms. P bitterly told Dogon, "The business is slow. We can't afford that amount every month." Looking at the scattered trash, Dogon pondered and realized the neighborhood looked pretty dirty. He understood that the filth wasn't just from waste, but also from the swarm of flies buzzing around and causing trouble. "Did you just say your name is Bo? Where is your office?" Faced with his trembling and the question of why he asked that, Dogon's eyes shone brightly with menace. "This neighborhood is so dirty. Since I'm here anyway, I think I should tidy up a bit. This time, you're cleaning up both literally and figuratively." At the Space Gang's office, Lo Chan is the representative. News of BU's downfall leaves him utterly stunned. What, they took him down? He suspects this is the work of the Red Brick Gang, but his subordinates insist they are strangers he has never seen before. Duan grits his teeth in anger, his metal hand crushing the objects on the table. "How dare they? I didn't think anyone would dare mess with space in this slum. Gather the brothers immediately. I will go myself." Before he could step out the door, suddenly a henchman rushed in to report. "Boss, we are under attack," Duan roared. "Attack? By whom?" The henchman tremblingly reports that they call themselves the Wash family. Immediately after, the door was kicked open in a fit of rage. Lai Duan's representative and his henchmen stormed in. He growled that whether it's the Coconut family or the Pineapple family, they all come here now. Seeing the bloody scene, he scoffed and looked down on them. "What is this? What kind of attitude is this?" Du Qian stepped forward, locking eyes with Jock, and asked, "Is it you? The one who dared to cause chaos on my turf without knowing fear?" Even though his troops were defeated, he still maintained a haughty and arrogant attitude. Seeing that, Namjiok just smirked. "Ah, where did all these thugs come from in such numbers?" Dogon calmly orders from behind. "Namjiok, clean this up by yourself. I told the younger ones not to use fire because this place is very flammable." The crazy girls swung their sticks and attacked. Seeing them unleash their energy, Siok asked in surprise, "Are they all awakened people?" Dogon casually encouraged, "Why not? To reach level A, you have to do this much." The boss's words ignited Siok's determination. "Okay, I'll try. There's nothing better than fighting these guys to train my abilities and level up." While Jock was passionately fighting, Nari sat on Doug's shoulder, cheerfully encouraging him. "Come on, uncle, just a little more." The bird guy was munching popcorn while watching, and that guy must be the boss. Dewey also couldn't help but be surprised by Siok's speed in taking down the opponent. The whole team watched the fight with that girl as if they were watching a play. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the henchman advised Luchuchan to retreat, but he firmly refused, saying, "No need, I will handle it." Liduan slowly stepped forward, sword in hand, looking at Jock. "Kid, could it be that all of this is your work?" Dogon quietly observes and deduces that the opponent's body enhancement ability is at least level B. Duan wonders about the purpose of this strange group in the slums and begins to channel his energy, making his muscles bulge menacingly. Dogon silently confirms, so they really are people sent by Go Dung Hyok. Hearing the name Go Dung Hyok, Duisio wondered silently if they were referring to the leader of the Free Hunter Association. Lu Qian, the representative, growled impatiently, "You're talking too much. Just get in quickly, you scrap metal." He frantically charged to attack this bastard, but Jock easily dodged the powerful punches, making Duan furious and curse at this slippery bastard. Meanwhile, Jock calmly observes every move with confidence. "I figured you out completely. You bastard." Jock's counterattack happens in a flash, leaving the opponent no time to react. You secretly think it's too easy. So easy that you have to hold back. Jock is stunned by his own strength. "Haha, I really have gotten stronger, haven't I? Is this the effect of special training?" Impressed by the stunning performance, Gia smiled in admiration. "The chef is quite good too." The compliment made Jock blush so hard that he lost focus during the fight, and he stammered shyly as he asked again, "Is that so?" "Immediately. Dogon warns you not to let your guard down. It's not over yet." As expected, Lai Duan slowly got up from the rubble with a fierce look on his face. "That little brat who hasn't cleaned his nose dares to use tricks," he raged, channeling his energy and causing a violent gust of wind to swirl around his arm as he roared. "I will blow away everything." Siok was stunned to realize that the opponent not only enhanced their body, but also possessed wind element powers. A giant tornado erupts, sweeping away everything around the office. While Nari worries if it's safe and Gia prepares to help, Dogon calmly intervenes. "It'll be fine. I taught him a move last time." Amidst the sandstorm, Jock suddenly rushes forward with a blazing blue aura in his hand, delivering a deadly strike straight to the representative's head, leaving him completely stunned. Namjock stands proudly before his defeated opponent and coldly asks, "Do you want to keep fighting?" Dogon observes silently, secretly admiring his junior's progress in applying the magic shield to attack. "Your weapons are so weak, is that all you've got to decide anything?" The space sign was thrown to the ground without mercy. Nari eagerly took it down and suggested, "Uncle, we should replace this, right?" "I took it down already." Dogon nodded in agreement because from now on, this place was under their control. Nari immediately uses a laser beam from her eyes to carve the new name on the wall. The words coconut along with the cute drawing appear, making Dogon smile and comment, "That's a cute drawing." He was stunned to realize that even the child following him was a formidable fake awakener and wondered if the person wearing the hood was really the weakest or not. "Come on, don't just dream about it. Everyone." Standing in front of the sturdy safe, Doug coldly demands, "What's the password for this?" Despite trembling, the representative stubbornly insisted he would never speak even if a knife was at his throat. Without wasting words, Dogon broke the magic seal of the safe with his bare hands, surprising his opponent. "This way is faster." Seeing the pile of gold spilling out, Dogon nods in satisfaction. "Got quite a lot, huh?" Dogon pondered quietly about how to handle this gang so they wouldn't continue their evil deeds. He wondered secretly what kind of protection they actually provide when they extort money under the guise of protection. However, CAC revealed a surprising truth that since this gang grew stronger, violent crimes in the area had significantly decreased, but now whenever there's trouble, the gang punishes harshly. Dogon realized that sometimes these thugs actually work more effectively than the police, who just stand by and watch. All those things in the slums are ignored by the police who don't want to help the poor. Facing a mountain of gold, Dogon coldly questions the representative of the space gang. "Soon the Golden City will level this place. How do you plan to stop it?" Lidu Qian bowed in helplessness, admitting that besides increasing strength, there was no other way since both the police and politics had already colluded. He revealed that Go Dunghuk, the leader of the Freelance Hunters Association, once approached him with a dark proposal, promising a huge sum of money if the space gang caused chaos in the slums to manipulate public opinion and accelerate the redevelopment process. However, the leader insisted he had refused and began organizing patrols himself to maintain order. He earnestly begged for trust, even though some individuals had not yet truly reformed. But They all love this slum. Dog sneered contemptuously, thinking that those who rely on violence to extort money from others have no right to talk about kindness. They just want to maintain order to have their territory. You coldly assert that thugs are thugs. In this world, there's no such thing as honest thugs. Facing the trembling silence of the opponent, Dogen suddenly slammed his hand on the table and offered a final chance. I declare that I will give you one last opportunity since you all want to protect the slums. Then using all this money for the slums wouldn't be a problem, right? Immediately, a powerful wave of mana swept away all the trash on the street. Instead of their bulky outfits, now the Space Gang wears uniforms for environmental cleanup, diligently sweeping every alley under Dogen's watchful eye. Seeing the boss also holding a broom, a young gang member curiously asked if he had the ability to sishuai objects to clean faster, but was silenced by a furious shout of "shut up." Still, they had to admit that gathering the trash in one place definitely sped up the work. As the neighborhood gradually becomes cleaner, the representative secretly hopes this change will satisfy the powerful figure standing behind him. Dogen, arms crossed, looks at the street and coldly orders, "From now on, you will be responsible for cleaning up this slum and rename it the Universe Family." I haven't forgotten to threaten Lee Duan directly. If I happen to come by and see the streets dirty, Luchu-chan, you'll be the first one to get beaten. Under Dogen's authority, the gang members all shouted in unison to confirm the order. After receiving their tasks, Lee Duchian's subordinates took brooms and a lawn-son to work as cleaners. The gang members couldn't help but wonder about their choices, but they told themselves there was no other way and that they couldn't fight against the people of Golden City, relying only on their strength. Watching Dogen's back, the representative secretly admits that although he's still young, he doesn't understand why he wants to trust this person. The cleanup was swift, and Area 12 has shrunk, ready to move on to Area 11 tomorrow. Dogen and his companion stood looking at the much cleaner neighborhood. Noticing the new backpack on Doug's shoulder, the bird guy curiously asked about it. Dogen explained that this was a gift from Mr. Park to thank the group for helping him sell all his cleaning supplies. The bag was the perfect size, so he used it as a new home for little Dodak. After finishing everything at the slum, Dogen signaled for the group to head back home. As they stepped through the teleportation gate to return to the demon world, Nari excitedly ran ahead. The girl cheered for having been gone too long and was immediately overwhelmed by the small foxes and creatures in the garden rushing to hug her affectionately. Dogen looked around and wondered about the absence of Director Kim. Little Owl quickly announced that he had temporarily moved to the Snow Mountain Research Institute to work. At this moment, Namgeo suddenly asked everyone if they were hungry, since they hadn't eaten anything all this time. "Big sister, are you hungry? If so, how about our unbeatable soy sauce mixed egg rice?" This guy really is determined to win over the beautiful sister. Even though the dish sounds simple and made Gia and her brother hesitant, Jock remains confident that they won't regret it. While waiting for the rice to cook, Dogen invited Nari to look for dessert. The girl was very surprised to learn that there are edible fruits in the demon world as well. Dogen confirms that these are red grapes, and they are definitely in peak season now. The two of them stroll through the vineyard. Dogen explains that the grapes here are a bit different from those in the human world. Nari begins to smell a sweet aroma and quickly spots the target. The girl was stunned by a giant demon world grapevine with a towering, enormous canopy beyond imagination, but her attention was soon drawn to the howling wolves beneath the tree. The girl wondered if these wild beasts came here to pick grapes too. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Foxes eat meat, not plants, so why would they pick grapes? Suddenly, Nari shouted in shock when she saw someone on the tree. It was a young man with red hair dressed as a hunter, clinging tightly to the trunk with a look of panic. Seeing someone appear below, he desperately calls for help. "Is anyone there? Help me." As I haven't reached the top yet, I start to panic as I realize that the demon world has hallucinogenic properties that weaken the body gradually. While being chased by wolves, he lost his bag and the portal stone to escape. As he desperately apologized to his grandfather, Nari's call of uncle suddenly echoed from above. Nari innocently asked, "Do we pick the yellow ones too?" Dogen calmly replied, "No, just the red ones. The yellow fruits are not fully ripe yet and taste quite sour." Seeing a girl appear in the demon world, the young man trembles and wonders if he's really hallucinating. Seeing him hanging in the air, Nari asked nervously, "But will it be okay not to save him? He looks like a ripe grape that could burst at any moment." Dogen coldly assessed that he's still stable for now, so the girl just nodded and continued picking grapes. Nari was amazed because it was the first time she had seen such a huge tree. Dogen looked at the clusters of juicy grapes and then guessed that this tree was probably over 60 years old. "Are you surprised that he counts the rings or something?" He quietly explains, but not exactly. "Actually, this tree feels like the one you planted a long time ago." Dark memories suddenly flood back. The image of Dogen as Specimen 17 lying motionless on the cold experimental table with tangled IV lines as a soulless announcement echoes. Specimen 17 has completed the injection of the divine essence. The experiment ends early. The researchers allowed Dogen to leave. He suddenly stopped in front of the crate and asked, "Are you going to throw this away?" A demonic grape seed that was discarded because they thought it had no research value. Dogen sensed the intense life within the seed, so he asked to take it and received a nonchalant approval. "Do whatever you want." These worried employees are whispering, "Are you crazy? Are you planning to give the ingredients to a chimera?" They recall with fear how number 17 once attacked the manager just because he was rejected. Returning to the present, Dogen touches the giant tree, feeling the familiar aura of magic and smiling. Just as I thought, it's exactly the same as back then. I'm really surprised that the seed from years ago is still alive and thriving like this. Its vitality remains as fierce as when it was a seed, revealing a plump bunch of grapes before my eyes. Nari excitedly asked, "Is this for us? It looks bigger and more delicious than the ones we've picked." The young man with red hair was stunned to hear the conversation, unable to believe someone would praise the illusionary. Grapes as delicious out of exhaustion. A scream of terror echoed as he fell freely into the waiting wolves below. Dogen immediately waved his hand, releasing a strand of magical silk to save him just in time. Seeing his trembling face from fear, Dogen coldly asked, "You're Lunu's grandson, right?" In front of the young man's shock, he continued to give orders. "When you return, tell him this." Dogen coldly told the young man that he now owed him his life for the second time. After escaping the wolves, Liunu's grandson looked around in shock, confused about what was happening when he saw the little bird Gu perched on his head. Seeing the small snake jumping around on the table, he stared in confusion and wondered, "A new worker? What's going on here?" In front of him was an unbelievable scene. A mandrake garden happily singing and feasting. Even the giant blue parrot had been turned into a strange toy. Parrot beak slide? This doesn't seem like a typical camping site, does it? The appearance of the masked strangers made him tremble. Who are these scary people? Seeing the stranger, the bird-headed warrior was curious. Is he also joining our coconut clan? Jia coldly continued. We should check him out, right? Feeling confused and scared, his stomach suddenly roared as an alluring scent unexpectedly wafted into his nose. And above all, he smelled sesame oil and wall paint. The young man couldn't believe his senses. He was sure he was having a severe hallucination. There's no way someone is cooking in the demon world. Immediately, Namjock, in his professional chef outfit, brings out a steaming hot dish. All right, thank you for waiting. That is the result of a meticulous process. The fragrant scrambled eggs are mixed with freshly cooked, glossy, and aromatic rice, then seasoned with rich soy sauce and fragrant sesame oil, mixing everything with care. Jock proudly presents the masterpiece. Enjoy. Soy, sauce, egg rice with cheese served alongside potato and soybean paste soup and sliced fermented kimchi, named so professionally you'd think it's a 5-star restaurant. Jock carefully explains that melted cheese is the key, so mix it well before eating. The wonderful aroma excites Nari. This smell must be delicious. Gia also had to admit it. Your skills are clearly top-notch. Seeing the confused look on the guest's face, Jock greets warmly and asks if we've met before. There aren't many, but just eat naturally. The young man was stunned. Huh? We might still have doubts when invited to eat, but the stomach can't resist the temptation. He still decided to try it. After all, it was clear. So let's see. As soon as the rice touches his tongue, an explosion of flavor shocks him. Wow, this is the purest form of seasoning. How can it blend so perfectly? Every grain of rice is soaked in flavor as everyone enjoys Jock's soy sauce egg rice dish together. Jia, Chim's older brother, and Dogon both nod in agreement that this dish is truly amazing. Nari excitedly exclaims, "Uncle, I really love this dish." Standing next to the makeshift kitchen, Jock couldn't help but feel proud of his achievement. Meanwhile, the Mandragora and the small spirits were busy enjoying the juicy grapes that Dogu and Nari had just picked for them. What? This kid is the grandson of the Hunters Guild president. Dogen wondered why someone with such a background was hanging from the grapevine. The sad red-haired boy explained that he had tried to climb the tree to find something, but the illusion from the grapevine had completely defeated him. Dogen suddenly realized something. Are you talking about the tree? Do you really need that seed? Seeing the boy hesitate, memories of this argument flashed back at the Golden City Hunter Guild headquarters. At that moment, he slammed the table and shouted at Grandpa Lionsu that he wouldn't join the guild because he wanted to live freely, not because he chose to become an awakener. The boy painfully questioned, doesn't he understand how he feels? To end the argument, Lai Unsu set a challenge. One day, if you go to the demon world and bring back a small seed, he won't mention the guild anymore. I don't know if this seed means anything to Mr. Lai or if he's just testing his grandson. Back in the present, the red-haired boy confides in Dogen that he always wants to live up to his grandfather's expectations, but lacks the confidence to become a great hunter like him. I don't really understand much about family, but I think I know why he told you to bring it back. He explains the uniqueness of the demon world grapevine, a plant that only produces a single seed after several decades. To protect that precious seed from sprouting, the vine must carefully nurture it inside the seed pouch at the very top of the tree. It stretches high into the sky to shield the seed from terrestrial enemies and uses its fruit to create illusions to defend it from aerial threats. Dogen smiled, saying that he had lived his whole life for a single seed, just like how humans raise their children. Now he understood why Mr. Lai wanted his grandson to find this grape seed. So forget about the association or other things. After all, maybe Lun Shu has been living all this time for you. Dogen thought that the old president just wanted his grandson to understand his feelings. Standing by the window of the high-rise tower, Lai Owen silently thought maybe I should invite the little guy to dinner tonight since it's been a long time since we last met. On the other side, the red-haired young man couldn't hold back tears as he finally understood the deep love his grandfather had for him. Eun-soo gazed silently at the family photos on his desk, his heart heavy with reflection. Have I been too overbearing? He picks up the phone and looks at the contact named Puppy, thinking to himself, it's been a while. Maybe I should invite the boy out for dinner tonight. But the long, hopeless beep signaled that the call had ended. He sighed to himself. Probably the boy was out gathering with friends again. After a moment of thinking about his grandson, he turned to look at the sealed human flesh on the table. Eun-soo sensed that something was definitely happening. From the incident at Hambit Hospital to the case where dozens of rank A free hunters went to the Snowy Mountain and mysteriously dropped to rank D upon their return, he insists that the silence order cannot be broken.
When there was an opinion that this was an anomaly occurring during the gate crossing, he immediately dismissed it because it was impossible for such an anomaly to happen to so many people at once. Eun-soo knew for sure that this was no coincidence because he had personally seen the figure riding a vulture with a parrot beak soaring in the sky.
He wondered if everything was caused by him. Although he immediately chased into the slums, the mysterious figure quickly crossed the gate and vanished without a trace. How are the clues about the monoceal and the slums connected? Keep searching for other links that make him constantly remember the child from years ago. As he was lost in thought, a hurried subordinate burst into the room shouting loudly. Chairman Eun-soo was startled and asked what was going on, then received shocking news that apparently young Master B had gone to the demon world to find grape seeds. The old chairman was stunned, his face showing shock at his grandson's reckless action. He had challenged the wealthy family's pride. Night falls in the demon world and everything becomes quiet as everyone has fallen asleep early. By the flickering campfire, the Birdman sighs softly and says, Gia too, everyone sleeps early, maybe because the dinner was so good. As expected from an A-class chef's skill. But looking around, I don't see the new guest anywhere. So I ask curiously, where did that guy go? It seems his name is Lai B. Namdeok took him to wash the dishes. Oh, I thought he couldn't eat much of his rice. Heh. Dogon also mentioned that Jock advised that doing housework is the best way to lift your spirits when you're feeling down. Gu chuckled, thinking that Jock just wanted to find someone to help him, even if that person was a junior. Suddenly, the Birdman wondered why he knew B's grandfather. Dogon gently closed his eyes, memories of a distant past suddenly resurfacing in his mind. That was also a long time ago. In the memory, a young Dogon stands alone among the wreckage of a burning city, confused and wondering where he is. Seeing the shattered portal stones at his feet, he worries because even the backup stone he brought isn't working. With the return time running out, he begins searching for another portal stone to escape. Suddenly, a natural portal appeared out of nowhere, and a fierce two-headed creature launched a lightning-fast attack. Dogon reacted quickly, a burst of brilliant blue magic erupting in his hand as he whispered. After capturing this two-headed monster, he suddenly realizes that the spatial disturbance was caused by this tiny creature and now it's contained within his sealing sphere. Dogon concludes, so it was these guys causing it. The seal is working properly now. From now on, I should use this when capturing the bad guys. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help sounded from beneath the rubble, catching his attention. Someone, help me! There is someone here. After being rescued and given water, the stranger was deeply moved and thanked us for saving his life after 3 days trapped. He handed Doug a card, making him curious. What is this? Dogon gently muttered as he held the business card in his hand, Lion Zhu, acting president of the Hunter Association. The man facing him smiled and explained that it was a guild he established to support hunters, although it hasn't been officially recognized yet. He admits he's not an awakened person and can only help by taking care of the welfare for those risking their lives in battle. Seeing his enthusiasm, Dogon silently thought, damn it, what kind of help is this? I'm not even a real hunter. When he asked if Dogon needed more gate stones, Dogon coldly told him to go his own way because he didn't want to get involved in any more trouble. Seeing Dogon about to leave alone, Eun-soo was stunned. What? You want to go alone? He complained that if he had the gate stone, he wouldn't be stuck here in the first place. Dogon suddenly stopped and decisively said, I will find one for you just next door and you can get it right away. Eun-soo happily followed, claiming he knew the way because he had been here before. He friendlily offers a roasted potato and asks, do you like potatoes? This is the last food I have, but at least let's share it together. Looking at the potato in Eun-soo's hand, Dogon pondered silently. Even after being trapped for 3 days, this man still maintained a rare optimism. Both of them walk among the wreckage, with Dogon reminding them to find the gate stone within the next 3 days. Lio started asking about his name and where he lived to get to know him, but only received dismissive answers. You talk too much, he retorted annoyed. He looks much younger than me, so why is he talking so casually? That's right, even now he's old and Dogu hasn't changed much. Back in the present by the fire, when asked if they would stay in touch, Doug quietly said no. That was the last time. Dogon silently thought that even at the moment of parting, that man still didn't know he was actually a chimera. Now, Guyu, the Birdman, was happily tending the fire, seeming to be fully cooked, right? Then just peel it. He quickly removed the charred skin and enjoyed the hot sweet potato happily. This is so delicious. Now this is true romance. Guyu is worried about the upcoming winter, because when the snow covers everything in white, they won't be able to find dry wood to keep warm since the trees here are too small. Hearing this, Dogon comes up with an idea. Maybe we should build an underground storage, gather the firewood first, and then hide it away. Just then, little Tadaki poked his head out of the bag and shouted, Dogen immediately understood its plan and asked, "What? Are you looking for more moisturizer again? Even that tiny tree looks so fancy." The fancy girl kept applying makeup all day, so I had to refuse because the moisturizer manager Kim gave earlier was all used up, making the little creature look disappointed. Dogen comforted him. "Hold on a moment, little one." As Manager Kim finished speaking, a blazing magic portal opened, and Manager Kim Hot High ran over shouting with excitement. I trolled Doug and left. The timing was so perfect that Doug had to marvel that I just mentioned Chow Chow, and Chow Chow appeared right away. After learning that Jock was busy washing dishes, Manager Kim hurriedly opened the suitcase he brought and excitedly announced that we had finally succeeded in developing the medicine to cure Mandreora. The 2 bottles of yellow medicine promised to completely solve the digestive problems the kids are facing. But Manager Kim suddenly shows clear signs of worry. But there's a problem. To administer the medicine, they need to be given intravenously. However, they refuse the needles, seeing the 2 Mandreora kids trembling and scared in fear. Should Dogen calmly give the injection to Mandreora? Gu also sadly confirms that the kids are extremely frightened and asks if there is any other way. Kim explains that this medication must be administered slowly into the body to be effective. After some thought, Dogen suddenly asks to borrow the moisturizer from Kim. "You think Mandregora's body is the same?" Dodaki really likes this cream. Instead of using a syringe, Dogen began applying the moisturizer evenly over Mandregora's body with incredible skill. The little creature let out a contented hum. Seeing Masa's incredible technique, Manager Kim couldn't help but ask in amazement, "Is this Masa only for Mandreora?" Dogen smiled and explained that he had done this for Dodaki before and he really liked it. Sitting on his head, little Dodaki also behaves very obediently, patiently waiting for his sick friends. Under Dogen's gentle care, Mandreora gradually absorbs the medicine and falls into a deep sleep. This scene left Gu and Manager Kim stunned because it was the first time they saw a demon creature sleep peacefully while being treated like this. Dogen began performing medical procedures on the sick little Mandregoras. After lulling them to sleep, he carefully pricked their shells with a small needle, causing the tiny creatures to startle in surprise, luckily. After being cared for, they began to drift into deep sleep. Seeing that, Dogen ordered, "Kim Manager, quickly get this and start the infusion. You keep preparing to treat the next individuals." Under the bright moon, Kim Manager cheered happily. It's a success. The 2 Mandreora kids are now connected to IV drips to monitor their progress. Dogen sighs with relief and admits, "I'd rather go fight monsters than do this kind of patient care. It's more exhausting." Manager Kim also felt lucky that everyone was asleep and didn't have to witness the exhausting scene just now. Suddenly, Dogen inquired about Namjook's condition. Mr. Kim replied that he would discuss that when the person involved arrived, revealing that he had another great joy that made him secretly exclaim, "Finally, I succeeded in developing a hair loss treatment." The sound of a lid dropping shattered the quiet atmosphere. From the shadows, Namjook and Lai B suddenly appeared, looking stunned at the scene before them. Manager Kim was overjoyed to see Jock. He raised 2 bottles of medicine and began to explain. The blue bottle is for restoring dead hair follicles, and the yellow bottle is used to stimulate hair growth. He was moved and thought to himself that he never expected this day to really come. It was all thanks to recent research on pink crystal and liquid metal. Even if a catalyst is added to the yellow solution, he can also control the length of the hair. Hearing this, Namjook went crazy with excitement. He shouted in amazement, "You can even adjust the length." When asked about his desired hairstyle, Jock looked in the mirror and silently thought that his ideal model was the beautiful Gia. He decisively declared, "I think the more hair the better. I want my hair to be long down to my back and as thick as possible." Seeing his determination, Manager Kim decided that 4 bottles of catalyst would be necessary. He begins to shake the bottles vigorously with a serious expression. "Well then, I'll start now." Oh my, after this big transformation, I don't know what he'll become. Outside in the backyard, Dogen, Gu, and Leb are standing in the shadows watching. Dogen wonders why Jock wants to do this alone. Gu guesses nervously that he's probably afraid Gia will wake up halfway, or wants to show off his surprise achievement. The bird guy is worried, but if Gia wakes up angry, should I stop her? I'm not very confident. Seeing Beck H's tense expression, Dogen quietly thinks that he looks more desperate than the person involved. Maybe outsiders are always more level-headed. Battalion Ho nostalgically recalls the time they washed dishes together. I have heard about Senior Joe's past and heartfelt wish. I silently pray. I hope that wish will come true soon. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light and a loud explosion erupted from the wooden room, startling everyone in horror as the thick smoke gradually dispersed. Dogen and everyone hurried over in panic. What's going on? In front of them was an unbelievable sight. Manager Kim was standing frozen beside a massive black mass. That is Jock's hair. It is so long and thick that it covers a large area. How much longer will it keep growing? My head feels so heavy now. Your experiment has been unbelievably successful. Manager Kim panicked as he saw Jock's hair growing so rapidly that it was uncontrollable, feeling like it was getting faster and faster. There must be something wrong with the formula. He was suffocating under the huge pile of hair. I couldn't breathe at all and immediately collapsed. Dogen rushed in to pull him out of the tangle of hair. He coldly ordered, "If Namjook moves, his neck will be cut." A decisive mana slash rings out as Jock screams desperately and the cloud of dust and smoke disperses. Dui Siak sat lost in thought amid the battlefield, watching his subordinates with long hair flowing like cloaks. Dogen casually asked, "So, is this interesting? So, do you like it?" Luckily, Du's timely help came through. Dui Siak tremblingly touches the smooth black hair in his hand, then suddenly jumps up and shouts out in pure joy. Joy screams with excitement. "Boss, the length is absolutely perfect." The guy turned to praise Manager Kim profusely. "And Mr. Kim, you truly are a genius, a savior of the world." Mr. Kim breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, despite a small mishap earlier, Gia was awakened by the noise. She rubbed her eyes and stepped out to ask, "Hey, what's going on? Is everything okay?" Gia froze when she saw a strange man with long hair kneeling on the grass. She slowly approached, her glowing yellow eyes staring intently with suspicion. "Who are you? What are you?" Faced with Crass's sudden appearance in a nightgown, Jock blushed furiously, his heart pounding. "Huh? It's her." Gia nonchalantly stepped forward, gently lifting his chin to get a better look, leaving Jock completely stunned in shock. His heart pounds wildly as Gia and he are quite close. Jay stares intently at the messy black hair in front of him with a sleepy and annoyed expression. Realizing it's an acquaintance, she dismissively said, "Oh, it's the chef. I thought it was some new monster or something. I almost attacked him." Krat's words hit Jock like a thunderbolt, leaving him muttering in despair. "A new monster?" Gia doesn't care at all. She yawned loudly and turned away. "It's nothing. I'll go back to sleep." Seeing the younger one's dejected looks, Dogen and Gu couldn't help but laugh with delight, while B and Manager Kim just patted their shoulders to comfort them, saying, "Keep going. If we lose this round, we'll find another way." The next morning, the whole garden was unusually lively, with the Chimera kids eagerly sweeping and tidying up, while Lai Baek Ho was struggling to carry heavy wooden planks under Gu's stern urging. "Hurry up. Watch from a distance." Nari is worried. "Sir, Jock looks exhausted." Dogen calmly replied, "Let him be. It seems like he wants some quiet space." Indeed, at this moment, Duok looks just like a zombie with disheveled hair covering his face, muttering obsessively about his new monster label. "Is that what heartbreak feels like, everyone?" Seeing someone missing, Nari asked curiously, "So where do you think Manager Kim went?" Dogen explained that he had gone back into the laboratory to do more research because he wanted to perfect the hair growth formula into a fully commercial product before launching it on the market. Nari couldn't help but admire his dedication. Manager Kim is truly amazing. On the other side of the field, a cloud of dust and smoke billowed up from an explosion. The Bird brothers worked tirelessly and meticulously on every detail and finally completed an underground wood storage. Seeing the massive structure, the bird guy nodded with satisfaction. "This is exactly Joe Dogen's style, isn't it?" Nari is so excited. The girl runs around the brightly lit entrance cheering. "I bet he will love it so much." "Hey, come here and see this." The dark but powerful entrance makes Nari marvel that it looks just like a demon lord's cave. Although it looks compact from the outside, the Birdman explained that the space below is very spacious with the staircase leading down and illuminated by glowing stones, while on the other side, El Baek Ho is struggling to carry a huge pile of dry firewood on his back. Dogen approached and asked if the firewood was enough. Yet Baek Ho wiped his sweat and confidently replied, "Oh, it's more than enough. If we've been burning firewood all winter, it should be enough." Seeing that everyone has finished building the wood storage, Dogen signaled, "Now we just need to move the firewood into the storage." Little Dodaki also eagerly responded from his pocket. "Just leave it to us to observe the figure of Battalion Commander Ho working tirelessly." Dogon quietly judged that for a C-class hunter, this guy works quite well and is more diligent than he appears. He approached, took out a crystal shard, and handed it to the boy. "Here's your payment." Dogon coldly reminds you that it's time for you to go back. "Anyway, you're just a C-rank hunter." Suddenly, B stood up with a determined look and made a proposal. "Can I join the Coconut family right away? After staying here for a short while, do you think this place suits me well?" In everyone's surprise, Baek Ho earnestly said, "I will do whatever you tell me." Doug asked quietly, "Why do you want to join?" The red-haired guy clenched his fist and expressed his desire to train and become stronger like Jock had told him. And even if he wasn't sure he could meet his grandfather's expectations, B was determined that if he had come this far, he wanted to see it through to the end. Seeing this scene, Nari and Gia could only look at each other and marvel that the tribe was about to gain a new worker, and Jock would have another partner to wash bass for him. Dogun casually replied, "Well, I don't really care about that, but you'll need to ask your grandfather for permission first." The statement left B stunned. "May I have your permission?" Dogun decisively. "Coincidentally, I also have a few things I want to ask Lai Unu. Come with me, to your house." Immediately, the two arrived in Gold City, standing in front of the luxurious mansion of the Hunter Guild leader. Betch took a deep breath and tremblingly pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Through the communication system, you hesitantly speak up. "It's your grandson, Betch Ho." As the gate opened, Lai Unsu hurried out with a worried expression. "B. Betch called out." The old man couldn't hold back his emotions and rushed to hug his beloved grandson, scolding loudly as he held him tight. "At least you should have told me before you left, Don." Betch Ho quietly rested his head on his grandfather's shoulder and softly said, I'm back now. Lei Unsu hurriedly checked if his child was injured. He choked up and asked, "Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Ever since I heard you went to find the seed, I've been restless and worried about my dear grandson." As he was asking, Liu suddenly paused when he noticed a figure standing silently behind. "But who is the person accompanying you?" Dogen slowly stepped out of the shadows, the first time in a long while meeting my familiar guest. Seeing that face, the elder chairman's eyes widened in horror. Dogen calmly remarks, "Maybe because it's late, but you've really aged a lot. Potato, do you still like them?" That's all for this video. Guys, please like the video so the algorithm can recommend more good series. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.